Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Secretly Loved Tayuya? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. How long had she been rotting in the Konoha prison? Once again Tayuya found herself trying to play a flute that wasn't there. She missed her flute more than she missed the sun. More than she missed talking to people. She didn't even want it for her genjutsu. She just wanted to play it. At first she was flattered that they saw fit to put her in maximum security, as if Orochimaru would come try break her out someday. But now that he had Sasuke, she was probably the furthest thing from his mind. Still, she supposed helping kill the Hokage was a pretty good reason to lock her up and throw away the key. At least she wasn't dead yet. Ninja prisons SED. The food was in pill form. There were no windows, no courtyard, and depending on how you behaved you had the choice between crucifixion or a room small enough to always feel claustrophobic. Tayuya had such a room due to good behavior. The cell came with the dullest stone walls they could find. It even had the toilet right next to the bed, really convenient. Most of the idiots in here had tried to escape at one point or another. Tayuya hadn't bothered. It was hard to run away in a wheelchair. The mechanisms in the door began to turn. There were several loud clanks and a whirl before the door opened. Tayuya spun her chair to look at her guest. She kind of recognized him. It was hard not to remember the faces of the last 10 people she saw. It was the Konoha nin that had first encountered her and the Sound 4 when they were leaving with Sasuke. How long ago was that? Sup PP sucker? Or at least that's what she wanted to say, but it came out as a hard cough. It had been a while since she had spoken. Her vocal cords needed to adjust. She had a lot of swearing bottled up. Genma stepped into the room. Two Umbu joined him on either side. Tayuya of the Sound 4. He said in a calm and almost pitiful tone. Finally decided to kill me off, eh? She managed to choke out. About FING time, I've counted the number of bumps in the wall at least 20 times. There's even a picture of your mom getting dash. Your presence has been requested in Konoha. Genma said flatly. He stepped into the cell and moved behind her. What for? Tayuya asked. She felt her wheelchair being put into motion, and she felt a sense of excitement well up inside. She was desperate to see the sun again, to be able to breathe fresh air. The sun had been in her dreams for so long. I already told you guys everything. She could hear the BSRD swashing that stupid sunban around in his mouth. If she remembered correctly, he could spit those out with deadly force. It was probably aimed at her head. You're going to be tested. That got Tayuya's interest. On what? How to count? 'Cause I got real FNG good at that in that cell. Her motor mouth would have continued to go on, but they passed the threshold of her cell and all sound vanished. Another reason she hated this place. Any voice beyond the walls of the cell became mute. Her cell door clanged shut. And was locked. Tight. Tayuya wanted to say good riddance to it. To never return to that place again was a dream come true. They'd have to kill her before she went back into that box again. The outside of her cell was something Tayuya had only seen once. And from what she remembered, it was different on the way in. The first time she was rolled through hallway after hallway, endless twists and turns just to reach her cell. This time they only went as far as the end of the hall where a narrow elevator waited for them. The elevator was caged with barely enough room for her wheelchair, let alone her guards. The ceiling was low as well. A tall man would have had to squat to enter. It dangled over a reflective black liquid that mirrored everything. Genma rolled her into the cage. She found a trace of panic blossom in her mind. Another box, she told herself. Just one more box and then she would be out of here. The cage door slammed behind her. The elevator shook and began to move. Towards the liquid. She turned to look at the leaf Shinobi behind her. To see if they were confused that it was going down. Up was freedom, right? They were gone. The BSTRDS were going to drown her. She wanted to kick herself for believing that they were going to set her free. That they weren't just going to sweep what she did under the carpet. Konoha was filled with cruel BSTRDS. To raise her hopes like that and then kill her in the worst way possible. Tayuya couldn't swim. She hated water. Drowning was her worst fear. Tears streamed down her eyes. She began to shake against her wheelchair, desperate to escape. The cage was solid and her efforts were in vain. Liquid streamed in around her feet and began to rise. It was then that she became aware of another fear. One she didn't even know she had. Claustrophobia. Her space grew smaller and smaller as the black liquid rose higher in the cage. There was less room to breathe. There was less room to move. She tried to stand to get closer to the surface. To try squeeze out. It was too late. She was trapped. Drowning. Dying. Birds chirping. What? FANG bird was chirping. Here she was drowning and a bird had the audacity to chirp. And then there was the smell. Why the F did this water smell like dirt? And why didn't it feel like water? It almost felt like the wind was blowing across her face. She opened her eyes. Why was it so bright? Tayuya's eyes slammed shut again. She had to squint and slowly open her eyes. Was the sun always so bright? Did dirt always smell so dirty? Were birds always so effing annoying? More importantly, wasn't she drowning just a minute ago? And why was she so hungry? Nice to have you join us, said Genma. She could hear the amusement in the smug BS artist's voice. He was still pushing her wheelchair. About time too, you'll be able to see Konoha in just a minute. Tayuya strained her eyes. She saw specks of green. Hints of blue. Actual color. The world was more than just dull brown stone. The only other color she had grown used to seeing in her cell was the red in her hair. She'd come to love it. It was such a vibrant color. Beat the snot out of sheet stain brown. The F was that? Oh, it's a genjutsu so that you won't see the exit. She could hear that stupid Sinbon in his mouth sloshing around. If she was lucky, he'd choke on the FING thing. It's different for everybody, it seems. What was yours? Tayuya wanted to glare at him. But everything was still too bright for her to glare at her for long. You guys FNG drowned me. She didn't want to let them know that that was one of her deepest fears. That explains the crying. Tayuya didn't give a shit if she would be staring into 1,000 suns. She shot her eyes open and glared at the sun of a beach. Her gaze said a lot. But her mouth said more. I will piss on your grave, do you hear me, you Vabasudi? Beasley had the audacity to chuckle at her. Like she was some cute little kitten throwing a hissy fit. You know, being rude to me is not going to help you stay out of there. That shut her up. Ah, the sound of swallowed pride. Tayuya bit her tongue. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the hard armrests of her wheelchair. So why am I out anyways? Genma took on a serious tone. We need a flute player. XXXX. Tayuya sat in the wheelchair she'd spent almost 3 years in. It was a good thing she couldn't feel her, but because it would probably be sore right now. She sat in front of the person that had sentenced her to that small, horrible box. She didn't hate the woman for it. It was a lot better than just killing her off. All right, brat. Tsunade said in a harsh whip of a voice. Let's get right down to business. We need to see if you can play a certain flute. And the only reason we've turned to you, a criminal in maximum security, is because nobody else can. We need a master flute player. Apparently that's you. Tayuya felt herself blush. She had never considered herself a master, but then again she had never heard of anybody else that could summon a genjutsu with just sound. Even Orochimaru couldn't figure out how she did it. I might be a bit rusty. Tsunade snorted and pulled out a box that was covered in seals. An orange spiral was on top. This. Tsunade presented a pure white flute with hundreds of seals on it. Is my grandmother's flute. Tayuya liked her lips. She felt the need to play it. It didn't matter what for. She just had to touch it, feel it in her hands. It was like an itch that she hadn't been able to reach in years was about to get scratched. She would agree to anything if they would just let her play that flute. She reached for it, but Tsunade pulled it away. Let me set some ground rules before we begin. Tayuya wanted to protest. She wanted to shout that she would agree to anything if they just give her 5 good minutes with the thing. First, if you can't activate the flute, you go back into the hole. Tayuya froze at that. And a small flicker of hope blossomed in her chest. Her freedom rested on her ability to play a flute. There was no way she could. Second, should you activate the flute, you will be given a mission and be placed under house arrest here in Konoha. You will be monitored, and you will not be allowed to leave without my permission. Taouya liked her lips once again. They seemed to become drier each second. She would do it. She would make this flute her beach and make it sing. Third, should the mission be a success, I will restore your legs. Taouya felt her heart skip a beat. Her legs? She had thought that she'd always be bound to a chair. Never able to run again. Never able to kick butt again. I agree. The words came out louder and faster than she'd thought. Tsunade looked surprised for a moment before she composed herself. You never had a choice. Tsunade presented the flute to her. Taouya took the flute gently. It tingled in her hands. It felt different. Not quite metal, not quite wood, and too light to be stone. Despite the differences, she knew exactly where her fingers went. Exactly where her mouth went. For a long moment, everything in the world seemed like it was made out of daisies. She didn't waste a second. Her eyes fluttered shut and her soul poured out for the first time in over 3 years. She didn't play from a sheet. She didn't play her genjutsu, she played from her heart and soul. And the music came flooding out. A melody as swift and as frantic as a bee echoed throughout the room for a second, before it shifted into that of a lumbering bear, then again into a cacophony of toads, a duet of fluttering birds, a mighty beast roaring. Taouya and the flute became one as her fingers blurred along it. In a flourish that sounded like a spring day just after it rained, Taouya finally took the flute down from her mouth. She looked at the Hokage. The woman had a nostalgic smile on her face. She looked at Genma, who applauded softly. She looked at the flute and the seals glowed a soft green. Taouya smiled. She wasn't going to go back in the box. And she was going to get her legs back. She was going to run. She was going to work out. She was going to do squats until she had the best butt and legs in all of Konoha. So what's the mission? She asked. Tsunade coughed for a moment. Smile turned back into the hard expression she had when Taouya first entered the room. Do you know who Naruto Uzumaki is? Taiyuya's face scrunched up as she tried to remember. Wasn't one of the brats that beat them called Naruto? Might be the stupid-looking blonde kid. Short, blonde, kind of stupid? Tsunade laughed. Well, he's not short anymore, but yeah. Her amusement died down quickly. That flute was used by Mito Uzumaki to calm the 9-tailed fox in the past. Taiyuya's eyes widened. Don't tell me it's inside of that brat? Tsunade nodded. Correct, and he's currently doing intense training that might put a strain on his seal. Your mission is to use that flute if the Kyuubi starts acting up. Taouya looked at the flute in marvel for a long moment. This was used to calm the 9-tailed fox. This put it in the same league as the first Hokage and the Sharingan. And she got to play it. When do I start? There was a giddiness in her voice that she couldn't contain. Tsunade smirked. She was starting to like this girl. Yamato, Kakashi asked for you today, correct? Taouya turned to where Tsunade was looking to see one of the jonin in the room step forward. He was tall with a flat face and wore headgear. She immediately labeled him as a massive nerd. Yamato stepped forward, a sheepish smile on his face. I'm actually late to meet him. Fine, take Taouya and get to work. Naruto should be able to use a lot more of its chakra with that flute around. Yamamoto nodded and Taouya found herself being pushed out the door. And if she tries anything funny, kill her. Taouya couldn't hold it in anymore. Oh yeah, because I'm totally going to be able to roll away from the village. Sarcasm just came naturally to her. XXXX. Taiyuya's voice came back in full force. I'm not any sack of potatoes, you god vanilla-faced PP sucker. Her reason for shouting was simple. This Yamato Biasidi had decided that they were going to be late and had tossed her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. As soon as I get my FNG legs back, the first thing I'm going to do is shove my foot so far up your butt, I'll be playing footsies with your lover's ball sack. It's faster this way, Yamato said once again. He braced himself for her continued outburst of insults, but they never came. For a long moment there was silence. Why are you all being so casual about this? Taouya asked eventually. It had bothered her by how quickly the Hokage had given her a flute. A regular one was dangerous in her hands, and this flute was powerful in its own right. She could feel it. You're not the only one that was experimented on by Orochimaru. Yamato informed her. He kept his eyes straight ahead lest he give the girl a reason to think he was a pervert. Konoha is a village of second chances. Tayuya touched her cursed seal lightly. They had sealed it, of course. Its draw was more a leaking faucet than the raging tsunami it had been before. She was used to it now, barely even noticed it. Her PRDS were worse by far. Still, I helped kill the third Hokage, and now you're giving me a tool that can tame the Kyuubi. Doesn't seem very smart. Yamato laughed. The fact that you're concerned about it is good. We're not trusting you blindly. But right now just focus on the mission. Tayuya couldn't deny that logic. If she completed the mission, she would get her legs back. And even if she was stuck in Konoha for the rest of her life, it wasn't a FING box. And there were more people to talk to. It didn't matter if most of them were FING idiots. It beat talking to a wall. And if the people of Konoha seeked too much, she could just become a crazy cat lady. Her musing on her life with legs was interrupted when she was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Oh, what the F dash. Tayuya wailed. I know I'm already FING broken, but you don't need to give me the whole rough prison beach technique. Her wheelchair was set up next to her. She was going to burn that FING thing when she got her legs back. Yamato smiled down at her. She was going to burn him to... That would put her back in a box, though. He looked stupid, he'd probably die quickly. She'd PSS on his grave. That's for calling me a PP sucker. Talk about holding a grudge. Tayuya ummed as she pulled herself up into her wheelchair. Once was sit properly, she looked out onto the large clearing. There was Kakashi, one of the Leaf's most powerful shinobi. And then there was the shithead. He certainly grew up. Oh, Captain Yamato, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, halfway to confusion. Already he was about to ask another question, but then he saw Tayuya sitting in her chair. And who is she? Tayuya smiled. Long time no see, shithead. My name's Naruto. Naruto pouted. This girl seemed familiar, but he couldn't place his finger on where he'd seen her. She seemed to know him. Kakashi sighed. He was so close to getting Naruto to start his training. Now it was going to be an endless stream of tangents, likely starting with Naruto accusing the girl of being why Sasuke left the village, followed by a tangent of what chakra nature Yamato had. The last tangent was fine, as Kakashi actually had need of some earth and water jutsu in the near future. It was good that Tayuya was here with the flute. Kakashi had requested to use the flute to make Naruto's training go smoothly. It rejected nearly everybody that touched it. The requirements were rather complicated. A shinobi who played the flute. Most shinobi didn't choose music as their hobby. It was a slide of luck that Shikamaru remembered the sound ninja he captured years ago. Naruto, this is Tayuya. Kakashi introduced the girl, who had a smile he didn't quite trust on her face. She's a prisoner who will be doing a mission for the Leaf to earn some of her freedom back. Naruto furrowed his brow and looked at Tayuya in frustration. What did she do? It doesn't matter. Kakashi attempted to wave the whole thing off. Unfortunately, Tayuya had a stubborn streak a mile long, combined with a complete lack of subtlety that even Naruto couldn't miss. Well, maybe. And a directness that could cause blunt force trauma to people's emotions. I created the barrier for Orochimaru and the third Hokage to fight. Oh, and I was sent to retrieve that Uchiha punk. Tayuya paused, reflecting for a moment. I think that's all. What? Naruto exploded at Kakashi. What's she doing here then? She helped kill the old man and take Sasuke away. How can she be of any help? Naruto finished with a dark glare at Tayuya. And I got locked into a box for 3 years. Oh, and in case you didn't notice, I kind of can't if I walk. Tayuya shouted. She returned Naruto's glare with one of her own. Kakashi decided to intervene. Now, Naruto, Tayuya is here because she's the only one that can play that flute, or at least the only one we had access to. Kakashi pointed to the bone-white flute that Tayuya clutched like it was her lifeline. Why is the flute important? Naruto's anger twisted into frustration once again. Kakashi sighed. It was getting troublesome to explain Naruto's every question. And he still probably had to explain what chakra natures were. Why couldn't his student be more academic? Maybe he should have had Sakura here to explain all this. She seemed to know how to do it. The flute was used by the first Hokage's wife to calm the Kyuubi, The training we're going to do today is going to use a lot of your chakra, so you'll probably end up accessing it. Tayuya is here to help keep the Kyuubi calm should that happen. That got Naruto's attention. He completely forgot Tayuya for a moment. What kind of training are we going to do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto beamed at his teacher. Kakashi smiled. It seemed like things were finally back on track. It's simple, Naruto. You're going to use shadow clones. How are my shadow clones going to help with training? Kakashi sighed. So much for getting back on track. Are you really that stupid? Tayuya asked Naruto. She didn't wait for an answer. I saw you use shadow clones before. That was like, what, 3 years ago? Heck, I figured it out the first time I used it. Naruto pouted and glared at the girl. He wasn't stupid, he just didn't know things. What are you guys talking about? What's so special about the shadow clone jutsu? Tayuya groaned, nearly slumping in her chair. Was this kid really so thick-headed he didn't even notice it? You know what your clones know. She said it nice and slow so that he would understand. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. He didn't get what they were trying to tell him. Exasperated, Tayuya threw her arms up. Jeech, why am I the one explaining it in the first place? You're his teacher, aren't you? This is your fault. Kakashi sighed. She did have a point. Naruto learns more by doing than by lectures. Kakashi tried to explain. Mostly to himself. How do you know the shadow clone jutsu though? He looked at the feisty red-headed. Her and Naruto were still locked in a contest of glares. Tayuya looked at Kakashi like he was a dumbass too. Orochimaru is a missing nin from what village? Kakashi could only hum in agreement. It made sense that Orochimaru would give the jutsu to those he considered his elite bodyguards. Well then, I want both of you to make a shadow clone. Naruto complied instantly and made a single clone appear with no effort. Tayuya crossed her arms and glared at the man before realization came to her that she was on a mission. If she wanted her legs back, she better listen to this one-eyed a-hole. Jeech, fine, I'm out of practice though, she mumbled. It took her a moment to gather her chakra. It was like stretching a muscle that she hadn't used in a long time. It didn't come to her as naturally as playing her flute did. That was programmed into her. She could already feel her chakra wanting to leap towards the flute. After a few seconds, a shadow clone of Tayuya appeared, wheelchair and all. Now what? The clone asked, clearly not happy about having been created. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. All right, now the clones will go into the forest where we can't see them and do something. What do you want us to do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, still confused by what was going on. Kakashi sighed. Hopefully Naruto wouldn't get distracted by Yamato's elemental affinities. I don't know, Tayuya, you come up with something. There was only so much he could do. Why does she get to come up with something? Naruto pouted as his clone started to walk into the forest. Hey dickwad! Tayuya's clone shouted at the Naruto clone. She was currently failing to get any real movement done with her wheelchair. It wasn't quite made for open fields and nature in general. FNG, push me. The Naruto clone groaned and turned around. With an exaggerated motion, he pushed Tayuya out into the forest. Both Tayuyas looked quite happy at the turn of events. It took a bit before the clones were out of sight. Don't say a DMN thing, just wait. Tayuya knew exactly what her clone was going to do. She couldn't wait to see his reaction. It was going to be so much fun. She didn't want to ruin the mood. It took a moment, and then Naruto's eyes widened. He looked at Tayuya and blushed. He looked at her chest and blushed even harder. Clones? Tayuya got her memories back a second later. Both reactions were priceless. She couldn't believe it. She started a violently laugh that nearly had her coughing. What did she do to your clone? Kakashi asked, confused. Naruto's face only grew redder. Nothing, she didn't show me anything. Can we just start this training? He'd likely never forgot what Tayuya had shown him. Their image was burned into his mind. Tayuya continued to laugh. It was a mad cackle that had her holding her sides. Oh my god, shithead. She breathed out between gasps. The look on your face. Tayuya's laugh slowly died down, but she kept a smile on her face. Thanks for that, I haven't laughed like that in a long time. Whatever. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. his face still flushed. It wasn't that funny. His blush grew darker when he saw Taouya smile. It was such a genuine happy smile and made her several times more attractive. She may be a ragged, pale, dirty prisoner, but there was just something about that smile. Kakashi coughed. He could guess what had happened. He would have guessed that a loud, brash girl like Tayuya would have been a bit more of a prude. Apparently not. Anyways, Naruto, in order to train your wind chakra, I want you to cut this leaf with your chakra. You'll be using shadow clones to help you. Naruto looked curiously at the leaf, glad to be looking at something besides Tayuya. Okay, how many should I make? With a slow drawn-out motion, Kakashi pointed to a tree in the middle of the field. About as many as there are leaves in that tree. Tayuya looked back and forth between Kakashi and his idiot student in shock. What? There's no way this idiot could make that many clones. She herself could only make like 20, and then she was utterly exhausted. But the idea that this brat could make one for each leaf on that tree was insane. Naruto smiled at Tayuya, just as much when people believed in him. Being told he couldn't do something only stoked his fires more. You're going to eat those words. Naruto shouted as he gathered up a gigantic amount of chakra. Tayuya ate those words when a gigantic army of shadow clones appeared. The tree was left completely bald and only a few clones didn't have a leaf. How the hell does he have so much chakra? Naruto has about 4 times as much chakra as I do. Kakashi stood by Tayuya. He wanted to start reading his book, but felt like overseeing Naruto's training was more important at the moment. It was still a miracle that Naruto hadn't gotten distracted by Yamato's chakra natures. However, with the Kyuubi's chakra it's over 100 times, which is why you're here. Tayuya clutched the flute tightly. Should I start playing now? It couldn't hurt. Even Kakashi had to admit he was curious what the flute that could calm the Kyuubi, and it would make Yamato's job of keeping the Kyuubi's influence on Naruto to a minimum easier. Tayuya didn't need to be told twice. She brought her lips to the flute. Her fingers danced along the holes. The first time she had rushed into it, eager on so many levels. This time she was going to take it slow and simply enjoy the process of playing. A calmness rushed over the field like a cool summer breeze. All of the grunting from Naruto trying to cut the leaf was drowned in an ocean of melodies. With long drawn-out tones Tayuya played. Every note change echoed throughout the field like the change of a season. Naruto felt something stir within him as he heard Tayuya play the flute. His chakra and the Kyuubi's chakra felt calmer. It made it easier to feel his chakra without having to worry about the Kyuubi. But more than the chakra, Naruto himself felt calmer. He could focus more on the leaf. Or focus more on Tayuya. Every so often he would find himself looking over towards her. The way the wind blew her long red hair. The way she seemed to twist when she entered a new stride in her marathon. He could almost see her dancing as she played. Like she didn't play with just her hands but with her entire body and soul. Tayuya played for nearly an hour before she had to rest. She took a long deep breath and then another. It just felt so good to be able to play like that. But the flute given to her drained her chakra. She looked towards Kakashi and Yamato. Are my wardens going to let me take a break? Yamato let out a small chuckle at that. Sure, I think you actually put the Kyuubi completely to sleep. Yamato focused on the first Hokage's necklace for a long moment. His would release jutsu made him sensitive to the Kyuubi's chakra. Compared to when Naruto went 4 tails against Orochimaru, he didn't even have to put any effort to contain the beast when the flute was played. Hey Kakashi-sensei. Naruto ran up to the jounin. He didn't want to interrupt Tayuya's playing earlier, but now that she had stopped he had the chance. Do you have any tips for molding wind chakra? Kakashi sighed. He had hoped Naruto would by some miracle have lightning or perhaps water. He could easily give him tips for those chakra manipulations. I'm sorry Naruto, but I don't have wind as a nature. I don't really know how to go about it. Do you know anybody that does, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. He then turned to Yamato. Wait, what are Captain Yamato's natures? Kakashi sighed. He had hoped to avoid this explanation. Just tell him, Yamato. If we dispel this clone, all the rest will get curious and we'll have to explain anyways. Yamato examined the crystal for a moment. Everything about the Kyuubi felt calm and stable. He could probably demonstrate his jutsu before the Kyuubi did anything. Yeah, sure. Taouya watched the explanation of Yamado's techniques. How he used Earth Chakra to create a giant cliffside. How he created a self-feeding waterfall. And how he could combine the two into wood release. Taouya could see why Orochimaru had put a great deal of research into the technique. You know, Taouya said to Kakashi like she was dangling a juicy tidbit. If you really need a ninja with a wind nature, I can help you my nature. She wasn't fantastic, she preferred her genjutsu, but she was able to cast a blast of wind with just her flute. Hard to aim though. Eager to get Naruto's training done, are you? Kakashi asked in his own knowing tone. Taouya just smiled like a kid that got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Well, I'd kind of like to be able to walk sooner than later. Kakashi just waved her explanation off. For a prisoner, she had been more than willing. If you can get his attention. Hey shithead. Several hundred Naruto heads snapped towards Taouya. Not you guys, get back to work. Taouya commanded and the legion of Narutos did as they were told. The Naruto that was talking to Yamato also tried to get back to work. I was talking to you, get over here. Naruto bumbled over towards Taouya. He had to admit was starting to begin to like the girl. She was loud and brash, and she didn't hide her emotions. He just wished she was slightly more modest. What is it? You want some tips on wind chakra, right? Taouya egged Naruto on. Yeah, do you know somebody that has a wind nature? Naruto asked excitedly. He forgot for a moment that Taouya had been imprisoned for the past 3 years. Wait, are you? Taouya grinned at Naruto. The last thing she had eaten was the pale, slightly rust-flavored goop that they gave her in the prison. She wanted something real. Something with flavor. Something expensive. Yeah, and I'll make a deal with you. I'll tell you my trick for wind chakra and you promise to treat me to dinner. I want real FANG food, damn it. After a moment's thought, Naruto pulled out his wallet. It wasn't empty exactly. He could probably buy Taouya a couple bowls of ramen. He had hoped to get Kakashi-sensei to buy him a round of ramen somehow. Fine, I'll take you out to dinner. Jiraku's was cheap anyways. He hoped Taouya liked ramen. F yeah. Taouya cheered. All right shithead, pay attention. She held up her flute towards Naruto. What do you know about flutes? Naruto frowned. Nothing. The groan that Taouya let out was one of utter disappointment. Of course a Konoha ninja wouldn't know the first thing about flutes. She doubted the idiot even knew the difference between a flute and a piccolo. Okay fine. Do you know how to whistle? To demonstrate it, Taouya let out a small tune from her lips. Yeah. Naruto shouted happily and stuck his fingers in his mouth to make a loud, sharp whistle. Like that? Taouya nodded. Not bad shithead. Now what did you do to make that sound? Naruto's face twisted into a frown of frustration. I whistled. Another groan was added to the list. Okay, listen up, Blondie. You whistled by forcing the air into a small channel. That's what made the sound. Wind chakra is the same way. You want to get it as small and as thin as possible. Taouya held up the flute once again. Here, watch. Her chakra once again resonated with the flute, except this time, instead of just allowing it to drain, Taouya forced it through into the lip piece as she breathed out. From one of the open holes a blast of wind was sent flying out. The backlash was enough to cause Taiyuya's wheelchair to almost roll back an inch. A branch from a nearby tree was cleanly cut off. Whoa! Naruto cheered. She didn't even use a hand sign or anything to him. It was amazing. She did it with a flute too. That's awesome. Despite herself, Taouya felt a blush come on at the praise. Yeah, whatever, just remember what I said. Pinch the chakra to make it as thin as possible. The clone dispelled instantly. Taouya took the time to start playing again. The sound of 1,000 birds calling at once flew through the field. 100 cats purring and a dozen tigers roaring as Taouya played that flute. Less than a minute after the clone dispelled, one of the Narutos called out, "Oh, I cut the leaf a bit." The clone dispelled itself instantly. The remainder paused to gather what they learned. Kakashi watched in amusement at what Naruto was doing and at what Taouya was doing. If she kept this up, he might be out of the job as Naruto's sensei. The sound of Naruto's training was once again drowned out by the simplistic rhythm of Taiyuya's flute. The sound drifted through the field like a refreshing spring breeze filled with the promises of spring. The promise of growth, life, family, love. Naruto looked at Tayuya once again. He couldn't count how many times he looked at her. It was only for a few seconds each time. He found her long red hair absolutely beautiful. He liked the way her music sounded. There was something about it that reminded him of family. Feeling reinvigorated once more, Naruto returned to trying to cut his leaf. Unfortunately, it wasn't before long that the sun was low in the sky, and while Tayuya's flute music was excellent, it did little to stave off the hunger. "All right, Naruto," Kakashi said with a loud clap of his hands. "That's enough for today, dispel your clones." Taouya slumped in her chair, ready to fall over. "Thank if dash. I hope you guys have better food than that gray slop they've been feeding me." Her stomach was empty to the point of near pain, but it was nothing new considering her diet for the last 3 years. Yamato stood up from his crouched position and tossed a pill towards Tayuya. "This is a mission for us, we get food pills." Tayuya sniffed at the pill. It didn't smell disgusting, and the idea that they would poison her seemed like a stupid one. Without further hesitation, she popped the pill in her mouth. It didn't taste too bad, certainly better than whatever the prison fed her, even if her stomach was still empty. Before she could complain about not having real food, the clearing was filled with smoke as Naruto's clones began to dispel themselves. Naruto blinked as he stood in the clearing. Several hundred hours of training flooded into his head. Several hundred hours of listening to Tayuya's music flooded into his brain. And about 100 hours of different versions of himself stealing glances at Taouya. Every single clone had done what he had done, each one had peeked over at the beautiful redhead more than once. He had such a clear, vivid image of her now. Every single one of his clones thought that Taouya was beautiful, and each one had slowly begun to develop a crush on her. And now that all those feelings had been condensed into one single Naruto, he didn't have time to process it further as he collapsed onto the ground. Kakashi was there in a second. "Holy shit, we broke him!" Tayuya shouted. Naruto was literally her meal ticket. She was going to hold him to that promise of food, even if he was on his deathbed. At this point, hospital food would be a welcomed sight to her. So long as it had some taste. If he dies, does that mean I failed the mission? Kakashi stood up, hoisting Naruto up over his shoulder. "Naruto is fine. Probably. Maybe next time we do it with fewer clones." He looked at Tayuya and Yamato. "You're in charge of our troublesome flute player, Yamato. I think it'll be best if Naruto stays a night in the hospital, just in case." Taouya bristled when Yamato began to make his way towards her. "Don't if they pick me up again." Sure, she might not be fully mobile on her own at the moment, but she wasn't a goddamn sack of potatoes. "So you expect me to push you the whole 3 miles back into Konoha?" Yamato asked somewhat skeptically, but a smug smile was plastered on his face. "I can fa roll myself," Taouya proclaimed as she pushed on her wheels as hard as she could. All she managed was a barely noticeable slide against the slightly moist grass. "FNG cheap piece of shit. I can't get any FNG traction." It didn't stop her from continuing to try rolling the wheels, though. Each push picked up more grass and dirt than the last. The sound of Yamato's laughter caused Tayuya to snap. Are you laughing at Bifu? Think it's funny to laugh at a cripple?" In the prison she had never felt like a cripple, she was just a prisoner. Now out in the open, the difference between her and those that could walk felt jarring. She pushed harder against the wheels, her hands dirtying with each forceful push. She looked down at her useless legs. There was nothing she wouldn't give to be able to walk again. She hated that blonde-haired beach and that stupid smart but that did this to her even though she knew she shouldn't. She lost and they won. She knew that she was lucky that she had even gotten away at all, but it still didn't feel fair. The reward Tsunade had offered her for completing this mission echoed in her mind. Taouya swallowed hard, almost as though she was physically swallowing her pride. It somehow hurt more having to ask for help. "Fine, carry me." She was beginning to hate the sound of Yamato's chuckle. "Good, because you were rolling in the wrong direction." As Taouya was lifted like potato sack once again, she wanted to scream in frustration. So she did. It wasn't like it would impact anything, it just felt satisfying. The trees passed beneath Taouya once again. Yamato had her so that she couldn't see where she was going. It annoyed her to no end to not know. "Hey, tree fucker. Where the hell are you taking me?" She tried not to squeal when Yamato adjusted her on his shoulder, grimacing and stifling the noise. Yamato, as much as she despised him, was a well-trained ninja who was not going to drop her. Probably. We have a temporary holding cell for you to stay in until we find a more permanent place. Yamato's neutral tone at her name-calling only set her off more. It was even worse than that fat ass. Tayuya nodded. She was still a prisoner, even if she will have a really big yard. At least she still had the flute. She felt the warm wood-like material once again. She was going to play it as often as she could, even if for no other reason than to keep the other prisoners up all night. It didn't hit her until she saw her new cell. The moment they arrived, though, she was confronted with exactly how much she didn't want to be in there. It was small, just as small as her last one. There was a window that she wouldn't be able to see out of. The bed at least looked somewhat warmer and had 2 pillows. But it was just another hole. She looked at Yamato. She hated how weak she felt when she looked at him. But she didn't want to go back into the hole. She wasn't going to beg, though. There was no way she was going to reduce herself down to that level. Please, can I stay outside? Just set me up with a blanket. Anywhere but here. Except, her words came out as a desperate whisper and she cursed herself for it. It's just for tonight, Yamato assured her, though his words did no such thing. Taouya felt her chair move forward, into the cell. Without thinking, she brought her hands up to brace against the wall and the cell door, attempting to stop herself from entering. No, please. I don't want to. Not another hole. Please. She begged, abandoning the last shred of her dignity. She had just gotten out. They had just granted her the tiniest taste of freedom, and now they were going to rip it away from her again. Tayuya wasn't going to let them. All she longed for was to be outside and to be as far away from another prison. God knows she spent long enough being trapped. However, Yamato was relentless. Her arms, weak from disuse, gave away and she was inside the cell. Please no. She whispered again. Yamato sighed and backed out of the cell. Get some sleep. I think we'll be gone longer tomorrow. I'll pick you up early. At that point, she didn't bother with a response, instead sat still and waited for the sound of the cell door shutting behind her before readying herself for the tears. They never came. Slowly, she turned her head to check if Yamato was still there. Nobody was there. The prison door was slightly ajar. Slowly, she spun her chair around and peered out into the hallway. An ANBU member stood at one end and there was a staircase leading up at the other end. She stared at the monkey-masked NBU for a long moment. The BSTRD didn't move. Tired of waiting, Tayuya rolled herself out of the cell, never once breaking eye contact with the ANBU. By some miracle, he didn't seem to care. Pursing her lips, she rolled herself and back into the cell, then back out to see if there would be any sort of reaction. The ANBU didn't budge. Even if he didn't care, she did. This meant that she could leave if she wanted. The only way out was a staircase leading up. While she had mastered the art of going downstairs relatively quickly, upstairs was a bit more difficult. Scratch that, a lot more difficult. Still, Tayuya took the small victory for what it was, and without a second thought, she ripped the cover off the bed and took the pillow as well. In the hallway, there was enough distance that the world beyond the window was visible, and she could look out to see the star-filled night. As small as the window was, the view was stunning. It was incredible how she took the simple things in life for granted once upon a time. Tayuya waved her flute at the ANBU. Do you care if I play? The monkey was just as silent as he had been for the entire time. Once again, Tayuya let her soul out into the world through her flute. There was an elated tone that was underlying each sharp whistle. The tune carried with it the sound of freedom and happiness. The music seemed to dance with itself in a fast-paced and frantic manner that eventually blended into something rhythmic and beautiful. It sounded like the dancing flames of a summertime campfire with the company of friends and nature. It sounded like Tayuya's hope. Tayuya. Naruto knew he was in trouble when that was the first thought that entered his mind. It wasn't just one simple thing about Tayuya that he thought of. It was just her in her entirety. His mind was unusually free of the thoughts of being Hokage, or what flavor ramen should I have for breakfast. The blonde didn't think about Sakura or how he was going to get Sasuke back. It was just Tayuya. It wasn't just her red locks and the way her bangs fell right in place between her eyes even though she probably didn't even comb it, or the sharpness of her chocolate brown eyes. His thoughts of her went beyond the superficial ones he's had whenever he thought of the past crushes he's had. It was the way Taouya yelled, the brashness in her words despite the delicate sound of her voice. Not to mention her music. Although he knew that he had only spent just a few hours with her yesterday, it felt like he had sat behind her in class for years, just watching her. Like he's had months' worth of sneaking peeks at her. Tayuya. He tested the sound in his mouth. It felt like a drop of honey, smooth and sweet. What? The familiar female voice disrupted his thoughts. Sakura stood in the entrance of his room with a clipboard in her hand and with a concerned frown. Naruto couldn't help but think that Tayuya was prettier. Oh, nothing, Sakura. Naruto explained quickly, chuckling and rubbing the nape of his neck sheepishly. It's just someone who is helping me train. He didn't want Sakura to know that Tayuya was one of the sound ninjas that had helped Sasuke escape. Or worse yet, that he definitely had a somewhat major crush on Tayuya because of his clone training. Of course you would be thinking about training, Sakura muttered, her strides echoing throughout the hospital room as she neared. Kakashi-sensei said to meet him at the same place as soon as you're feeling better. Naruto was out of the window before the blankets hit the bed. Thanks, Sakura. I've got to train. See you later. You idiot. Sakura shouted after him, the exasperation in her voice almost palpable. You could at least let me check to see if you're all right. Like anyone with half a brain, Naruto chose to avoid Sakura's immediate wrath and continued running. He still had the training to do. And no small part of him was excited to see Tayuya. XXXX. What the F do you mean? We're just going to wait here and see if he shows up? Tayuya's voice echoed throughout the clearing. Seriously, you two are effing jounins and we're just going to sit here and wait for that idiot to show up? Kakashi peered at Tayuya over his book and sighed, probably more so at the volume of her voice than the thought of having to wait for Naruto. Well, Naruto recovers fast, and both Yamato and I are still in our recovery PRD from our last mission, so we're effectively on reserve right now. Tayuya huffed and blew a single strand of hair out of her face. Can't one of you go bring his dumbass here then? It was only worse that they had told her not to play her flute until Naruto got here. BS artists didn't know good music if it bit them in the butt. You know I could have just left you in the prison until Naruto got here, Yamato said with his small twisted smile. Shutting up. The redhead responded almost immediately. It wasn't long before Naruto leaped into the clearing with a giant smile on his face. He saw Tayuya sitting there and nearly froze for a second just to stare at her. He could feel his cheeks heating up, his palms already getting sweaty. Hey shithead, quit gawking at me and get to training. Tayuya shouted at him. She didn't like the way he was staring at her with his mouth open like that. It made him look stupid. And the sooner he got to training, the sooner they finished his training. The sooner he managed to complete his training, the sooner she would regain the usage of her legs back. She had a long list of buttes to kick. You sure you're okay, Naruto? You seem more out of it than usual. Kakashi droned from behind his book. Naruto jumped at Kakashi's voice and quickly made his way over to his sensei. Kakashi-sensei, I have a question before we start, Naruto whispered lowly. He did not want Tayuya to hear what he was about to say. A sigh. Of course you do. So you know how shadow clones transfer memories? Naruto asked, his arms flailing in wild gestures that didn't quite translate to what he was saying. Yes, Naruto. We went over this yesterday, remember what Tayuya showed you? While Kakashi didn't exactly know what Tayuya had done to Naruto, he had a few guesses. Despite how rough Tayuya was around the edges she seemed to be somewhat of a good person. Naruto attempted to shove that memory into the back of his mind. It kept bouncing back. Yeah, but do they transfer feelings too? The question caught Kakashi off guard for a moment. It's possible. I've never heard of it happening before, why? All of my clones yesterday kept looking at Tayuya, and now I might have a crush on her. Naruto slumped his shoulders with each whisper as though being weighed down by the reality of the situation. Well, that's certainly different, Kakashi responded, unable to stifle a chuckle. Will this impact your training? Naruto began to say something except his eyes darted towards Tayuya for a quick second and the hamsters in his brain stopped running to stare at her. Maybe. Normally when a woman has a crush on me, they tell me and after a few minutes of talking it goes away, Kakashi said thoughtfully. It had absolutely nothing to do with his favorite book series. Nothing. So maybe if you tell Tayuya about it, it might go away? Naruto gulped. He could run at Orochimaru, jump head first into an Akatsuki lair and grab Tsunade's Byakutas. His courage, though, stopped short at talking to Tayuya. Isn't there some other way? No training until you confess. With that, Kakashi was leaning back against the tree and opening his book to the exact page he left off of. Tayuya watched in suspicion as Naruto walked up to her. It was starting to piss her off how he kept trying to look at anything but her. So she glared at him. What the F do you want now? I love you. That was not at all what Naruto wanted to say. For a long moment, the entire field was silent. Naruto's eyes went comically wide and he bit his bottom lip, terrified at what else his mouth might say. Yamato looked at the two incredulously. And Kakashi just turned the page in his book. Taouya slowly turned her head as she looked up at the blonde idiot that was standing in front of her. When her ear was almost parallel with her shoulder, she stopped. You what? The silence dragged on. Holy shit, dude, I've heard of versions saying, I love you, after their first F dash, but what the crap, man? I flash you my melons once and suddenly you think we're soul mates or something? Tayuya spat out. She couldn't understand anything that was happening anymore. She had to still be under some kind of F-ed-up Konoha genjutsu, right? I didn't mean to say that. Naruto shouted after his mouth decided to start working again. I meant to say that I have a crush on you now because all of my clones yesterday kept looking at you. So you decided to say you love me? What the F kind of logic is that? Tayuya glared at Naruto. The fact that he actually shrank back down was satisfying. So she hadn't quite lost her touch after all. I didn't mean it like that. It just came out. Naruto whined. It's because of the clones, okay? I thought you were pretty before training yesterday, and then your music was awesome so my clones all kind of started to like you and now I kind of like you a lot more because each one kept looking over at you. I'm sorry, okay? Tayuya snorted at that and crossed her arms. She turned her head away from Naruto. Of course, the stupid idiot would be the first person to ever call her beautiful. Stupid but blonde. Well, then why even tell me this now? You couldn't keep it in your pants for a couple days until training was over? Kakashi-sensei said that it would help me lose my crush on you. It's what happens to him when a lady has a crush on him. Naruto desperately pointed at his sensei with both arms as though that would somehow miraculously transfer the blame onto the jounin. With a barely noticeable eye twitch, Tayuya turned her attention to the platinum blonde-haired man that was leaning against the tree no more than 20 paces away. Another name to add to the list of buttes she needed to kick. That's because your sensei is a perverted loser whose romantic experience is bumping into old ladies on his way home from the strip club. For a moment, Naruto wasn't sure which sensei she was referring to. Look, I'm sorry, okay? Just forget about it. His attempt to flee was stopped as Tayuya grabbed onto his arm. Tayuya shook her head smoothly, sending her greasy red hair flying around her. You're not getting off that easy. You having a crush on me is going to mess with your training. So for today you're going to leave a clone with me and we're going to talk until you hate me, got it? She wasn't exactly sure why that sounded like a good idea. It might have something to do with the fact that he was the first person to call her beautiful, or maybe because he liked her music. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he was the first boy to say, I love you, to her, obviously. Naruto looked down at Tayuya and grinned. Sure, sounds like a good idea. Tayuya releases Naruto's arm and watched the idiot run off to his sensei. She couldn't help but click her teeth. Don't sound so happy about spending time with me. She muttered quietly to herself. The field was filled with clones moments later and Tayuya found herself playing her flute once again. A dull low tune poured out of the flute like a long early morning walk. It expressed the slow start of a new day with each step being one filled with promise. As her song went on it picked up with sharp sudden tones that played with the dull long tones like the little things in life that make each day its own. A mellow beat took over for the dull tones as the day began to pick up, nearly matching pace for the joy of the sudden sharps. Until finally it was complete. Taouya opened her eyes to the sound of a single idiot clapping. Frantically. She had never gotten applauded before. Not for just her music at any rate. And yet here was this dumbass blonde clapping like an idiot. The F are you clapping for? Naruto tilted his head at Taouya like a confused puppy. Why wouldn't I clap? It was a good song. It's not a song you bstrd, it's music. Songs have words and music can be just instruments. Although she wasn't entirely sure if that was true or not. It was just her own personal definition to discriminate between the two. Obediently, Naruto nodded in agreement and shifted around till he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh, neat, I never really paid any attention to music and stuff like that before, he said, before hastily adding. I really do like yours though. Tayuya snorted. Flattery will get you nothing but a swift kick in the butt. Seriously, didn't this guy understand that too nice was a thing? Already he was twice as nice as the entire goddamn Sound Village. And then some stupid optimistic BSTRD. So what did you want to talk about? Naruto asked. He could feel the jealous glares of some of his clones in the back of his head. It definitely wasn't a good thing, but he got to spend some time with Tayuya, so it was probably worth the risk. I told you. We're going to talk until you realize that liking me is a terrible idea, then you're going to dispel all those FING feelings, and finally we're going to get back to training. Taouya pointed her flute at Naruto as though to threaten him with it, huffing as she explained everything in a matter-of-fact tone. About what though? Naruto asked in confusion. It took everything she had to suppress a shriek of frustration. Well, so far we're off to a fantastic start. I'm already starting to regret this idea. She scowled. Has anybody ever told you you're annoying? Twice and daily, Naruto responded without missing a beat. But that's mostly just from Sakura and Shikamaru. They think everything I do is annoying. The name made her blood boil. Shikamaru is the dumbass shadow user with the pineapple-shaped head, right? Not quite sensing the killing intent that rose with the name, Naruto nodded, happily oblivious. Well, Shikamaru probably thinks everything is annoying, so it's not my fault. And nobody else ever thinks you're annoying? Tayuya asked with sarcasm practically dripping off words. There was an awkward silence that stretched on a little too long for comfort, and she grimaced. Alright, here's the deal. I'm going to tell you my shitty life story, and you're going to sit there and listen to the entire FNG thing and not say a goddamn thing until you think you hate me, or at the very least don't think it's a good idea to have a crush on me. You have my complete and utter woe. The clone wobbled for a moment and held his head. In the field behind them, the training clones all vanished as each and every one had just learned how to cut the leaf quickly and efficiently. It was time for the next stage. A soft hum escaped Tayuya. The clone training wasn't such a bad idea after all. At this rate, they'll be done in no time. There was still the matter of the crush to get rid of. Once that was over and done with, they'll get a proper role. Alright, good. So listen up, there's not a lot to it. My life is kind of shitty and I'm a shitty person, got it? Tayuya waited for the blonde to recover from absorbing all the information and gave her a dull nod before continuing. No details were spared as Tayuya told him her entire story of how she was an orphan near the coast with nothing but a wooden flute until Orochimaru showed up and saved her. He tested his seals on her and tested her abilities with the flute. His interest in her wavered all year around. Whenever she discovered something new with music, he would get excited and they would run experiments until she could barely move and Orochimaru would move on, directing his attention elsewhere. She had killed for Orochimaru. He had included her in his plans to kill the third Hokage and help Sasuke leave the village. Except, when she was finished, Naruto was still sitting there with a curious look plastered on his face. Well, do you effing hate me yet? Tayuya snapped, perhaps a tad too harshly. At this point in time, she was out of material and just wanted it to be done. Of course, she could probably just yell at him until her face turned blue, but there was the chance that he liked that. The pervert had a crush on her, so she wouldn't doubt it if he was into some weird shit. Did you enjoy those things? Naruto asked simply. Effing what? Tayuya asked. She just did them because she had to, there was no enjoying her life. The only thing in her life that brought her any fing joy was when she was outside and just able to play her flute, and making Orochimaru happy meant that she would be able to do just that. I don't think you did those things because you wanted to. And I don't think you like doing those things either. There was a softness in the way he spoke, a sharp contrast to the usually brash attitude he seemed to have. I don't think a bad person can play music like you do. It's too beautiful. The Naruto clone disappeared as Tayuya whacked him on the head with her flute. Dumbass. She turned to see a row of shirtless Narutos wave at her from their bridge. She found her face heat up slightly at the sight of them. Just great, her plan had backfired and now she was the pervert. With a sigh, Tayuya rose her flute to her lips, desperate to think of something else. Stupid CCBSTRD. Tayuya blamed the fact that she had been in prison for 3 years. Yes, that is exactly the reason why. She just hadn't been around a boy in 3 years. That's why she was staring at Naruto. And enjoying it. He was wet. He was shirtless. The water cascaded down his well-muscled chest and abs. She could see the seal that held the Kyuubi as well. It swirled on his stomach like a tribal tattoo. She wondered what his reaction would be if she slowly traced her finger along the seal. Was it sensitive? Would he shudder and tell him her name? Would he purr like a fox? Wait, did foxes purr? Stupid BSTRD. Tayuya huffed and snapped away from Naruto's training. How the F was she supposed to just ignore somebody that came up to her and said, "I love you"? Even if the dumbass didn't mean to FNG say that. He was still FNG sincere. Was she just supposed to ignore that? Like he just showed up and went, "Hey, you want to be kind of happy and not bored for your entire life?" After she had been sitting in a FNG cell for 3 years. The worst part about it was the fact that she kind of wanted to return those feelings. And she FING hated it. She hated him for complicating things. She hated herself for feeling FING weak about it. She clicked her tongue. Stupid blonde BSTRD. A noise off in the forest caught her attention. It sounded like choking. She saw what appeared to be a pale but motherfucker and a beach with pink hair gagging. "Hey, what are you two doing over there?" This caught the attention of Kakashi. It's just Sai and Sakura." Kakashi wasted no time in waving over the two over. "They're Naruto's teammates, so try not to make them fall in love with you too. You ever wonder if that's why you're still single?" Tayuya shot back with a glare. It wasn't her fault the blonde had ADHD and spent 100 hours staring at her in a single day. She snapped her sight back at the waterfall. A dozen or so blonde heads quickly turned away from her glare. A frown etched onto her face. Tayuya turned back towards the two newest leaf assholes. The boy was showing a lot of skin for how pale he was. There was pale, and then there was neon white. He looked like he'd be a bottom. The girl had short pink hair that made her look like she knew how to eat a fish taco. "So what brings you two here?" Kakashi asked with mild curiosity in his voice. He still sounded bored. "Well, Naruto ran away from the hospital today to train here, so I decided to bring him some food pills." Sakura gestured towards the small basket she was carrying. "But they're really bad." Tayuya heard the word food and was all in. Sure, it was a food pill. But she really wanted any kind of food inside of her. Even a food pill would be great. "Alright, Pinky, let me try one." What? "No, they're not very good." Sakura shouted and moved the basket away from Tayuya. "Who are you anyways?" Yes, this is Tayuya. She's here to help with Naruto's training." Tayuya glared at Kakashi for a moment. "I can introduce myself." Tayuya snapped with a frown. It set her off more when all Kakashi did was flip a page in that stupid green book. "Nice to meet you, Pinky." Sakura gave a nervous laugh towards Tayuya. "Hello, I'm Sakura. I actually think I'm going to be helping Master Tsunade with your surgery." She recognized the name through a medical file she had been given earlier this morning while she was at the hospital. "Wait, what?" Tayuya asked in a mild sense of shock. "You're going to be helping the blonde bimbo with my legs?" "I'll pretend I didn't hear that." Sakura's nervous chuckle died down quickly after that. Sai stepped forward, an overly cheerful smile on his face. "And I'm Sai, it is nice to meet you." "Rotten tomato." Sakura tensed as Sai decided on his new nickname for Tayuya. Kakashi appeared amused. Tayuya's face twisted in confusion at the nickname. Tomato because of her hair, rotten to insult her? Finally, somebody that spoke her language. Nice to meet ya, Casper. Still collecting donations for the SPRM bank on your face. Sai's smile faltered for a moment. This was the first time somebody had given him a nickname back. Not even Naruto and Sakura had given him a nickname. You gave me a nickname, does that mean we're friends? Nope. Taouya said with a loud pop at the P. But you're off to a good start. Sai's smile returned quickly. Ah well, that's good. Taouya turned to Sakura once more. So what do you say, let me try one of your food pill things? I'm FNG hungry. They don't feed me out here. Sakura presented with the food pill with a bit of reluctance. I'm warning you, it's really bad, but it has all of your daily nutritious. Taouya eyed the perfectly smooth brown food pill. It had a small shine to it. It looked a bit like a polished ball of sheet. It smelled like dirt. Still, it seemed edible. With no flourish, she popped the sphere into her mouth. It was soft yet somehow crunchy and had the texture of a ball of ants. With a gulp, she swallowed it. Yep, tastes like butt. I'm surprised you swallowed it. Sai's smile never faltered. Taouya shrugged. It tasted bad, but it wasn't that bad. At least it had some semblance of taste to it. It's a lot better than what Four Eyes made, and only slightly worse than the prison food you guys serve. A brief awkward silence fell over the group for a moment as that statement settled into the mind of Sakura. I'm sorry, but what were you imprisoned for exactly? Tayuya was one of the Sound for a Jonin group that was loyal to Orochimaru and carried out numerous missions for him. Notable ones were the assassination of the third Hokage and the kidnapping of Sasuke Uchiha. Sai spoke quickly. Oi! Tayuya spat out. We didn't kidnap Sasuke at all, he came to us. She didn't think it was in her best interest to mention the fact that if he didn't show up they were going to kidnap him anyways. The handle on Sakura's basket snapped violently and its contents fell to the ground. Sakura's fist shook with rage. You're the reason why. Sakura muttered. She leveled a glare at Tayuya that was filled with pure hatred. Tayuya lacked the ability to back down from a challenge. The reason why, what, Flatty? The ground trembled when Sakura's heel slammed into the ground. For a moment there was silence. You're the reason why Sasuke isn't here anymore. If it was for you, he'd still be here. Whoop-dee FNG-do. Tayuya spat out. Oh no, I was doing my own FNG mission that I had to do. Maybe if you had a pair of melons, he wouldn't have been so happy to hop into a FNG barrel to get delivered to Orochimaru so he could see his limp D-dash. You beach! Sakura shouted, and with remarkable speed she leaped forward and grabbed Tayuya by the throat. That sense of acceptance, that level-headed serenity that she had built up these last few years was replaced with a singular rage. Sakura, stop! Naruto shouted. He leaped down next to the group, still wet and shirtless. Kakashi chimed in as well. Just calm down, Sakura. Tayuya is an important part of Naruto's training. Sakura ignored Kakashi and focused on Naruto. She couldn't fathom how betrayed she felt at this moment. Naruto was her partner, they were going to bring Sasuke back together. Now he was trying to protect one of the people responsible for Sasuke leaving? She's why Sasuke left Naruto. Sasuke left because of Orochimaru and the cursed seal. Tayuya has the same cursed seal. Why does Sasuke get to use that as an excuse but Tayuya doesn't? For a moment only the sound of the waterfall resonated between the group. Then Sakura dropped Tayuya to the ground. It's not the same, Naruto. Sakura barely mumbled. Tayuya looked up at the pink-haired beach with an ugly sneer on her face. Listen, you beach, I'll fight you after I get my legs back, you got that? Unless you get off by beating cripples. Sakura looked down at Tayuya with watery eyes. With a huff, she turned on her heels and began to walk back to Konoha. She passed by an innocent tree. Shinaro! The ancient tree was turned into kindling with a single punch. Sai, can you make sure Sakura doesn't hurt anything on her way back? Kakashi asked calmly. He was glad that Naruto had chosen to intervene when he had. He wasn't certain he could defuse Sakura as peacefully as Naruto had. Sai nodded dutifully. I'll make sure the hag is okay. Tayuya chuckled from the ground. I'm starting to like you, Casper. Sai left the training field happy that he had made a new friend that day, one that also gave people nicknames as well. All he had to do is find out what a Casper was. With a stubborn pride that refused to go down, Tayuya began to crawl her way back into her chair. She hated how much she needed the thing. She was going to burn the piece of sheet as soon as she could walk again and then pieces on its ashes. She had just managed to touch the chair when a pair of arms encircled around her. "Hey! What the hell do you think you're?" She trailed off as she found herself staring up past the blonde's chest and up into his face. He was scrawny, yet defined. And she was close enough to see that he did indeed have some little blonde hairs on his bare chest. The way his neck muscles flexed and rolled into the soft curve of his shoulders fascinated her to no end. There was something utterly fascinating about his trapezoids that drew her in. She had to resist the urge to touch them and wrap her arms around them. Naruto smiled and quickly moved Tayuya to her chair. "Sorry about Sakura, she's in love with Sasuke. But you can try to be nicer to her, she's my teammate too." Tayuya felt her face heat up at the way the blonde idiot was holding her. It wasn't fair. He tells her he loves her, accepts her life story, and then he has the ball to say that she's not a bad person. No way in hell was she going to fall for his knight in shining armor act. She twisted her head away from his and looked back at the waterfall. "Whatever." Her hand found its way onto his chest when he moved suddenly. She found a nice long chest hair on accident. Without warning, she plucked it hard. "Oh hey! That hurt." Naruto whined and nearly dropped Tayuya on the ground. Tayuya turned to look at Naruto as he slowly dropped her down into her chair. He then bent down and picked up her flute, which had fallen when Sakura grabbed her. She could only accept it with a smile. "All right, enough flirting with the pretty redhead lover boy, get back to training." Naruto smiled widely at his new nickname and gave Tayuya a mock salute. "Yes, ma'am." She had never been defended like that before. It was odd. She liked to do things on her own, but at the same time, having Naruto stop Sakura and then help her into her chair was its own kind of nice. She wondered what she could make Naruto do if she asked. "I wonder what Naruto would say if I told him you were staring at him like that?" Tayuya snapped out of her inner musings and glared at Kakashi. She hadn't been staring at him, just lost in thought in the general direction Naruto was in. She totally didn't think that it was interesting how Naruto's back muscles moved when he flailed his arms. "Want to find out if you can read that book with your anus?" Kakashi spared Tayuya a small glance before he returned to his book. "You have an odd fascination with buttes. I will use that book to give you a paper cut on the tip of your D-dash. Years of shinobi training did little to suppress the shudder that ran through Kakashi as he imagined what Tayuya had just said. A small fear began to develop that if that girl ever learned to apply her insults into a genjutsu, the world would be a much worse place for men. Tayuya shook her head and began to play her flute again. Her only cue that the flute was having any effect on the Kyuubi was how relaxed Yamato became the instant she started playing. And the cheerful smile Naruto and his clones gave her. XXXX. The stars were something Tayuya didn't know she missed. She only had a small portal to see them last night. Now the entire sky was ripe for her viewing pleasure. To her, the sky represented what she had been dreaming of for nearly 3 years. Freedom. Maybe she should invest in an astrology book. Or was it astronomy? Or not, she didn't need other people to tell her that the stars were in the sky and that some of them looked like those 4 stars that were kind of in a straight line. She'd call those for Tayuya's flute. And then there was that one that was kind of in the middle of a circle. She'd call that one lopsided melons. Her tranquil night was interrupted by Naruto. "Why are we stopping? I can keep going." Kakashi sighed and prodded the small fire he built with a stick, sending a flurry of sparks up into the air. "Listen, Naruto, just look at Yamato, he's positively drained." Yamato shifted when Naruto's attention focused on him. "Actually, I'm not as tired as we expected. I think the flute is making things far easier than we thought it would." Naruto turned to Kakashi expectantly, like his dad had just told him he could go to the candy store if his mom said yes. Kakashi could only slouch in disappointment. "If you get Tayuya to agree, then sure." "No." Tayuya snapped the second Naruto looked in her direction. "It's dark as F out. If you trip on a kunai and die, then the mission fails, and if my mission fails, I don't get my legs fixed." Naruto frowned and made his way over to Taouya. But I need to keep training so I can get strong enough to bring Sasuke back. There was that name again. Tayuya frowned. She was starting to actually feel guilty about the whole event. What's the deal with Sasuke? You and Pinky seem so obsessed, the prick? Naruto seemed to deflate at abundance of energy fled from him quickly. Sasuke, he was on our team, and yeah, he was a BSD, still, he was like a brother to me. Tayuya sank into her shoulders and looked back up towards the stars. The idea of going so far for somebody else was a foreign one to her. Must be nice, having people care for you like that. Hell, might even be nice to care for somebody like that. Naruto sat down on the ground next to Taouya's chair and stared up at the stars with her. Just you wait, if you stay in Konoha you can get both of those things, believe it. Taouya whipped her head at him, sending her hair into a flurry. And why is that, lover boy? Her smile twisted into a predatory one as she stared down at him. Thinking you can do both? That made Naruto's face turn red, though his whisker marks somehow remained the same. What? Maybe, yeah, okay, what's wrong with that? I suppose you can dream now, can't you? Tayuya hummed to herself. Hey, help me to the ground, I want to sleep on my back tonight. For a moment it worried her how readily she asked Naruto for help, before it took all of her willpower to ask Yamato. With a quick hop, Naruto was on his feet and presented 2 helping hands towards Tayuya. His hands were so big compared to hers, his veins were thicker and seemed to twitch with every motion. Where hers had become soft and delicate from her time in isolation, his were hard and rough from work. Tayuya rather liked his hands. She imagined for a moment what they would feel like dancing along her back. Her legs dangled helplessly as Naruto sat her down gently. Much better than the way Yamato handled her like a sack of potatoes. When Naruto let go of her Tayuya, he wasted no time in flopping down onto the ground. Her arms flopped hopelessly above her head, and she could feel the cold breeze on the bit of her stomach that was revealed. She briefly considered flashing Naruto again. All right, lover boy, tell me what kind of a sad life you lived that you confess to the first girl that flashes you her melons. Wait, no, I got this. You're depressed because Pinky dumped you, right? I didn't mean to say that. Naruto fell to the ground next to Tayuya so that his head was level with hers. Though he didn't look up at the stars. Taouya made a decidedly unladylike noise with her nose. Whatever you say, mister, I like you enough to accidentally say I love you. Like sheet dude. Naruto sighed. There wasn't a whole lot he could say about that. And after today's training, it was slightly worse. It was a lot worse. He felt like he's known Tayuya for years now. When she dispelled his clone that had listened to her story that got sent into every clone on the waterfall. Each one had already been stealing glances at her in addition to feeling jealous of the clone that got to spend time with her. But after that, each one began to think about what she said and grew to appreciate her in a new way. As soon as this training is done, I'm never using shadow clones to train ever again. Tayuya could only laugh at that. What? Afraid you might fall in love with some other innocent girl? It was Naruto's turn to snort. Huh? You innocent? It wasn't even 15 minutes before I saw your BRs. Tayuya turned her head and locked eyes Naruto with a smile on her face. The blonde was starting to understand her pretty good. You want to see them again? Naruto's face turned an odd shade of pink, which he tried to hide by looking away from her and staring at the stars. Maybe later. He didn't want Yamato or Kakashi to see them or hear him say yes. Ha! Tayuya laughed out in victory. Her laughter died down slowly and ended with a sigh. But really, this training is powerful. Look how far you've come in a couple of days. Sheet, you keep this up and you could beat the PSS out of Orochimaru, no problem. That was a thought Tayuya never thought she would have. Orochimaru had always been something of an unkillable monster in her mind. She only saw the man vulnerable once, and that was after his fight with the third Hokage, and injured he still stood his ground against the other 2 Sannin. Yeah, I'll have to do that to get Sasuke back, and I'll find some way to remove your curse seal. Naruto declared with a wide smile on his face. He punched the air and just let it hang there for a while. Tayuya brought her hand to her seal. She couldn't imagine her life without it. The thing always hurt or itched in some way, a constant nagging that reminded her that she served Orochimaru. But still, she liked when she used it. She felt powerful. In a near whisper she asked, "What if I don't want to get rid of my cursed seal?" Naruto's head snapped towards her, eyes wide with shock. "What, you mean you like having Orochimaru being able to control you?" "No." Taouya spat and turned to glare at Naruto. "I hate that it's linked with him. But at the same time, I like it. Okay, it makes me feel strong." For a long moment the two could only stare at each other, both trying to figure out what the other was going to say. Then at last Tayuya sighed. "Fine, I guess I'd rather be weak than linked with that fucker anyways. Besides, I don't think the bimbo would let me do any training or fighting." "Bimbo?" Naruto questioned. "The Hokage lady with the giant melons." Tayuya used her hands to imitate large births on her chest. "Like, holy crap, it's like they gave the position to whoever had the biggest melons in the village." "Oh, you're talking about Granny," Naruto said cheerfully. "The Hokage is your grandma?" Tayuya looked at Naruto in both shock and suspicion. "I mean, you're both blonde and kind of stupid." "What?" "No, she's just secretly really old, so I call her Granny." Naruto waved off the notion that he was in any way, shape, or form related to Tsunade. "And don't worry about her, I can totally convince her to let you train with me all the time." Tayuya turned to look at the blonde. She wasn't certain if he was just trying to flirt with her or if he was actually that nice. It felt like he meant those words, though. It was weird that everything he said felt genuine. No guessing about hidden meanings or worrying that he would stab her in the back. He just spoke the truth. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" She knew she did. If she was honest with herself, Tayuya would admit that she liked the blonde's goofy smile. That she liked the way he came to her rescue when Pinky tried to clean her clock. She liked feeling that somebody liked her for her. She liked how he just seemed to be able to roll with her naturally in conversation. Her smile stretched into a wicked one. "All right, lover boy, I've made my decision." Naruto's face scrunched in confusion. "About what?" Her grin only grew. I've decided I'm going to give you a chance, and I want the whole deal, dates, flowers, and all that other annoying romance stuff until I tell you to stop, got it?" She watched in amusement as Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, then his grin widened all the more. Naruto smiled up at the stars. "Sweet, I have it, girlfriend." Tayuya snorted. "No way, lover boy. You gotta earn the right to call me that." "You got it." Naruto's smile never faltered. Tayuya used her arm to scoot herself closer to Naruto and got close enough to his ear that he could feel her breath. "I'll tell you what, you make sure that the bimbo and Pinky fix my legs up good, and the first thing I'm going to do with them is find you, wrap them around your waist and F you until you need a wheelchair." Tayuya could almost hear the sound of every gear in Naruto's brain come to a sudden stop as his hormones got the message before his brain did. His face went from bright red to ghostly pale in a couple of seconds. And he stood straight up and began to walk towards the waterfall. "Hey, where you going?" Naruto didn't stop his brisk pace or even look back over his shoulder. "Cold shower." Tayuya roared with laughter at that response. It felt good to have that kind of influence on somebody. Kakashi watched the exchange with mild amusement behind his book. It was actually more entertaining than what he was reading anyways. Perhaps he could have a little fun with them tonight. Yamato, on the other hand, watched the two with slightly more concern. Because of the flute, the girl had tremendous influence on the Kyuubi. And now she had influence on Naruto. Should we be worried about how he's wrapped around her finger now? Kakashi rolled his eye. Naruto has a habit of turning enemies into trusted friends, and besides, I think he's earned a bit of trust. It's not Naruto I'm worried about. Yamato muttered. It was just so likely that Tayuya was doing this for her own personal gain. Naruto was close to Tsunade after all. If it worries you so much, Yamato, then just watch them. Naruto is rather good at telling when people are lying to him. He won't be tricked easily for long. Kakashi didn't really see the girl as a threat. There was something about her that reminded him of Kushina. Perhaps it was just the red hair. "If you say so, Captain." Yamato sighed and began to reach into his back for his sleeping bag. Kakashi smiled for a moment. "You didn't pack an extra sleeping bag for Tayuya, did you?" It was a low, silent whisper. Yamato looked in his bag once again. "Actually, I did, it's right here." Kakashi sighed and his shoulders slumped. "No, you didn't." "Yes, I did. Just play along, okay?" Yamato looked uncertain for a long moment before he gave a small nod. Okay. Kakashi stood up and unrolled his own sleeping bag. Oi Naruto, you'll have to share your sleeping bag with Tayuya. The F he will. Tayuya shouted before Naruto could respond. Why don't you two FING share? Kakashi hummed for a moment in mock thought. Well, we have our sleeping bags. Besides, they're too small for two full-grown men to share, but you and Naruto might be able to squeeze in his. Tayuya screamed. Seriously, who was the dumbass that forgot to bring a fourth FING sleeping bag? Whoever they are should sleep out in the effing cold. That would be Naruto. Kakashi lied smoothly. It worked as Tayuya shut up quickly. And it wouldn't be a good idea for him to not get any sleep as he's the one that needs to train hard tomorrow. Tayuya glared at Naruto hard. What the F was going on? This was some kind of joke, right? First, this idiot tells her he loves her. Then he makes her start to like him by being an adorable idiot. And now she has to share a sleeping bag with him. I bet you did this on purpose. I didn't know I was supposed to bring an extra sleeping bag, I swear. Naruto shouted as he began to rummage through his pack, hoping that there might magically be a spare sleeping bag in there. There was not. You can take it, Tayuya. I don't mind sleeping outside. That lover boy, if you get sick because you get wet and cold, that'll make training harder. And I can't play my flute with a cold. She glared at Kakashi for a moment. Why don't you sleep out in the cold? It's not like you being sick would be a big deal. Of course it would. I wouldn't be able to keep up my tremendous moral support. Kakashi took the time to easily slide into his bag. Welp, we have a long day tomorrow. Sleep well? Tayuya shifted her gaze to Yamato. He slowly got into his own bag, avoiding eye contact with her. Once Yamato laid down, she looked at Naruto. Keep your hands above the waist. With a nervous chuckle, Naruto unrolled the sleeping bag. I really don't mind not sleeping in the sleeping bag. I almost never get sick anyways. Oh, don't be such a pansy. Help me get in the bag and then get in it with me. Tayuya used her arms to walk the foot or so over to Naruto. Seriously, I just said I'd f you and now you're acting all nervous about sharing a sleeping bag with me. Naruto looked at Tayuya like she was crazy. He was fairly certain she actually was. Seriously, are you trying to make me take another cold shower? Still, Naruto did his job and helped Tayuya slide into the sleeping bag. Tayuya smiled up at Naruto. She adjusted herself so that there was just enough room for him to slide in beside her. Consider blue ball your punishment for forgetting the sleeping bag. Naruto took off his sandals and jacket and slid down into the bag beside Tayuya with his back facing towards her. What are blue ball? Tayuya gave a small chuckle and spun so that her back was facing Naruto. First turn around. Naruto obeyed slowly. Slowly she maneuvered his arms so that he was holding her. Never in her life did Tayuya think that she would let anybody, let alone another ninja, hold her like this. She took both of Naruto's hands in her palms and placed his hands on top of her. Beartus. Enjoy your blue ball. Tayuya closed her eyes and smiled in victory. And then Naruto squeezed. At some point in the night, Naruto had gotten to second base. Not that he didn't start off practically on second base. But when she had fallen asleep, Naruto's hands were on top of her shirt. Now his hand had crawled up into her shirt and had a generous handful. The BSTRD had stolen second base while she was asleep. Not that Tayuya minded too much. She liked the feeling of his rough hands on her soft flesh. It felt like a light scraping sandpaper that drifted just close enough to her skin to trigger a few touches. Besides, Tayuya had moved a lot as well. She had somehow twisted around in the night and now had her arms hung loosely around Naruto's neck in some kind of lover's embrace. If they were standing, it would be the pose of two lovers about to kiss. If she wanted to, it would be so easy to close the few inches between her lips and his and kiss him. And why shouldn't she? He stole second base. It'd be that much more appropriate for her to steal it first. She wondered what it would be like to kiss somebody. With a lick of her lips, Tayuya buried her face into Naruto's neck. It was slightly moist from the early morning dew, but she didn't mind too much. This was the most comfortable she had been in a long time. Here on the ground, with nothing but a sleeping bag and an obnoxious blonde idiot. She smiled softly into his shoulder. She wondered how well he slept with the blue ball she'd given him. It was a joy being able to mess with somebody like that. Her hands slowly slid down his body. She traced the thick lines of his neck. Emmed. His response only spurred her on further. The power she had over him was intoxicating. She danced her finger down his chest. His shirt got in the way. Next time he wasn't allowed to wear one. It was crinkled about his stomach and she had free access to his bare skin. She could feel the small little blonde hairs that dotted his abdomen bristle under her touch. His muscles shuddered and she felt him groan softly in his sleep. Slowly, oh so slowly, she continued to draw her fingers all the way down. She reached his pants. He didn't wear a belt. And they were just loose enough that she could snake her hand into them. Her hand glided through his big hair, pulling at a few tangled ones before she found it. He hummed louder this time. Her eyes went wide as she felt it. It was large. And hot. So very hot. She could barely encircle her fingers around it without squeezing. It was hard too. She felt the large veins as she trailed her way up it. It was a loose, soft motion, and up she went. Until she found the tip. Taouya. He hummed softly. She smiled more at the name. She didn't care too much if she had woken him or if he was just miming her name in his sleep. Loverboy had it bad. So very bad. She circled around the tip with her fingernail, dragging it around along its engorged tip. His body shuddered once more. His hand squeezed her breast harder than before. Then suddenly she dragged her hand down along it quickly. And pulled it back up. She pumped it once. Twice. 3 times. And then just stopped. Slowly dragging her hand back up through his pants and along his stomach. She mostly just wanted to see if he had morning wood. She brought her hand up around his neck and tried once more to go to sleep. She got about 5 minutes of sleeping. Then there was thunder. Alright you two. Get up, it's time to start training again. Taouya's head shot up and glared daggers at Kakashi. He had that stupid eye smile on his face and had a pot and ladle in his hands. 5 more minutes. Naruto half mumbled as he rolled away from the noise. And further onto Taouya. Taouya squealed at the sudden movement and the weight of Naruto largely on top of her. His hand left her breast and instead circled around her waist where he held onto her tightly with both arms. She didn't exactly mind for a moment. Then she felt it. I love her boy, get the F up. Naruto's eyes opened halfway. The fact that he looked completely asleep did not help Taouya in the slightest. He propped himself up on his arms and smiled down at Taouya. He was still dreaming. Yeah, that's right, he was having such a nice dream. Taouya was above him and she was naked and it felt really good. Especially when she bent down and kissed him. Taouya. A panic came over Taouya as she watched the dopey blonde idiot close his eyes and purse his lips. His head slowly began to descend towards her own face. BRST was one thing. Kissing her? That was another thing entirely. Her voice failed her. She couldn't think about what to say. Her hand knew exactly what to say, however. It slapped Naruto hard enough across the face to knock him off of her. Unfortunately, the sleeping bag had other ideas. Naruto was forced to the far edge of the sleeping bag and kept going, his bulk pulled on the other side sharply. The momentum was transferred directly to the much smaller Taouya. Taouya squeaked as she was forced on top of Naruto at an angle that put her face right above his. Naruto smiled up at Taouya, red handprint adorning his cheek. A lot less painful than when Sakura woke him up. Good morning. Taouya rolled her eyes and rolled off of him. Sup, lover boy, have a nice dream? Yeah, you were in it. The remarkable thing was that he said that with a straight face. Taouya gagged and pulled herself partway out of the sleeping bag, straightening her shirt as she did. Oh God, it's too early for that much cheese. Besides, your second head already told me as much. What? Naruto looked at Taouya like she had a second head. She pointed and he followed her finger to the lovely little tent he was pitching. Oh, sorry. You two sleep well? Kakashi interjected with that same stupid smile on his eye. Taouya didn't trust him in the slightest. Taouya returned the smile with extra snark. She was about to retort, but then something caught her eye. Yamato was packing his own sleeping bag. and on the ground was another identical sleeping bag. It wasn't Kakashi's, as the man had yet to pack his up. Can't get a lady in your own bed, so you have to live it through your student? Kakashi felt a chill crawl up his spine at the icy tone. But he refused to let it show. Well, you seem to enjoy yourself with it. Taouya let it slide. If they stayed out here tonight, she might insist on sharing a sleeping bag with Naruto again. XXXX. Naruto simply sighed as he heard another explosion and felt the rush of the memories of 2 more clones. They had failed again. And again. And again. Trying to combine the Rasengan with wind chakra was a lot harder than he thought it would be. It was starting to get annoying. He could feel the Kyuubi feeding him anger to weaken the seal. A soothing melody washed over him. Taiyuya's music silenced the Kyuubi's rage like the ocean would squelch an ember. He spared her a look for a moment. She was drenched in sweat and looked ready to pass out. Yamato wasn't faring much better either. Kakashi had vanished just a few minutes prior, likely to fight the ninja that were the reason for Asuma's death. Akatsuki. His jaw clenched as he focused once more on the Rasengan. He should be out there fighting. It was his battle. Akatsuki were after him. He felt it again. The Kyuubi's chakra. The unstable Rasengan. It exploded. And so did he. XXXX. Tayuya sighed into her flute as she watched another group of clones vanish. Kid thought this was an easy mission until they had started this training. She barely understood what was going on. Just that Naruto was incredibly pissy and the Kyuubi wasn't helping that at all. What's worse is that she was running on empty. The flute had drained all that it could to put the Kyuubi at rest. The more uneasy the Kyuubi, the more chakra it took. So what the F is he trying to do? Yamato sighed at that question. It was the 3rd time she asked it, and each time it broke his concentration. He was beginning to hate Kakashi for leaving to go back up Shikamaru's group. Maybe he wanted to go fight the deadly ninja? He's trying to complete the Rasengan. Tayuya was fairly certain that she hated Yamato. Sure, she had asked the same question 3 times in a row. But that doesn't mean he needed to give her the same answer 3 times in a row. It was annoying. She sighed and stared at the mass of Naruto out in the field. For the life of her, she couldn't figure out what exactly they were trying to do. Complete the Rasengan. Oi dipshit, get over here. The nearest duo of Naruto sprinted over to her like a love-sick puppy. They stopped just short and obediently waited for their orders. What's up, Tayuya? Show me the Rasengan thing again. Tayuya watched intently as Naruto began to perform the jutsu. He pushed chakra out from his hand while Clone did something with its hands. Why do you need a clone? Didn't Cyclopes-sensei do it with one hand? The Naruto holding the Rasengan shrugged towards his partner, who shrugged back and then looked down at Tayuya. I've always done it that way. My chakra control is too bad to do it with one hand. Tayuya sighed and examined the spinning sphere. She was hoping she'd find something obvious that Naruto was missing and speed this whole thing along. She knew it was silly. It often took years to make a jutsu from scratch. And this was advanced stuff. But given Naruto's recent progress, she had hoped that this training would only take a few hours as well. She wanted her legs back. So you needed to divide the workload so you could do the jutsu, Tayuya muttered as she stared at the jutsu. It was so unique. Even now she could see the power and potential in the jutsu. And it wasn't even complete. Something clicked in Naruto, however. Divide the workload. He could do that. He just needed another clone. Tayuya, you're a genius. Tayuya waved him off. Tell me something I don't know. She then looked up at the clones with their sheet-eating grins. Wait, what did I do? It only concerned her further as the clones dispelled themselves. The remainder of the clones also dispelled themselves. And original Naruto stood there giving her a thumbs up. 2 shadow clones appeared. And everything went smoothly. The Rasengan formed in his hand and then widened, elongating as the wind swirled around it. The jutsu was complete. Captain Yamato. Let's go back Kakashi-sensei up. Right. Yamato shouted, rather glad that Naruto had finally finished his jutsu. Containing the Kyuubi was not his favorite thing to do. Tayuya looked around the ruined field in confusion as the 2 left her there. Her back was to the waterfall. Which meant Konoha was what way? Are you 2 fuckers just going to leave me here? XXXX. Hospitals SCD. They were far too cold, far too quiet, and the entire place felt like death. Already Tayuya missed being outside. At least the bed was the most comfortable one she'd ever been on. It was larger than the sleeping bag she shared with Naruto too. She wondered if it would be more or less comfortable with Naruto in the bed with her. That thought didn't quite sit well with Tayuya. She knew she was impatient, but it somewhat scared her how much that blonde idiot was on her mind. Her hands twisted around her flute and a small smile began to form. Holy shit, barely out of prison for 3 days and you fall for the first BS to smile at you. Care to explain? Despite the silence of the hospital, Tayuya somehow didn't hear Tsunade approach and nearly jumped out of her skin. Tayuya's head snapped towards the door where Tsunade stood, a deep scowl on her face. Explain what? Heels clicked loudly against the hard, smooth floors of the hospital. Tsunade stopped in front of Tayuya's bed and grabbed a chart, a cluster of medical statistics that had put there an hour or so ago. Without looking up from the charts, Tsunade spoke again. Why you were found rolling away from the village. It wasn't my fault, okay? Tayuya exclaimed loudly. I don't know this area, and last I checked I wasn't FING allowed outside of Konoha, so I tried to find my way back here for 2 hours. First, the FING Cyclops left us to go have a circle JRK with his buddies, then after Loverboy finished the jutsu, your FNG welcome by the way, he and Vanilla Bean decided to go join Cyclops in his FNG circle JRK. Tayuya took a deep breath and sighed. It felt good to let it all out to something besides trees to hear her rant. She felt a sudden chill run up her spine when she remembered who exactly she just yelled at. Aya. If you ever swear at me like that again, I'll break your legs. Tsunade didn't even look up from the chart as she spoke. Yes, ma'am. In her own way, Tsunade was as terrifying as Orochimaru ever was. Tsunade looked up from the chart and smiled. Believe it or not, I'm rather happy your mission was a success. According to Sai, Naruto came to your defense against Sakura. Yeah, that kind of happened. Tayuya gave a small shrug. She didn't really understand the whole situation. It didn't seem like something worth reporting to the Hokage. Hopefully, Cyclops would keep his mouth shut about forcing them to share a sleeping bag. He also reported that you called Naruto Loverboy. Care to explain? Casper, the snitch. The next time she saw that walking Esperum bank, she was going to skin his translucent hide and make it into a lovely throw rug. It wasn't that she was afraid of people knowing. It was just that Casper had told the scariest of all mama bears on her. You know how shadow clones return the memories to the user? Tsunade sighed and nodded. Yes, that was what his training was based around. Yeah, well, apparently they also transfer emotions and feelings kind of. Tayuya twisted her flute around in her hands as she tried to explain it. Tsunade smacked her forehead hard enough to make a sharp noise. Don't tell me that idiot fell in love with you because of the clones. Seriously, was being attracted to redheads a genetic thing for Naruto? First, Sakura and now Tayuya. His first words to me yesterday were, I love you, but he insists he didn't mean to say that. Tayuya was caught off guard when the Hokage let out a bark of laughter. That Naruto has no tact. Tsunade sighed and her shoulders dropped slightly. She gave Tayuya a soft smile. In all honesty, this was mostly her fault for listening to Yamato in the first place. So, what are you going to do about it? Tayuya almost wished that Tsunade would just stay as the cold hard beach she was first introduced to. Not this whole, I want what's best for my grandson routine she seemed to be pulling. She hated this duplicity. She had enough of that sheet with Kabuto and Orochimaru. Naruto was different. He wore his emotions on his sleeve. There was no hidden layer in his words, no hidden meaning. He just said what he felt without thinking, which was how they had got to their current situation. Tayuya looked at Tsunade and gave a nasal sigh. He owes me dinner, so. Wait, why the hell does it matter anyway? I'm more or less free to do what I want now, aren't I? If it was that simple, I wouldn't say anything. Tsunade turned to look out of the window. But Naruto is a special kid, and for more than just the Kyuubi. He wants to become Hokage and has the stubbornness to do just that. And it wouldn't look good if he was dating somebody responsible for one of his predecessors' death. Tayuya finished for Tsunade. Look, I want to go where it would go with him, and I don't really give a shit about what other people think. It doesn't matter what you think. This is about Naruto. Tsunade's interruption shut Tayuya up quickly. Look, I'm not going to try and fight Naruto on this. Last time I fought with him about something, I ended up becoming Hokage. Tayuya raised an eyebrow. That sounded a bit unusual. So what are you saying, Granny? Don't you start with that? Tsunade ummed and looked back at Tayuya. The intimidating presence she had when she was the Hokage had long faded. She was just Tsunade now, a woman in desperate need for a drink. I'm trying to say that after you get your legs back, I will try to offer you a chance to redeem yourself, prove you are loyal to Konoha. Tayuya rolled her eyes. Really? You're going to offer me a chance to prove my loyalty to Konoha? Me, somebody that was being dished a life sentence no less than 3 days ago? It's an option, all right. Tsunade turned away from the window sharply. She had wasted too much time here. Still, she wasn't quite certain what to make of Tayuya. She dropped the chart onto Tayuya's lap and headed towards the door. Your surgery is tomorrow. We're expecting a few injured shinobi today, Naruto included. But I had them do some blood work on you. Tayuya waited for Tsunade to shut the door before she grabbed the chart. It was a few forms filled with a bunch of medical jargon she didn't understand as well as a bunch of notes. Then she found what she had been looking for. Her mouth went dry as she read the line. She had never had a family. She didn't even know who her parents were or where she came from for that matter. But this chart somehow did. Nearest living relative, Tsunade Senju, cousin, common ancestors, Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju. This is some kind of joke, right? Tayuya called out. She expected to see Orochimaru appear as she finally broke out of some weird experimental jutsu. This just couldn't be real. It wasn't possible. How the F could she be related to the first effing Hokage, of all people? That made her basically Konoha royalty, right? Being directly related to the first Hokage like that. Did Orochimaru know? There was just no way this could be true. If it was, how did she end up an orphan on the eastern coast of Fire Country? She read it again. Nearest living relative, Tsunade Senju, cousin, common ancestors, Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju. She had to blink slowly. Her right eye felt just the slightest bit faster than her left, and she couldn't focus on anything. Her head was spinning. She couldn't make sense of this. Of anything. With shaking hands, she put down the chart and reached for the only thing that made any sense right now. Her flute. Wait, her ancestor's flute. She was directly related to the woman who had used this flute to subdue and seal the Kyuubi. She ignored those thoughts and allowed the music to take her. She gripped the instrument lightly and closed her eyes. The melody poured out from her soul. It sounded like the flute itself was drunk, like the notes were played sideways, crooked, somehow arranging itself back into its own song that continued to twist and turn with each passing moment. No note was ever played the same, no tune was carried in the same way. The song exploded out of her. It was life. All of its ups and downs. All of its love, its hate, its uncertainty. Everything. XXXX. He woke to the soft sounds of Tayuya's music. His arm felt heavy. It felt like it was on fire. It was dark outside. Oh, that's right. Sakura had to put him under so she could start repairing his arm. At least he still beat Kakuzu. Still, his jutsu nearly tore his arm off when he used it. Naruto leapt from his bed thoughtlessly. Tayuya's flute was like a lighthouse light to him. Its low, soothing tone went straight to him and nobody else. As he opened his door, he briefly wondered what Sakura would do in the morning if he wasn't in his assigned bed. He followed the music through the hospital. The night staff were distracted by something. A genjutsu from Tayuya maybe? He went up the flight of stairs and around the corner to find her room. The music stopped without warning, and Naruto found himself able to think freely once more. Man, ita sikirita SCK at genjutsu. With a smile, Naruto opened the door and entered Tayuya's room. Her light was off, but the full moon outside her window illuminated her room in its soft gray light. Did you really cast a genjutsu just to get me to come to your room? Tayuya shrugged, a motion that sent her into a small roll. It looked recently washed. With her finger, she pointed towards the empty bucket and sponge near her nightstand. You missed out an hour or two ago and you could have given me a nice sponge bath. Naruto stepped into the room with a smile on his face. He shut the door tight behind him. Why would I want to do that? I'd be naked. That was actually a very good reason. There was a small pause as he sorted out his thoughts. I'll be there for the next one. Tayuya snorted and flopped down onto the pillow of her bed. Nah, I kind of like doing it myself. So, why'd you call me here? Naruto asked as he closed the gap to Tayuya's bedside. The moonlight only made her pale skin seem all the more beautiful and pristine, and brought out the rich red of her hair. He wanted to touch her. Tayuya just smiled and shrugged. Couldn't sleep, and you're the only person around here I can talk to. Naruto's smile only grew wider, and he sat down on the edge of her bed. Well, here I am. With a deep sigh, Tayuya fiddled with her flute for a moment. Apparently, the first Hokage is like my great-grandfather or something. That took a moment for Naruto to process. Wait, really? That's great, you know. It makes you like a princess, like Granny. You call me princess and I'll make you wear a dress. Tayuya glared at Naruto with a smile on his face. It was a dare, a challenge. Naruto gave a soft laugh. That look on Tayuya's face was just too cute. And how will you do that, princess? She wagged her flute at him with a toothy grin on her face. I'll put you under a genjutsu to make you think you're wearing your normal clothes. Probably wouldn't even be that hard if I start it before you wake up. For a while, the two just sat there smiling at each other. It was a smooth, comfortable silence. So that's what kept you up? Naruto asked with a yawn. There must still be some drags in his system as he was rather drowsy. Tayuya sighed and her smile faded. That wasn't all, she didn't want to sleep alone in a closed room again. She wanted somebody there. Anybody. When she slept in the hallway 2 nights ago there was an Umbu there, and last night she had Naruto right there with her. She didn't want to be alone again. It reminded her of her box. Sheet, just imagine suddenly finding out that you're related to a FANG Hokage. It's a lot to take in, you know. Naruto reached out and touched Tayuya's hair, giving it a long, slow pet. Did you find out anything about your parents? Tayuya snorted and swatted his hand away. No, my apparent cousin walks in, looks at the chart, hands it to me and says, your surgery is tomorrow, have fun with all this sudden emotional baggage I just dumped on you. Wait, cousin? Naruto asked in confusion. Yeah, Chesty McCamelons. The Hokage is my closest living relative. Yami. Related to 3 of a Hokage and I helped kill one. Tayuya flailed her arms wide and spoke in a loud whisper. Wait, who's the other Hokage you're related to? Tayuya's mouth dropped and she looked at Naruto like he grew a 3rd head. Holy sheet lover boy, do you really not know that the 2nd Hokage was the 1st Hokage's brother? Naruto's head shrunk down into his shoulders as he winced. Yeah, I'm not really good at history. Tayuya yawned into a smile. She was getting sleepy. Placing both hands on the mattress, she scooted over and opened up the covers for Naruto. Want to stay here with me tonight? She hated the way it sounded like she was begging him. Perhaps she could have told him instead of giving him the option. What if he said no? What would that mean? Where did these sudden fears come from? I was about to ask if I could, Naruto said with a large smile. He began to move into Tayuya's bed. But her hand stopped him. Hold on, there are no shirts allowed on this bed. Naruto raised an eyebrow and pointed a finger at Tayuya's shirt. Does that rule apply to you? His answer was Tayuya's shirt hitting him in the face. The hospital was never a place that Naruto would say he enjoyed waking up at. The rooms were cold, the air was stale, and the food was god-awful. Then there were the horrible needles. He hated those more than anything. But for once, Naruto was happy to wake up in the hospital. He felt her first. His right hand on the subtle curve of her hip, the tips of his fingers slid underneath her pants. She was nuzzled into his neck while her hands clutched the cast on his left hand on his chest. Tayuya was absolutely beautiful. There was a part of him that thought it was just some dream, that the last 3 days weren't real. Even now, as he physically felt her in his arms, it felt so surreal. She hummed when he dragged his fingers up along her slender waist. He liked the way she purred at his touch. 2 days ago when he said he loved her, he said it without thinking. The same could be said for now. The affection that came from his clones now paled to the affection that had grown just by talking with Tayuya. He felt a sudden upward curve of soft flesh and couldn't help but smile a little bit wider. He dragged his fingers along the curvature. It was slick and oh so slightly sweaty. They were perfect handful that were capped with lovely pink tips. He wondered if he had permission to grab them once again. He liked the way they felt. It was so soothing, just the raw texture of her smooth flesh, the weight in his hand, the intimacy. Melons are awesome. Just effing grab them, lover boy. Tayuya mumbled as she buried her head further into his shoulder. Her hot breath sent a chill down his spine. She had woken up when his hand first started moving and just wanted to enjoy the feeling of him exploring her. After years of isolation, the touch of another felt like heaven. Naruto did not need to be told twice. His hand wasted no time in moving up the smallest amount and sinking into her soft flesh. With a subtle squeeze, he marveled at their elasticity when it returned to its resting shape. He twisted his head and buried it into the tangled mess of red locks that were like a flame frozen in time. He found the top of her head and gave it a small kiss. "Good morning, princess, hey." Tayuya chomped down hard as soon as she heard that. Her teeth sank into Naruto's slightly salty neck. His muscles were firm and shook under her bite. She didn't know why, but she started to SCK on Naruto's flesh for a moment and liked the chunk inside her mouth. She separated and looked at her handiwork. Already it was a different color from his skin and lined with the indentations of her teeth. "I told you not to call me princess." Tayuya brushed the hair from her eyes and smiled up at Naruto. He had a pained look on his face with some kind of stupid smile. Almost like he... Tayuya's eyes went wide as she looked down at the covers to see the tent Naruto was pitching. With an open-mouth smile she looked back up at him. "Don't tell me you liked it?" What no?" Naruto desperately tried to avoid Tayuya's gaze. Her eyes were laughing at him. He gulped when he finally locked eyes with her. "Maybe. Is that a bad thing?" The sound of her laughter reverberated through his whole body. It sounded like a cackling demon trying to be an angel. Tayuya's eyes narrowed ever so slightly and a smile spread across her face. "If you're trying to get with me, it's a good thing." Tayuya didn't know what she was thinking or what she was doing. Her head began to somehow move on its own accord. Her lips on a collision course with his. She had marked him, that hickey she had put on his neck made him hers and hers alone. All she needed to do to seal the deal was kiss him. If she kissed him, he'd never leave. She rather liked that idea. She didn't want to be alone anymore. In the brief time between Tayuya's words and the way she began to move towards him, Naruto felt his heart drop into his stomach as imagery from when Sakura did the same thing years ago, and then back up into his throat when he returned to the present. With a gulp, his heart returned back to its normal position, though it was way too early in the morning for it to be beating this fast. He leaned forward, unable to close his eyes for even a second. He wanted to see his first time. Inches turned to centimeters. The distance was almost non-existent as he felt the ghost of her lips on his. They tingled slightly. The door suddenly slid open and there was a squeal. Both heads snapped around to see a pink-faced Shizune stand there, completely mortified. Shizune's eyes bolted to Naruto's bare chest, to Tayuya's exposed BRs, to the shirts haphazardly crumpled on the ground. I'm so sorry. What? That is. You shouldn't be. I should have. Maybe. Oh. Naruto brought up his bandaged hand and waved it at Shizune. He was rather disappointed she couldn't have stopped to tie her sandals or something. "Hey Shizune." Shizune's face slowly began to turn bright red as she looked at the two shirtless teens. They were so close. It was indecent. They were in the hospital. In all her years she had never walked in on somebody in the act. You shouldn't do that in the hospital. Aren't nurses supposed to knock anyways? Tayuya twisted herself so that her exposed chest directly faced Shizune. Naruto's hand refused to give up its spot. Tayuya watched as the woman turned away sharply, her face beet red. She was almost acting like Naruto when she first showed him her BRSS. "Wait, what's the big deal anyways? We didn't actually have a C. I want my legs for that." Shizune puffed up and attempted to block the view of Tayuya's BRSTS with her clipboard while still maintaining a fleeting eye contact. It was just so unexpected. She expected the girl to be asleep. Not sleeping with Naruto. Well, yes, but could you two cover up please? With Naruto's hands still on her BRST, Tayuya braced herself to attempt sitting up. Holy crap, wasn't this lady like a nurse or doctor or something? It was like she'd never seen a pair of melons before. She was that embarrassed by the intimacy. Wait, are you a virgin? Those words reduced Shizune to a blubbering 12-year-old as she flailed her arms around frantically with her eyes closed shut. What? What does that have to do with anything? What the hell is wrong with this village? It didn't make any sense to Tayuya. Literally every adult she met had been a virgin. The only one that looked like he got any action was Casper because it was so easy to picture him taking it up the up. Naruto, is Cyclopes-sensei around her age? Naruto blinked at the sudden question. I think so. I don't really know how old Kakashi-sensei and Shizune are. How do you not know your own sensei's age? Tayuya turned away from the incredibly flustered Shizune. I never asked, I don't even know how old Granny is. Just that she's old. Naruto admitted he knew that Tsunade was as old as Jiraiya and Jiraiya was like over 50. He might have actually been told and forgot. Then it hit him. Wait, how old are you? The question caught Tayuya off guard for a second. She had to mentally add 3 to her age for how long she was in the prison. I don't like 17 or something, you? I turned 16 in October. Naruto proclaimed loudly. But wait, why'd you want to know Kakashi's age? Tayuya shrugged. I don't know, I just know that they both look like they need to have SEC before they die. So I don't know, push them into each other. It had seemed like a great idea until she came to the conclusion that it wasn't any of her business. Please, get dressed. Shizune squealed and shut the door. I'll be back in 5 minutes. The second that the door shut, a smile crept onto Naruto's face. He grabbed Tayuya's chin to turn her towards him. He leaned forward, staring into her brown eyes that held so much fire in them. He was stopped short as Tayuya placed her finger over his mouth. What do you think you're doing, lover boy? Naruto gently pressed his face further into Tayuya's finger and her smile grew wider. He was confused. They were about to kiss before Shizune interrupted them. How would it be different now? Kiss you? Tayuya's smile shifted into a smirk. She had no reason to deny him outside of the simple pleasure in it. Sorry, you missed your chance. But Shizune barged in and we were about to anyway. Naruto whined, flailing his cast-bound arm around. His right hand had yet to leave her chest. Kiss faster next time. Tayuya smiled and pulled the cover off of them as best she could. She looked down at her broken and useless legs. They were thin and gaunt from disuse. She wanted to feel the grass beneath her feet, to dip them into a cold stream and feel her muscles burn from a good workout. She smiled at Naruto and pictured him rubbing her feet. He could easily rub both with his shadow clones. Come to think of it, her back could use a good rub. Naturally, he'd also have a clone to rub her butt. Though maybe that last one wouldn't be a clone. Naruto was like the Swiss Army knife of boy toys. Alright, now get your butt out of bed and hand me my shirt. Naruto grumbled and got out of Tayuya's bed. He slowly handed Taouya her shirt to memorize the detail of her chest one more time. It was hard to be upset. He did get to grab a melons all night. Why did you want me out of your bed so bad? Her smirk never faded as Taouya put on her shirt. I want my legs back, and you remember what I said when I got my legs back? She gave Naruto a not-so-subtle wink. The gears in Naruto's head slowly turned. He went through every memory he had of Tayuya in order to find out what she was talking about. It seemed rather, It hit him like a rock. Naruto wasted no time in putting on his t-shirt. I'll go get Shizune. The last thing Naruto heard as he ran out the door was Tayuya's cackle of laughter. Tayuya had been in the operation room for nearly an hour and Naruto lacked the ability to sit still. It wasn't that he was nervous. Tsunade and Sakura were in there, so Tayuya was in most capable hands in the whole world when it came to medical stuff. He was excited. Not because of the section. A little bit because of the section. But mostly he was just excited for Tayuya. He could feel her desire when she talked or looked at her legs. It was the same kind of excitement one got when a friend got a present and you wanted to see them open it. Dickless, You should sit down before Hag comes out and hits you again. Sai spoke up after watching Naruto for 20 minutes. She hasn't hit me today. Naruto folded his arms in protest but stopped walking. Why are you even here, Sai? Sai looked down at his sketchbook and began to draw on it once more. I read in a book that a friend should be there when a friend is in the hospital. Thanks, but I'm fine now, well, mostly. Naruto waved his bandaged hand at Sai as though to say hello. He was honestly flattered that Sai would come to the hospital for him. Especially since Naruto wouldn't step near the hospital unless he was a patient. Sai looked up at Naruto and smiled innocently. I'm not here for you. Then who the hell are you here for? Naruto's sense of flattery was instantly swept up into an angry rage at how easily Sai said that. Sai twisted his notebook to show Naruto the picture of Tayuya he had been drawing. I'm here to see Rotten Tomato. I also wanted to ask her if she had any tips for giving people nicknames. Hers seemed to be rather popular. Naruto had to bite down the urge to tell Sai to stay the hell away from Tayuya. This was the same feeling he got whenever Sakura flaunted over Sasuke and ignored him. Jealousy. I don't think she gives nicknames to make friends, Sai. This confused Sai. Then why would she give so many of them? I think she just likes to insult people. Tayuya seemed to just enjoy spewing profanities. It was just a part of who she was. Naruto didn't really mind it that much. He thought it was, adorable wasn't the right word. It was just a part of what made Tayuya Tayuya. I see. Sai looked back down towards his sketch pad and continued his sketch. Silence fell over the two, and after a minute, Naruto resumed his pacing. At long last, the doors to the room opened up and Tsunade walked out with a smile on her face. Alright, brat, get in here. Naruto wasted no time in entering the room. Taouya sat upright on the bed, her legs dangling off its side. She had the biggest smile on her face as she kicked them slowly. Shizune kneeled in front of her and was examining Tayuya's legs carefully. Sakura stood off to the corner, cleaning up some medical junk and putting various things away. So, can I try standing, doc? Tayuya bit her bottom lip in excitement. For 3 long years she had missed being able to stand. It didn't matter if it would be a while before she could do things like walking. Once again, Shizune went over Tayuya's legs with a pale green glow on her hands. Satisfied, she nodded up to Tayuya. Not on your own, but with some assistance certainly. Hey lover boy, get over here and help me stand. She didn't need to actually call him over. He was already making his way towards her. Still, her words made him pick up his pace that little bit. Sakura heard the nickname and her scowl deepened. She had protested healing Tayuya's legs, but in the end, Tsunade had told her that this surgery was going to be done with or without her. She agreed to do it only because of Tsunade. She turned to glare at Taouya as Naruto helped the girl slowly stand up for the first time. It wasn't fair. First Tayuya stole Sasuke away, and now she's going to steal Naruto away from her too. Her Team 7, her family, was being broken apart by this stupid wear. The instrument Sakura had in her hand was now warped beyond recognition. Tayuya gasped in delight when her bare foot hit the cold ground. Then the other one. She was standing. Most of her weight was being supported by Naruto, but both of her feet were on the ground. She had to resist the urge to squeal in delight. She had to look up at Naruto. Wait, why was he so tall? You're tall? Tayuya took her first look around the room with Naruto's support. He was taller than her. A good 4 inches taller. Shizune was taller than that. Pinky was just barely shorter than Naruto. Even Chesty McTits, who was weighed down by her mighty udders, was taller than her. Why the hell did nobody tell me I was short? You're short. Naruto chuckled at her side. He relished the squinting glare and pout Tayuya gave him. He considered it good payment for denying him that kiss earlier. There was something about the way her nose crinkled that just made her look so cute. They were flirting. Actually flirting. Naruto was literally flirting with their enemy. Sakura couldn't take it anymore. She had to do something and separate Naruto from Tayuya before she lost him too. She tried her best to appear calm and not stomp her feet when she walked over to Naruto. Hey Naruto, would you like to go out for ramen? Yeah. That sounds great. What do you think, Tayuya? I do owe you food after all. Naruto's eagerness grew tenfold at the idea of eating ramen. It had been like 5 days since he'd had it. That was almost a week. Oh, and now he could show Taouya the glory of ramen. Naruto, I meant as a date, Sakura said firmly. Her fists were balled into fists at her sides and she was having a hard time not shaking. Shizen took that as her cue to leave and promptly exited the room. She did not want to be present for the drama that was about to take place. The ability to respond was lost to Naruto as he desperately tried to figure out what exactly was happening. Sakura, the girl he had had a crush on, had just asked him out on a date. He wanted to say yes. But at the same time, he wanted to spend more time with Tayuya. He liked Tayuya, he liked her a lot. Well, the thing is, he muttered. Tayuya, who Naruto was still helping up, let her weight drop and she fell into Naruto's arms and stuck her tongue out at Pinky. She knew exactly what Pinky was thinking. She was trying to take away Naruto from her. Unfortunately for Pinky, Tayuya hated to lose and was not above fighting dirty. It's me or her, Naruto, Sakura shouted with finality. Her fists were clenched tight and her knuckles were white. Sakura had never wanted to punch somebody as much as she did now. Even more than when Sai insulted Sasuke. The F kind of thing to say is that? Tayuya shouted from her slouched position against Naruto's chest. Like holy F, Pinky, are you constantly PMSing or are you just that big of a effing beach? Shut up, shrimp. Sakura shot back. Tears began to stream down Sakura's face and she bit her lip hard enough that blood began to flow out of it. You took away Sasuke, and now you're trying to take Naruto away from me. I can't take it anymore, I have to stop it. Holy F dash, you're all kinds of selfish, aren't ya? Tayuya snapped back. Hell, if I was Sasuke I'd leave just. Stop it. Naruto shouted finally. He gently pushed Tayuya down to the bed and stood between the two girls. Both of you just stop, why can't you be friends? She's an enemy, Sakura said firmly. I don't get along with other beaches. Tayuya grunted as she sat up on her own. Naruto looked between the two girls with a pleading look. You're both important to me, can you please at least try to get along? Tayuya flopped back onto the bed and closed her eyes in frustration. It was a lot easier when it was just her and Naruto. Other people complicated things. And she never was much of a social butterfly to begin with. Why is she important to you anyways, Naruto? Sakura asked. Her voice was strained with anger, although her tears stopped. Well, that is. Naruto didn't quite know what to say to Sakura without making Sakura mad at him. Or Tayuya for that matter. What on earth was she to him? Tayuya pointed in Naruto's vague direction without looking at him. Since Loverboy is sheet with words, just look at the left of his neck. I did that. Both Naruto and Sakura turned to examine his neck. There was a slightly red mark with little teeth indentation around it. The two teens blushed, Sakura at the implication and Naruto at being caught. All right, Pinky, listen up. Tayuya shouted from her prone position. It was easier to swallow her pride laying down somehow. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about Sasuke. Believe it or not, I tried to warn him. I told him the cost of Orochimaru's power. Freedom. I've been a prisoner my whole life, if not to this village then to Orochimaru. What I'm trying to say is that I've made a lot of mistakes. I have a ton of them. So I'm sorry. Or some sheet. At some point a traitorous tear slid out of her eye. She was so close to being free and able to live her life how she wanted it. Not by how she had to live it. The doors swung open and Tsunade walked back in. Sakura wiped away the last few remaining tears that stained her cheeks. Tayuya had seemed so sincere. And there was the way that Naruto looked at and held Tayuya. It was how she always wanted Sasuke to look and hold her. Fine, I'll accept your apology, shorty. Ah, good, you two are friends now. Tsunade clapped her hand happily against a clipboard she had in her hand. With a lack of grace, she handed Sakura the clipboard. Sakura, you're going to be Tayuya's physical therapist and caretaker. Sakura examined the clipboard in bewilderment. This was probably the most responsibility Tsunade had given her at one time. Part of her filled with pride. But at the same time, she may have accepted Tayuya, but she was still unsure about the redhead. Why me? Because I trust you. Those words would be on repeat in Sakura's mind for the next month. Mostly whenever she wanted to murder Tayuya. Tayuya sat up to look her cousin in the chest. And then in the eyes. So how long until I'm able to walk on my own? That depends on how much work you put into it. Tsunade gave a half-hearted shrug then turned to leave. Well, I'm done being a doctor today, you kids have fun, I have to go be the Hokage now. Naruto bit his lip and looked between the two girls in anticipation. So, ramen? XXXX. We're halfway there. Just let me carry you the rest of the way. Naruto whined. Taouya was using him as a crutch as they slowly made their way to the ramen stand. A 10-minute leisurely walk had taken them 45 minutes. And they were barely halfway there. Tayuya stopped to look up at Naruto and gave him a harsh glare. Sweat had begun to form on her brow. Her legs were on fire. 3 years of disuse had left them with nearly no strength. But she had them back. They were slow and weak, but they were hers. I just got my legs back. I'm going to use them. If you want to get your ramen right now, then just effing go, I'll walk on my own. Naruto whined in protest but remained with Tayuya. I'm not going to abandon you. Don't say shit like that like I'm about to fall off a FNG cliff. Tayuya snorted and focused on walking forward once more. It felt so nice to be able to feel them again, from the soft, fluffy texture of her socks to the resistance of her shorts. It was all fantastic. It still hurt, a lot. But it was a good hurt. Sakura sighed at the two. She couldn't help but feel the slightest bit jealous over the situation. She missed it when Naruto would fawn over her like that, and it hadn't even been a week since he last tried to ask her out. Tayuya was right, she was the worst possible kind of beach. Still, she had a job to do. Tayuya, how are your legs feelings? Like I haven't used them in 3 years and everything burns. Tayuya didn't look at Sakura when she said that. There was a pebble on the path and she wanted to try and kick it. The motion appeared to be a bad move, as not only did she miss but she overshot and it sent her off balance. She nearly made Naruto fall on top of her. Sheet F dash. Alright, that's enough walking for right now. Sakura's inner medic took over and she was at Tayuya's side in an instant. To be fair, you made it further than most people through sheer stubbornness. Tayuya smirked at the indirect compliment. She prided herself on being stubborn, it just felt natural to her. Alright, lover boy, you heard Pinky, but I swear to God, if you pick me up like a sack of potatoes or like I'm a princess, I'll bust your head in. Naruto wasted no time in sweeping Tayuya off her feet. He had one arm underneath her knees and one behind her shoulders. Bridal style. He smiled down at her. But you are a princess. I told you to stop calling me that. Tayuya bopped Naruto on the nose with her flute like he was a dog that wouldn't sit. I think it's a fitting nickname. Sai said as he calmly turned another page in the book. He was reading. He calls you that because you're rude and swear a lot, which is the opposite of how a princess should act. Naruto let out a soft chuckle despite his now slightly sore nose. No, I call her princess because she's is one. Sakura raised an eyebrow at that. What do you mean? With another bop on Naruto's nose, Tayuya turned to look at Sakura. She felt more undignified being carried like this than she did in the wheelchair. But she was never going to ride in that thing again. The bimbo found out that I'm related to the first Hokage. That revelation was eye-opening to Sakura. It explained why Tsunade was so willing to perform the surgery on Tayuya. They were related. Then how come you were? I don't know and I don't want to talk about it. Tayuya snapped sharply. It was pissing her off. She knew who her great-FING grandparents were, but other than that she has 3 FING grandparents to choose from. It was the smell that hit Tayuya first. Years of having only the disgusting gray slop they called prison food, the food pills Yamato had given her, Sakura's horrible food pill, and then the shitty cardboard imitation of a sponge that was hospital food had left her wanting. Her mouth instantly started to water at the slightly salty smell of ramen. She allowed Naruto to sit her down on a stool as though she was in a trance. She could practically taste it in the air. It was like an invisible fog of flavor. And it was awesome. And for you? The brown-haired waitress asked her. Tayuya snapped out of her thought process and examined the menu. She didn't know it all seemed like gibberish. I'll have what Naruto's having? It was more of a question than an answer. Taouya watched in eager anticipation as bowl after bowl got placed in front of Sai, then Sakura. She looked up to see Naruto with a goofy open-mouth smile and a bit of drool coming out from his mouth. Her look was no more dignified than his. Naruto's mouth was watering by the time he got his bowl. A miso ramen with an extra slice of pork. There was just something about this meal. It was Irika's favorite as well. It reminded him of every time Irika took him here to eat. He was about to dig in when he remembered that he was right-handed. And his right hand was bandaged. Taouya, can you Naruto had to stop when he saw the desperate look in Tayuya's eyes. She wanted his ramen. How could he ask her to feed him when she herself was just as hungry if not more so than he was? But at the same time, it was his ramen. With great effort Naruto pushed his bowl towards Taouya. Here, you have mine, but you have to help me eat afterwards. Tears swelled up in her eyes as she looked at the bowl of ramen before her. In that moment it felt like the nicest thing anybody has ever for her. I'll help you masturbate too. The stall went quiet at that proclamation. For a moment the only sound was Taouya happily slurping up the bowl Naruto had passed her. Flavor. Raw, pure flavor assaulted Taiyuya's mouth for the first time in years. It surpassed every other meal she had ever eaten. It was the food of real people. Not the sheet they give prisoners. Not that sheet that Orochimaru insisted on feeding them. It was amazing. The texture too, the way the noodles meshed with the broth to make a slightly slimy masterpiece that slid effortlessly down her throat. The pork, a tender cutlet that seemed to melt in her mouth, exploding with extra flavor that clashed against the saltiness of the broth in a brilliant way combined with several of the sweet vegetables. It was perfection in a bowl. In the blink of an eye Taouya looked down to see the bowl was empty. Her stomach was still yelling at her for more. She looked up at the waitress. Can I have another bowl? Sure. I am questioned. I think you might have Naruto beat for fastest I've seen a bowl eaten. Naruto's mouth hung open in utter amazement. He had never seen another person eat ramen as fast as he did. It was kind of hot, and the fact that it was Taouya only added onto it. He had a girlfriend, what the hell were they again? That liked ramen as much as he did. I think I'm in love. Sakura shot noodles out of her mouth. You already said that, lover boy. Taouya said proudly. That bowl of ramen had hit her in just the right spot. She could feel its weight settling in her stomach. She wanted at least one more bowl. Maybe 3. The bowl got placed in front of Naruto and Taouya upheld her part of the bargain. The goofy look on Naruto's face as she fed him told her all she needed to know about the situation. He was loving it. And then something happened. A fading tingle in the back of her neck. She could feel it right where the seal was. She dropped the chopsticks and her hand flew to the seal. Taouya? Naruto asked with a mouth full of ramen. Taouya looked up in complete disbelief. I think Orochimaru is dead. Music flowed through Taouya. It was such a natural thing. The sharp tones, the soothing melodies that echoed from her flute made her feel so much better. It felt like she could walk better while playing than she could otherwise. She made another lap around the hospital. The 8th one that day, and from the looks of things she wasn't going to be done anytime soon. Not that there was anything else to do. Loverboy had gone off to capture Uchiha Itachi once his location was learned and Orochimaru's death was verified. Pinky had gone too, and left instructions of her physical therapy, which basically was summarized as walk. This left her bored in a hospital filled with sick, dying people and doctors. Seriously, hospitals SGD. They were just so depressing. Which is why she'd been playing her flute around the building to make it less sheet. Her mind wandered once more to her loverboy. 3 days, and she hadn't seen head or tails of him. It was harder to sleep at night alone in a room, but she didn't trust anybody enough to tell them. So she just walked along and played the flute. Not that walking wasn't hard. She was going faster each and every day. She could keep a normal pace now. But running was another story, and sadly she'd have to wait for Pinky to get back before she could do any kind of weight training. Tsunade strode out from the hospital with her long quick strides, and made a beeline towards the girl. She was performing a delicate operation and something had happened. It was just the slightest fluctuation in chakra, but she felt it. "Hey brat, get over here." "What's up, cousin?" Taouya asked with a small lull in her cadence. She was still annoyed that the woman hadn't provided her any clue on who her grandparents were. Like, would it be so hard to set a flunky to the cabinets? Hell, she could probably do it with a goddamn history book. "Follow me." Tsunade didn't wait for Tayuya to respond and started to walk back into the building. She had a theory to test. Tayuya grunted, attempting to match the pace that Tsunade had set. "Is it time for my checkup or something? When you play my grandmother's flute, do you feel it draining your chakra at all?" The doors flung open wide and Tsunade didn't even look back as she spoke. She was still getting used to the fact that Mito was Tayuya's great-grandmother or something along those lines. It felt so weird to have blood family again. Taouya shifted the flute from one hand to the next and caught one of the doors before it swung back onto her. She could feel its draw a lot when she first used it, and especially when she was trying to suppress the Kyuubi. At first it was all the time, but now it's just when I want to do something with it. "And were you doing something with it just now?" Tsunade asked and rounded a corner to another set of doors that she flung open as well. The operating room was silent and the patient was still unconscious. "No, I wasn't. Can you and your meatbags get to the FNG point?" Tayuya snapped when she entered the room. Tsunade rounded on her and Tayuya instantly regretted her outburst. Once more, Tayuya hated the fact that she was so short. Everybody was taller than her or a kid. Even some of the kids were taller than her. Tsunade gave a low growl that turned into a sigh towards the end. "Patients have been recovering faster since you started to stay in this hospital. I think it might have something to do with that flute, so quit being a smart butt and play the flute before I play you like a flute." Music began to flow out of Tayuya like water out of a fountain. It sputtered and bubbled as she went from note to decide what exactly to play. The rapid chirps of her music mirrored her mild state of panic. She did not want to test Tsunade's threat. It slowly turned into a chaotic harmony as the acoustics of the room had the tune echoing into itself. It took Tayuya only a moment to adjust to the sound before she added in the echo to the melody. Each new sound reverberated with the last in a one-woman symphony. Content with the music, Tsunade walked over to the patient and examined them. Their wound was closing. It was far slower than any medical jutsu, but it somehow seemed to be the body's natural healing ability taken into overdrive. Without a second thought, Tsunade took a scalpel from a nearby tray and sliced it slowly along the palm of her hand. Hot red blood leaked slowly out of it. And ever so slowly, the wound began to close. It wasn't fast enough to stop the bleeding immediately, but the wound would likely close before the blood would coagulate. Tsunade examined her patient once more and monitored them directly. With her medical jutsu, she was able to determine that even their vitals were improving. She looked towards Tayuya and smiled. "Are you certain you're not putting any chakra into that?" Tayuya stopped playing and shrugged. She had forgotten to pay attention to that. If anything, she felt better after having played her flute. Almost like she had extra energy. "I don't think so. Why? What happened?" Tsunade walked over to Tayuya and moved to touch Mito's flute. The flute thrummed and the seals etched into it flared too, and just as they did, it burned at the touch. Tsunade hissed and drew her hand away. "I think that flute can do more than just soothe the Kyuubi." Tayuya looked at her flute in curiosity. She hadn't really thought much about it. As soon as it fell into her hands, it had become her flute. She could cast genjutsu out of it easily enough, though it manifested differently than before, and when she cast a wind jutsu out of it, it was more powerful as well despite her being 3 years out of practice. "What do you think it can do?" "That's for you to find out, I suppose." Tsunade shrugged and went back to her procedure. "Oh, and come by my office in an hour or so." XXXX. Whoever the F designed this place is a jackass. Stairs SED. She could barely lift her leg high enough to clear a single step, and it made her muscles scream in terror. She knew the great and powerful Hokage could hear her. Hell, those giant udders probably caught sound better than her ears did. Tayuya braced against the wall and simply trudged along. A normal person would have given up after the first flight. But Tayuya's stubbornness streak ran deep into her being. She hated losing and she wasn't about to lose to her legs anytime soon. With another groan of pain, Taouya ascended the step. Only 5 more to go. Man, do you have to be so loud? Taouya's eyes snapped upwards to the tall, twiggy man that yawned out like she had just woken up him from his afternoon nap. She recognized the lazy tone of the voice that sounded like it was almost too much effort to breath. You, Taouya growled. She took another step and another. Her muscles screamed in pain, but her anger screamed back louder. This was the motherfucker that took her legs in the first place. Shikamaru took a long hard look at Taouya and lit his cigarette. Who let you out of jail? Taouya smiled and took another step. Why the F did this F have to grow so goddamn tall? It was going to be difficult to kick his butt. She'd have to push him down the stairs first so that she could just stomp on it. Chesty McMellons, now hold the F still so I can kick your butt? Nah. Shikamaru shrugged and simply began to walk past Taouya on the stairs. He beat this woman once, and she was out of the realm of his problem. Hey wait. You bastard. Taouya flailed when Shikamaru walked past her. In a failed attempt to kick him but she swung her leg wide. With her balance caught off guard, Taouya fell backward, her butt landing on the final step up. Shikamaru sighed. If his mother found out that he didn't help an injured girl up, she'd yell at him. In a motion that was one drawn-out sigh, Shikamaru turned to offer Taouya a hand up. Troublesome women, come find me when you can walk upstairs without falling over. I'll play you in a game of shogi. Taouya was torn between taking the hand and spitting in the BSDRD's face. The pain in her legs forced her to choose the former. It was embarrassing how easily he picked her up with one arm. Why the f was she so small? What? About your girlfriend? I got a bone to pick with her too. Temari? She's not my girlfriend. He couldn't hide the blush that appeared on his face well enough for Taouya not to notice. Oh whatever, Slim Shady, you nearly came in your pants when she showed up to save you. That or you said yourself. Taouya smiled in victory when Shikamaru rolled his eyes and walked away. A verbal but kicking would do for now. Now all she had to do was learn to play shogi and beat the BSTRD at that. After a few more steps, Taouya found herself in front of the door to the Hokage's office. She wanted to kick it down, she wanted to kick every door down. Mostly she just wanted to kick, but a large part of her just hated doors at this point. She hated being inside in general. Taouya blew the hair out of her face and pushed the door open. It creaked loudly for a second before it eased into the room. Tsunade sat behind a desk glaring at several stacks of papers like she could scare them off. You wanted to see me? Tsunade's glare softened for a moment before she smiled at Taouya. I had some genin do a bit of digging, and I found what I could about who your grandfather was. Uncertainty filled Taouya at that. She was making progress on a question that she had never bothered to ask and never wanted the answer to. Who her family was and why she was alone. In a way, it scared her. It was still weird to consider Tsunade her cousin, even weirder to consider that she was related to the first Hokage. His name was Daiken Senju, my uncle and the only one of my grandfather's sons to not die during the Second Shinobi War. Before the war broke out, he went to the village hidden in the whirlpool. Tsunade grabbed a folder that looked to have nearly nothing inside of it. Sadly, after that, we know next to nothing. Any records of him or his family were lost to us when the Yuzu was lost. With a shaky hand, Taouya took the file. It was as light as it looked but was surprisingly heavy. A part of her past was inside that folder. Did she even want to know? No, not really. There was one pressing matter she wanted to address. What about Naruto? There's not some chance I'm going to end up eating my brother, is there? Tsunade choked on her spit at Taiyuya's brashness. In an odd way she was happy for them. But mostly she was suspicious of Taiyuya's motives. I shouldn't be shocked by that statement after you nearly gave Shizen a heart attack. But no, the Uzumaki was a big clan. Naruto's no more related to me than he is to you. A wave of relief washed over Taouya at that knowledge. Adding NCST to her list of sins was not something she wanted to do. So who in the F were his parents then? Don't you take that tone of voice with me. Tsunade slammed hands down on the desk, making the room jump. The door opened and in walked Jiraiya, a full head higher than either of the two girls. He barely spared Tayuya a single glance. Hey Tsunade, want to go get a drink? You idiot, I'm the Hokage, I have ninja on missions, there's no way I can go out and get a drink right now. Tayuya stared blankly at Tsunade while the woman walked around the desk to get her overcoat. You say that, but why are you getting ready to leave? Jiraiya laughed loudly and walked over to Tayuya and ruffled her hair as though she was a child. What do you say you join us, Red? I've got no problems drinking with another pretty lady. I'm not old enough, you perverted F-, and if I'm going to get drunk it's not going to be with two old sheets like you, Tayuya growled and slapped away Jiraiya's arm. These two did not seem like fun drinking buddies. It'd probably be the old person depressing drunk. If she wanted to get drunk she'd do it with somebody fun, like Naruto. Tsunade rolled her eyes and made for the door. Jiraiya, stop flirting with your student's girlfriend. Again. Jiraiya's eyes lit up at that. Oh, so you're the Tayuya that wormed her way into Naruto's heart. He couldn't stop talking about you when I last saw him. Something about being incredibly hot and amazing with the flute. Despite herself, a blush formed on Tayuya's face. Yeah, well, whatever, don't expect me to return the favor, Loverboy is dumber than a rock. Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh and grabbed Tayuya by both shoulders. He held a steady gaze for a moment. He knew about her past and who she was, but Naruto trusted her, and he owed the brat that much at least. Take good care of him, will ya? Tayuya was left to wonder why those words sounded like a final request. XXXX. Daikin Senju. Tayuya read the file name for the umpteenth time. She'd had the file for 5 days, and all she had done was glare at the name. Part of her knew she was being silly. It was highly unlikely that her grandfather would even be that big of a deal, and it probably wasn't his fault that she had grown up an orphan and ended up in Orochimaru's control. Her hand went to the seal. It was odd Orochimaru was dead. He was such an overwhelming force in her life, always there, watching, judging. Progress and strength were everything to him. If you didn't advance, if you weren't strong, you were left behind. And now, just like that, he was gone. Mostly. She could still feel part of his taint stained on her. No amount of scrubbing would remove that mark from her life. Daikin Senju. The name represented what Tayuya hated. She hated the thought of what if. It made her think about what her life could have been like if she had been born and raised in Konoha. She'd have met Naruto sooner, she wouldn't have the curse mark. Everything would be so perfect. And it set her the F off. She preferred the here and the now. Worrying about what could have been was for the dead. With a muffled scream, Tayuya grabbed her flute and headed out. Naruto had returned yesterday, and she felt like eating D for lunch. XXXX. Walking upstairs was no longer a problem. When she found out that playing her flute somehow heightened her recovery rate, Tayuya doubled her playtime. She still couldn't run very far and she could barely carry more than an extra 30 pounds. But now that Pinky was back, Tayuya was cleared for weight training. She aimed to be Shinobi ready as soon as possible. Naruto's apartment stuck out like a sore thumb, like it was some kind of welt growing out of the top of another building. It was all on its own and looked like crap. Tayuya liked it. With a loud, obnoxious knock, Tayuya pounded on Naruto's door. Hey Loverboy, open the F up. Tayuya. Naruto's voice was followed by a cacophony of crashes and bangs that sounded out of place in the home of a ninja. Even the loud, obnoxious kind that wore orange. The lock turned and Naruto threw the door open. I was going to come see you soon. Tayuya rolled her eyes and smiled. Geez, you're like a lost dog. You act like this is the first time a girl has come to your house. Naruto only smiled wider and moved to let Tayuya into his apartment. Well, it's the first time you've come here and it's kind of a mess. But welcome to my home. It was dirty. There was clothing on almost every piece of furniture and empty noodle cups littered the floor. It was a fair stretch from the emptiness of the jail, the cleanliness of the hospital, the depression of Orochimaru's lair. It felt lived in, homey, comfortable, warm, inviting. Tayuya liked it. She walked in and noted a key hanging on a post near the door. She grabbed it and dangled it in front of Naruto. Spare key. Naruto blinked in confusion for a second. Yeah. My key, Tayuya corrected and strutted further into Naruto's apartment. There was a constant scent of mildew and ramen that fluttered about in a warm, welcoming way. The entranceway tripled, giving way to an open kitchen and a dining area with a large buzzing refrigerator and an electric rice cooker. A lot better than the cot in sound. Naruto just smiled and shrugged. He was quite happy to see Tayuya again. It would be good to get his mind off of Sasuke and Itachi. He closed the slowly and followed Tayuya as she explored his apartment. So, how are your legs? Settle down, lover boy, I haven't forgotten what I said. Tayuya smiled and she opened the door to Naruto's bathroom. It was oddly clean, save a few pieces of clothing scattered near the shower and laundry basket. A blush crossed Naruto's face quickly. I wasn't thinking about that. I was just wondering, you seem to be walking much better now is all. Tayuya smiled and opened the door to Naruto's bedroom. It was fairly clean, only a few pieces of clothing were scattered about and a mission pack lay scattered on top of a small table that sat in front of a small TV. Really? That's a shame because I was. There was something in the way she spoke that made Naruto freeze like he was in trouble. His heart pounded faster and faster as Tayuya's sharp brown eyes gazed at him like a hungry predator. I mean aren't you? I mean. That is, A finger to his lips silenced Naruto quickly. She smiled playfully up at him. Relax, lover boy, I might be walking but that's not happening today. It still hurts to run and if we're going to then we're going to do it right, got that? Loud and clear. Naruto replied happily. He really wanted to do that with her. Then suddenly, he was pressed against the wall. Tayuya had her hands on either side of him, and she looked up at him with a ravenous growing hunger. Tayuya liked her lips slowly as she gazed up at Naruto. She wasn't sure what it was about him, but there was a raw attraction to him. She wanted him to want her more than he wanted to breathe. Where's my flute? It's right there on your waist. Naruto pointed to the ornate flute that dangled by Tayuya's side. He shivered when Tayuya leaned forward onto her toes and moved towards his ears. Her breath made his spine tingle. Not that flute, pay attention this time, Tayuya whispered lowly into Naruto's ear. She spoke each word slowly and her hand drifted down Naruto's side. Where's my flute? Naruto's eyes went wide when Tayuya grabbed his pages. It throbbed to life at her touch. He groaned when she gave him a light pump through his pants. I think you found it. So I did, now to make you sing. Tayuya maneuvered Naruto to sit down on his bed and pulled a pillow off of it, placing it purposefully onto the ground. Her shirt flew off as she kneeled down onto the pillow. Instantly Naruto's eyes were fixated onto her BRSS. You're beautiful. Naruto mumbled. He couldn't move his arms. Tayuya was in complete control. Really? I haven't even started yet and you're already saying shit like that. Tayuya snorted at the compliment and grabbed at Naruto's pants and boxers. With a tug, she pulled them down. His irked member sprang to life in all its glory. She had felt it several times, but now she could actually see it in all of its glory. Tayuya liked it, she liked it a lot. It had a heavy musky smell that caused Tayuya to squirm ever so slightly. She inched towards it slowly, her eyes locked with Naruto's. She grabbed it and began to lick from the base upwards. He groaned and roiled with every motion as she felt his hot man meat up and down. It had a salty, sweaty taste to it that lit a burning fire low in Tayuya's stomach. That's Dadahu. Naruto's eyes fluttered in delight as he started to. His hands balled into fists as Tayuya slowly liked every inch of his pages. It was nothing like masturbating, the pleasure was unreal. His leg began to shake when her warm, wet tongue began to circle his tip. Fu, Naruto groaned out and slammed his head back onto the bed. He had no control over anything right now. His brain had gone on vacation and his pee-pee had taken over. And then he felt it. Tayuya's teeth grazed along the as she took him in. His head lurched up and he looked into Tayuya's eyes. If she didn't have Naruto's pee-pee punching her tonsil, Tayuya would have smiled at the look in Naruto's eyes. They sparkled with pure, unadulterated lust. And the noises that Naruto made at her every action were music to her ears. She kept her eyes locked onto his as she oh so slowly began to move back up. Taouya. Naruto's mind went blank and his eyes rolled to the side. Nobody had ever touched him like that before. It was so bizarre, so amazing. Goosebumps covered his arms and his hairs stood on end. Up and down, Tayuya repeated the motion over and over. Every action she took, she got a new reaction from Naruto, and the deeper his grunts, the more Tayuya was turned on. She couldn't wait for her legs to be up to the task. She wanted to hear those grunts and duns as he pounded her up against a wall. It was important to have goals in life. Without warning, Naruto lurched forward once again, locking eyes with Tayuya as she continued to SCK his pee-pee in a slow rhythmic motion. His hands went to her shoulders. I'm Yua. Hot semen exploded into Tayuya's mouth as Naruto began to convulse gently. Each spasm poured more and more into her mouth. It was rather sweet and tangy, with a hint of salt mixed in. In an odd way, Tayuya actually liked the taste of it. It was far better than the hospital food. She SCD, trying to get every last drop of it. Nothing more entered her mouth. Tayuya removed Naruto's pee-pee from her mouth and swallowed his entire load. She then looked at him and smiled brightly. Consider that a thank you for the ramen. Naruto's still hard detwitched and a second torrent of jizz shot out of it, hitting Tayuya in the face. Another landed in her hair and a third crashed onto her chin and slid down her BRs. Really, lover boy? Tayuya chuckled and wiped a bit of Naruto's sperm out of her eye. Her eyes were drawn to Naruto's still hard pages. It stood tall and proud, ready for more. A challenge for another time. Naruto laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry? Tayuya bounced up onto her feet, allowing her assets to jiggle freely in front of Naruto. Well, whatever, now let's clean up and go out to eat something. Oh, you can use my shower first if you want, that way you get hot water. Naruto offered politely to Tayuya's BRSTS. His eyes kept flickering between her naked torso and her eyes. Against Tsunade he had no problem holding eye contact, but there was just something about Tayuya that just did it for him. Tayuya glared at Naruto and put her hands on her hips. No way, you're not getting off that easily, lover boy. She pointed towards her SPRM-stained BRSTS. You're going to join me in the shower and make certain that I have the cleanest melons in Konoha. Naruto did not need to be told twice. He lunged forward, putting his shoulder into Tayuya's stomach and one hand on her, but before he picked her up, causing her to squeal in delight. With his pants around his ankles, Naruto did an awkward shuffle towards his bathroom. Once in the bathroom, there was a whirl of clothing, and the hot water blasted from the shower. For a moment the two just stood there, in appreciation of the other's naked forms. Tayuya was the first to act as she gently stroked Naruto's chest. Once again, she found a long blonde hair and yanked it out suddenly. Ow! Naruto shouted and took a step back away from Tayuya. He rubbed at the spot where the hair was and the pain quickly vanished. Why do you do that? Tayuya smiled as she walked towards Naruto's shower. She put an extra sway in her hips just to give him a show. She put her hand into the stream of the water to test it. Nice and warm. With one leg into the shower, Tayuya turned to Naruto and beckoned him. That's easy because I want to. So you just do what you want? Naruto questioned and followed Tayuya into the shower. His eyes were glued to her form, from her way her fiery hair danced on its own, to the way her waist pinched in after the curve of hips, the slender strength of her arms and the nape of her neck. Everything about her was alluring. Yep, just like I want to take a shower with you. The hot water felt good as it sputtered down around her. It had been so long since she had her hair properly washed. She shivered in delight when she felt Naruto press up against her and wrapped his arms low around her waist. One of her hands went up to his neck when moved towards her ear. His hot breath did wonders on her neck. What about what I want? Naruto wanted to kiss her, it was that simple. His hands drifted up Tayuya's stomach as his head moved down to her neck where he kissed her gently. Tayuya squirmed at the kiss. She turned around in his arms and positioned his still hard member between her legs. She made certain to grind along its warmth just the smallest bit. Her arms wrapped around his neck and challenged him. Why don't you do it then? Hot water sprayed between them. It was a soft, subtle kiss that betrayed the passion behind it. It was the kiss of a good morning. A kiss of welcome home. It was a simple, loving kiss on the surface. Behind it was Naruto's desperation, his desire for a family. Matched was Tayuya's need to not be alone again. The separation was slow, as the kiss, and for a second, time seemed to stop. For somebody that's never had a girlfriend, you're a good kisser. Taouya smiled as she turned back away from Naruto. She reached for Naruto's cheap shampoo and began to pour it on her head. Naruto smiled and began to wash Tayuya's long hair. Even when greasy from not being washed, he adored the feeling of it. He wanted to feel it once it was cleaned and dried. So what are we? You mean besides horny teenagers? Taouya asked between light eyes. It felt so good to have somebody else wash her hair. And now that she had a key to Naruto's apartment, there was a possibility of it happening a lot more. No, I mean like, are you my girlfriend? Taouya rolled her eyes at that. Are you really asking me to be your girlfriend again while we're taking a shower 15 minutes after I see your D-dash? Besides, you still got to take me out on a date, don't you, lover boy? Whatever you say, princess, Naruto whispered lowly into Taiyuya's ear before he spun her around. Her hair was done as far as he could tell, and it was time to start washing her BRTs. They stayed in the shower until the hot water ran out. Taouya claimed one of Naruto's spare shirts as hers for a moment. It was one of his older ones and far too small for him now. Even on Taouya, the shirt clung tightly to her frame, revealing just the subtlest amount of skin on her navel. She gave a long stretch and marveled at how silky her hair was. You are so washing my hair from now on. There was a knock on the window. Naruto's smile grew a little bit at that. That meant more naked shower time with Taouya. He reached out and ran his hand through her hair. It was soft and smooth. You look great in orange, by the way. With a snort, Taouya slapped her hand on Naruto's chest. Better than you, lover boy. Am I interrupting something? Kakashi asked from outside of a window. His tone lacked the usual dull drawl it normally had. This one seemed somber. Yes. Naruto shot instantly. Kakashi blinked unimpressed. Oh well, Lady Hokage has summoned you. Jiraiya was killed in battle. The Hokage's room held the silence of a dead melody. It was a long PRDNT silence that gnawed at the heart of all those present. Huh? Naruto questioned. He heard the small frog just fine. But he didn't want to. How could Jiraiya be dead? It didn't make any sense. It just wasn't fair. What were you saying? Taiyuya's eyes focused on the back of Naruto's head. Everything had been going so well. They were just being happy and stupid. Now everything was messed up. She could hear the anger as Naruto spoke, blaming Tsunade for Jiraiya's death. Naruto's hands balled into tight fists as that old frog and Tsunade attempted to explain themselves. Who the hell cared why? Jiraiya was dead. And it was their fault. Then it stopped. The anger was still there, but the rage was gone, replaced with a deep loathing sadness. All those present fell into silence as Naruto turned away from the group and walked out the door. Naruto. Sakura began to step towards him to stop him from leaving. Naruto paused as he barely opened the door to leave. If Pervy Sage had been 5th Hokage, he wouldn't have let Granny go on such a dangerous mission. Never. Once again Taouya found herself unable to speak as Naruto began to leave the room. She felt like she had to say something. Anything. But words completely failed her. All she could do was softly whisper his name. Naruto. It was enough to make him pause and nothing more. Naruto. Sakura shouted once more. Sakura, that's enough, leave him be. Tsunade's frown was hidden behind her hands. Her voice was firm because it had to be. She didn't cry because she could not cry. For the first time in a long time, she was strong because she had to be. Not because she was. That goes for you too, Taouya. That. Taouya shouted and walked to the door as well. How the F is being alone going to make him feel any F and better? Just F dash. Just if NG, hold on, I'll you bring him back or sheet. Stupid Kermit the Frog bullshit. Taouya slammed the door much harder than Naruto did as she made her exit. Fukasaku gave a deep sigh and looked over at Tsunade, his face the same hard frown he had on since he had arrived. Who was that girl? A relative of mine, and far more trouble than she's worth it seems. Tsunade glowered. She had never felt so old as she did right now. That empty pit in her heart that Dan had left when he died was back with Jiraiya's death. And the spot that Naruto had filled was waning as well. I do hope she is able to get through to that boy. It seems he deeply cares for and admired Jiraiya. It makes me hope more than anything that he is the child of prophecy. Fukasaku hummed in thought for a long moment. XXXX. It was easy to find Naruto's spiky blonde head on the busy main street of Konoha. Even with his head held low and shoulders slumped, he stood out like a sore thumb. With a grunt, Tayuya entered a brief jog to catch up to Naruto. Her legs screamed at her ever so slightly, but she pushed it aside. She looked at him, all of him. Everything showed grief and sadness. From his downcast eyes to the hands in his pockets. Once again, Tayuya had no idea what to do or to say. Something that frustrated her to no end. She didn't like to see Naruto like this. It was so different from who he was. That almost painfully happy ball of sunshine that had bumbled into her life. It was like he had grabbed her hand and told her to run with him. That they had gone on an adventure to fall in love. And now he had stopped. Leaving her standing in the middle of a swamp and no way out. With no thought, Tayuya did the only thing she could think to do. She hugged Naruto from behind and pressed her face into his back. She knew it was in public and that people were looking at them. But Naruto was broken. And she didn't know how to fix him. Naruto. Naruto stood for a moment hoping that Tayuya's hug would stop him from feeling this. He wanted that knot in his stomach to vanish. He wanted the pounding headache to disappear. He wanted to feel like the whole world wasn't spinning. But all her hug did was remind him of warmth. I'm sorry, Tayuya. In an instant, Naruto was out of her arms and jumping across the rooftops. Tayuya's arms closed in around herself, suddenly finding the air in Konoha to be rather chilly. Her breathing quickened as Naruto's form shrunk in the distance. Her hands her shoulders, and she stood there alone in the busy Konoha street, feeling isolated. At some point, her legs began to shuffle her forward. Her path through Konoha was direct, and at some point, she found herself staring at Naruto's door once again. His key felt heavy in her hand. Sure, she had taken it from him. But he didn't protest it. Hell, he had seemed happy when she had taken it. With a sigh, Tayuya put the key in and entered Naruto's apartment. Hey lover boy, you here? Silence was her answer. The entry room was just as barren as it was before, but Naruto's jacket was thrown haphazardly onto the table. The door to Naruto's bedroom was closed, and refused to slide open for a brief moment. Naruto heard Tayuya enter his home, but he didn't bother to respond. When she entered his room, he turned to look her in the eyes before he buried his head back into his pillow once more. He wished he could have smiled at her right then. Tayuya stared at the sack of sad on Naruto's bed. She grit her teeth and balled her fists. Her back went straight and she really wanted to punch something right now. And then she let out a deep breath and relaxed. She sat down on the edge of Naruto's bed and placed one hand on his back. All right, lover boy, get up, we still have a date to go on. Tayuya smiled as she said it. She could feel Naruto tense when she spoke. Her mouth felt heavy, however, and her smile was small and quickly returned to a frown. Silence floated in the air like a thick mist blotting out the sun. In a flash of anger, Tayuya spun up from Naruto's bed and pressed both hands into his back. She did it twice more, using him as a springboard. Come on, lover boy, get the F up. I'm not hungry, Naruto mumbled into his pillow. That was a lie. He was hungry, but he didn't want to eat anything. Effing bullshit. Tayuya shouted. She hated seeing Naruto like this. That perverted ogre was important to you, right? Do you think he'd want to see you like this? Man the F up. Naruto sat up and stared at Tayuya with tear-stained eyes. And then they fought. They shouted at each other 1,000 words that meant nothing. 1,000 words to hurt the other. 1,000 times they shot back stronger, more violently, more ferocious than before. It grew louder and louder, like the roar of a coming storm, as verbal blows struck like lightning. Their faces twisted into masks of anger while their bodies pointed and accused one another. All of Naruto's anger that he couldn't direct at Jiraiya was directed at Tayuya. And Tayuya refused to back down, matching Naruto's with her own. Their faces grew red and voice hoarse from shouting. And still they fought, crossing the point of no return so many times it would break even brotherly bonds. Until finally, Naruto ended it with 2 words that were just barely louder than a whisper. Just leave. Those words hurt Tayuya more than any of the shouts or insults. And all that rage left her body like a popped balloon. The room spun and her legs felt wobbly. She refused to lose, though. Fine. With the last of her strength, she stomped out of Naruto's apartment and slammed his door. She made it 2 more steps before she slumped down against the wall. She wondered how long she had been crying for. How the f did the day turn out like this? It had started out so well. She missed the warmth of Naruto as he held her gently in the shower. She didn't mean half the things she said just now. She just didn't know what to do. It was all so new to her. Having somebody she cared about. And having that person sad. She wanted to make him unsad, but she didn't know how. It's not like she could kick death in the nuts and bring Jiraiya back to life. She buried her head into her knees and hugged her legs tightly. She did nothing but breath, quite jagged breaths. She couldn't hear Naruto. Maybe he left when she wasn't paying attention. The sun began to set. Her flute shined brightly in the fading light. Slowly she traced the seals along its length. If you can heal bodies, maybe you can do something about this too. For Tayuya the effect was instantaneous. The second she put her lips to her flute, it was like it was drawing out all of her negativity. Just like it always had. The melody that came out was a long one, composed of the darkest nights in the coldest winters. The tones held within them the memories of warmth. The warmth from the happier days of spring and summer was just a distant feeling. It shifted slightly and the song began to rain. It was harsh and near freezing, and every single tune caused a flurry of frostbite. There was no escaping the darkness, no escaping the cold. You could only endure. There was a slow building momentum that swept through the song, like the dull roar of the ocean. In the distance, light began to appear. The clouds began to break and the sun began to rise. Thin golden beams of warm yellow sunshine punctured the cold darkness. Every small happy tune paused the winter and was a reminder that the sun will rise again and that winter is always followed by spring. Things may seem dark now, but it will get better. For a long time, Naruto laid on his bed, just listening to Tayuya play her flute. 1,000 hours of listening to her play and he wouldn't be tired of it. It was the opposite. He wanted her to fill his life with her flute playing. It spurred him into motion. The music itself didn't add to his sadness, it allowed him to feel more of it that was already there. Memories of Jiraiya that Naruto had forgotten about came to him as he explored the depths of his sadness. Small things, like the jacket Jiraiya had bought him, the time Jiraiya split a popsicle with him, grew into trees ripe with happiness. The smallest of smiles appeared on Naruto's face as he began to prepare 2 cups of ramen. His smile grew more as Tayuya's tune began to shift to the first crescendo of spring. With spring showers raining down with each note, new life began to bloom. A new chance to be happy. Tayuya jumped when Naruto opened his door abruptly. When he offered her a cup of noodles, she took it quickly. It felt warm in her cold fingers and the sun had just a few minutes left before it vanished for the night. Thank you. It's hot. Naruto shut his door and slid down to sit next to Tayuya. Their arms were touching. Just like you. Tayuya snorted and rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. She blew gingerly on her first bite of instant ramen and sighed in content. This was nice. This so doesn't count as a date. It was Naruto's turn to laugh and he moved ever so slightly to kiss Tayuya on the head. He got her just on the top of her brow. Even I'm not dumb enough to think that instant ramen is a good date. Oh, so you are learning. Tayuya finally took her first bite of instant ramen and began to greedily slurp it up. It felt so good to have something in her stomach again. The only thing she had eaten today was Naruto's milk, and that was not exactly sustenance. After the ramen was finished, the two just sat there watching the final bit of day fade away. For the record, I'm sorry. Naruto hugged Tayuya's shoulder tighter. His free hand found hers. They were soft and smooth but rather cold compared to his own. About what I said earlier. Oh, so we're not pretending that didn't happen. Tayuya half yawned and snuggled closer into Naruto's chest. But yeah, I'm sorry too. I'm good at pissing people off, not so good at other things. Naruto chuckled and stood them both up. Yeah, well, your flute makes up for it. Oh, so maybe I should just do nothing but play my flute then. They slowly made their way to Naruto's bed, neither willing to separate. Naruto pulled Tayuya down onto his bed so that she was on top of him. That might be for the best actually. But if all I did was play my flute, I wouldn't be able to do this. She leaned in and gave Naruto a long-lasting kiss. She melted into it, allowing herself to be reduced to mush. She kicked off her sandals and pulled herself up on top of Naruto. They separated with a light smack, a smile, and a few giggles. Okay, I suppose you can't play your flute all the time. After all, there's a kissing tax for this bed. Taouya gave a small laugh at that and sat up on Naruto's stomach, staring down at him with a possessive look in her eye. Oh, and how many more kisses until I'm all paid up? Oh, a few more like that one will do, Naruto replied as he ran his hands up and down Tayuya's sides. Tayuya's hair acted as a curtain, cutting them off from the outside world. 1, 2, 3. There, you feel better now? Tayuya asked, wiping a bit of spit off of her mouth. She rolled off of Naruto and laid down beside him. A bit, yeah. His chest still hurt from time to time, but he felt like himself again. With a bit of twisting, he brought his blankets on top him and Tayuya. I just wanted him to watch me become Hokage, you know? Tayuya snaked her arms around Naruto and pressed her face into Naruto's warm broad back. He told me to take care of you, so I'll keep an eye on you and watch you become Hokage for him, okay? Thank you, Tayuya. Good night, lover boy. XXXX. Man, why am I the one to do this? Shikamaru walked up to Naruto's door before he gave a long sigh. Why was he the one to try and get Naruto to be undepressed? He had just barely gotten over Asuma's death, but that wasn't going to help. A guy like Naruto. It's so troublesome. A lazy half knock on Naruto's door and there was immediate shuffling from inside. And then there was silence. Shikamaru shifted on his feet in annoyance and knocked again, louder this time. This time there was a grunt and a few whispers that were lost in the walls. Oi, Naruto, open up, I know you're in there. More silence followed by, Hey, Naruto, open up. Shikamaru banged on the door loudly. Don't make me come in there. Would you shut the F up? A voice that was not Naruto by any means echoed, pierced through the wall. There was stomping and banging that slowly made its way to the door. The lock turned and the door was thrown open. Tayuya stood there completely topless, looking rather sad. If, do you want? Shikamaru's eyes immediately inspected Tayuya's BRs before snapping up to register the set-off redhead that stood before him. What are you doing in Naruto's home? I'm trying to seek his D-dash. Tayuya shouted loudly and folded her arms in annoyance. And unless you want to come watch so you can take notes with your pencil D, I suggest you come back in like an hour. A blush formed on Shikamaru's face as he attempted to process the information. Once he did, however, he quickly decided that Naruto was a troublesome idiot. It only seemed natural that Naruto would end up with somebody louder than he was. Just have Naruto go to the deciphering team to help figure out Jiraiya's message after you. Got it, bye. Tayuya shouted loudly and slammed the door in Shikamaru's face. With a sway in her hips, she walked back to see Naruto stuffing his now softened member into his underwear. Whoa, now lover boy, we're not finished yet. Naruto frowned and stopped what he was doing. He honestly didn't want to get out of bed this morning. If he could, he would have spent the whole day in bed with her. Sadly, it was her own encouragement that was spurring him into action. You heard Shikamaru, they need me to try and figure out Pervy Sage's message. Tayuya frowned and flopped down onto Naruto's slightly lumpy mattress. It wasn't as comfy as the hospital ones, maybe they should steal one of those. Pinky wouldn't mind if she spun it that she was helping prevent Naruto's future back problems or something. How hard can it be to figure out something that the old pervert wrote? It probably has something to do with his books or something. You haven't read his books, have you? They didn't exactly allow literature in prison. It might not have SCKD as bad if they did. A good book every so often would have made her day. Hell, a porny romance novel would have done absolute wonders. With exactly one sock on, Naruto walked through his messy room and went to the TV stand. After a moment of rummaging through the small drawer, he brought out a sealed set of 3 books. He walked over to his bed and placed the stack on Tayuya's bare stomach, mostly to watch her squirm at the cold plastic. Well, I have the complete set if you're interested. Tayuya looked at the set for a moment before she gave Naruto a large smug smile that said she was full of shit. It dared Naruto to challenge her. Trying to turn me into a pervert? I'll have you know, I'm a proper lady. Naruto didn't believe that for a second. He stared at Tayuya's smile with a neutral, unimpressed look. I woke up to your butt in my face this morning while you were skiing on my D-. True, you need to learn to give ORL. Tayuya picked up the books and began to unseal the books. Time to see what's so great about these things. Hell, even Kabuto had a copy of the orange book and he reproduced with a test tube. ORL. Tayuya's smile vanished and she looked at Naruto like he had grown a second head. How the F, do you have two perverts and not know what ORL is? Naruto crossed his arms and huffed. It wasn't his fault his sensei were both perverts, and it wasn't like those books were anything special. He thought they were boring as hell. Still, it somehow made him happy that Tayuya wanted to read them. It'd be easier to learn it if you told me what it was. Liking my pages. Naruto blinked in confusion. And that would feel good. It probably feels about as it does when I give you BLWB. Tayuya shrugged and stared up at Naruto's ceiling. There was some mold or something in one of the corners, probably nothing too bad. Oh. Tayuya laid on Naruto's bed and began to read the first Ika book while he got dressed. The start of it was interesting enough, a woman grieving over her now-dead fiancé. Eventually, the words just blurred away and a thought occurred to her. Hey, can I live here? Naruto put on his jacket and shrugged. Well, you're not allowed to leave Konoha anyways. I'm sure Granny could find a place for you. You idiot, Tayuya growled and sat up, closing the book with a snap. His density was actually quite surprising and she wasn't quite sure if he was just teasing her. She felt her face heat up for the first time and suddenly felt incredibly shy. She wasn't asking much. Just that she see him nearly every day. I meant to live here with you. As in me and you sleeping in this bed every night and all the other stuff. Naruto's eyes went wide and he stared off into the distance, unable to quite focus on anything. Tayuya had just asked if she could live with him. His mouth failed him as he wanted to shout yes 1,000 times yes. His head failed him as he wanted to nod it furiously. Instead, he fell towards her, pushing her back down onto their bed and began to kiss her gently. He watched as her eyes closed slowly and her arms wrapped around his neck. Her legs wrapped around his waist and pulled him closer to her. Should I take that as a yes? Tayuya smiled at Naruto when they separated for a moment. She grabbed Naruto by his ears and rubbed his cheek lightly with her thumbs. It was so odd, the feeling that she actually wanted to be here. This was her choice. Naruto just nodded happily and nuzzled into Tayuya's hands. He wasn't alone. Somebody was choosing to live with him, rescue him. It also helped that it was the most amazing woman he'd ever met. Yeah, we can talk about your rent later. Tayuya rolled her eyes with a snort. Whatever you say, lover boy, now go point out something obvious so that the eggheads can figure out the code. When I get back we can go on that date. XXXX. Are you effing kidding me? There was only one real plus to making Tayuya mad, that she was kind of cute in a scary please don't hurt me kind of way. It wasn't intentional on Naruto's part, but he did feel rather guilty about it. Naruto chuckled softly as they walked towards the gate of Konoha. Tayuya had on another one of his old shirts and a pair of shorts she got from somewhere. He had to admire her thriftiness. Naruto had on his standard attire in addition to a mission pack. Which is why Tayuya was mad at him. Look, I promise as soon as I get back, I'll give you the best date ever. But this is important training from the Toad Sage. Tayuya growled at Naruto and continued to glare a hole into his skull. Seriously, what was with literally everything trying to prevent them from dating? It wasn't even that big of a deal. She was mostly upset that the day she moves in he decides to haul butt and go on a FING training trip. I'm not going to hold my breath. Every time we plan to go out on a date, something shows up and ruins it. Just you watch, you're going to come back and Konoha's going to be under attack or some shit. Hey, don't jinx it. Naruto laughed lightly as he noticed Sakura and Tsunade waiting at the gate with Fukasaku. Tayuya sighed, allowing herself to relax, her anger vanishing. Naruto was going to be gone again soon. At least she had someplace to stay other than that hospital room. She examined Naruto's hand. The way it just flopped lazily at his side made her angry. With a quick step towards him, Tayuya took Naruto's hand in hers. "You're just lucky I'm desperate. I thought it was because I'm cute." Naruto smiled down at his short red head. After a quick shuffle, he entwined their fingers. It was something he wanted to do since he saw couples do it when he was little. "Please, I'd put a bag on your head if I could. I'll do it if you put duct tape on your mouth." "Okay, maybe I should tie you to the bed and drip hot wax on your chest as I ride you." Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't have anything that he could say to that. After a moment he sighed. "You win." Tayuya smiled proudly. "In straight I do, don't you forget it." Sakura stared at the two slack-jawed as they approached. She had accepted that Tayuya and Naruto were going to become a couple. It seemed so inevitable. But that did not mean she didn't have the right to be disgusted at the way those two flirted. "You two make me want to barf." Tsunade rolled her eyes while patting Sakura on the back. "You sure you're not just jealous you don't have somebody like that?" "Master." Sakura's shoulders slumped at the painful truth. It wasn't that she wanted any old guy to flirt with her like that either. "Don't worry, Sakura, I'll get super strong with this training and then bring Sasuke back, no problem." Naruto beat his chest once with a wide smile on his face. Fukasaku croaked loudly to get their attention. "All right, Naruto boy, say your goodbyes. We're wasting valuable time here." "All right, lover boy, go do this stupid training thing. By the time you get back my legs will be fully healed." Tayuya let Naruto's fingers slip through hers as they separated. She couldn't help but smile as Naruto began to blush. He knew full well what Tayuya wanted to do as soon as her legs were fully healed. "You got it, princess." Naruto shouted proudly. He gave Tsunade and Sakura a small wave and a bow. "Granny, Sakura, I'll see you two later, and in now time I'll be taking that hat from you." A moment later Naruto and the frog elder vanished in a poof of smoke. Tayuya frowned for a moment. She was alone again. She was alone in a large city filled with people. But for once, she was actually looking forward to having somebody come back to her. And she had something to achieve. "All right, Pinky, Juggage, I want to be Shinobi ready by the time Naruto gets back." Tayuya was going to FANG die. Chubby's rule. Sakura smiled as Choji chased Tayuya around the training field. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto had left to train with the Toads and Tayuya had made remarkable progress. They had put in a lot of work, but Tayuya would be a ninja again. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Tsunade asked Sakura. She had a smile on her face similar to her students. There was something oddly satisfying about watching the redhead's mouth finally come back to bite her in the butt. Sakura's smile faded quickly and a blush fell on her face. She had nearly forgotten that Tsunade was here and that they were to judge Tayuya's ability as a shinobi. So far she had proven her ability when she quickly beat Konohamaru into the dirt. "This might have been why I suggested Choji." Tsunade nodded in agreement. They could easily justify it as Choji having a skill set that matched up well against Tayuya. The girl was great at capitalizing on an advantage with her genjutsu, but her stubbornness and hatred of losing often lead her to continue past the point of stupid. "Come on, is that all you got, fat ass?" Tayuya shouted louder in the field. She barely managed to dodge out of the way of one of Choji's rushes as his human boulder technique seemed to spin faster and faster. It even seemed to grow larger as well. "Oh, so that's her plan," Sakura commented, watching as Tayuya had Choji crashing into various trees around the clearing. Nothing was able to stand up to force of his technique. Tsunade nodded in agreement again. She had to smile down at her young apprentice. Sakura had come so far from the weak little girl that had first burst into her office all those years ago. She turned her attention once again to her cousin struggling against Choji. "She's very good at making people mad, all right." The fight was over in an instant. Tayuya dodged just a bit too slow and got nicked by the furious boulder. "I give her a 10 on the landing at least," Sakura said before she rushed to go heal Tayuya. XXXX. With a deep seething scowl, Tayuya stood inside Tsunade's office eagerly waiting for the verdict on her skill assessment. She tapped her foot frantically, arms crossed with her flute in hand. A twig stuck out from her hair haphazardly. She knew it was there, but she didn't give a F about it. She lost against that Buddha wannabe. All right, Taouya. Of the North Gate. Tsunade read the last name Tayuya had put on her ninja registration form. It was a dense single-page document that in Tayuya's case was either blank or filled with profanities. She'd have to review it later. Really, that's what you want to go with? You know you can put Senju or Uzumaki, right? Tayuya snorted and shifted her weight. Of the North Gate is a name that I earned its mine, damn it. Besides, I don't want to be a Senju, bad enough. That Pinky's friend told half the village I'm your cousin. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and gave Tayuya a smirk. And Uzumaki? The constant tapping of Tayuya's foot vanished from the room. The arm that held her flute fell to her side while the other gripped her elbow tightly. A blush and a smile manifested on her. Maybe later. Well then, Tayuya of the North Gate, after reviewing your skill set and character reports, it is my honor to welcome you as a Shinobi of the Leaf. Tsunade stood up and walked around her desk to present Tayuya with her headband. Tayuya reached out for the headband slowly, as though her body was several times heavier. Months ago, she was a prisoner in one of Konoha's many cells, just wasting away. And now, she was staring at an opportunity to become a shinobi. She didn't know when that became important to her. Probably around the same time that she realized she wasn't entirely against the idea of seeing Naruto every day. The thought of her blonde lover boy was enough to grab the headband instantly. She placed her flute in her mouth and began to tie the headband. Tsunade placed her hands on Tayuya's shoulders and smiled down at her. Welcome to Konoha, Genin Tayuya. Genin? In the sound, I was a jonin. Tayuya slapped away one of Tsunade's hands. Her face was stern with a small pout. Yes, but you got beaten by a chunin back then, and you got beaten by Choji, another chunin, an hour ago. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest and gave Tayuya the same look she gave Naruto at times. Tayuya rolled her eyes at Tsunade's look. She reached back for her curse mark, feeling the raised edges of the seal around it and the depression of the original mark. I could have beat them. There's no shame in losing a one-on-one. That's not where your strengths lie. You work much better in a team. Tsunade sighed and without warning pulled the girl into a tight hug. Besides, Naruto is a genin too, and he's one of our strongest ninja even without relying on the Kyuubi. Tayuya returned the slowly hug. It was the first time Tsunade had done this. By some strange twist of fate, they were family by blood. Your giant melons are suffocating me. Don't ruin the moment, punk. XXXX. Tayuya walked through Konoha with her head held high. She hummed lightly and swung a bag of groceries in each hand. Now that she was a ninja, she was able to make money on her own, beyond whatever meager balance Naruto had left her with. The first thing she had bought was a portable gas stove. It was a temporary solution to her and Naruto's lack of appliances, but it was a start. Tayuya smiled happily at the bag. I can't wait for Loverboy to get back. I'm going to make him use those clones of his to help him cook better. Sakura perked up when she heard Tayuya talk to herself. She changed direction to intercept the girl. You sick of instant ramen already? Tayuya bit her lip and nodded. Don't get me wrong, ramen is great. But I spent 3 years eating the exact same food in that prison. Now that I'm out, I want some variety with my food. Well, good luck trying to get Naruto to cook anything that isn't ramen. I've been tempted to run a blood test on him to see what % of him is noodle. Sakura laughed and placed her clipboard behind her back, casually tapping her shoulders with it. Tayuya snorted, then stuck out her tongue at Sakura. Oh please, Naruto is easy, all I have to do is play my flute and he'll do almost anything. Sakura's face scrunched up. For the life of her, she couldn't imagine Naruto being that into Tayuya's flute music. It wasn't that Tayuya's playing was bad. Just that Naruto was well Naruto. Is Naruto really that into your music? Oh no, I'm not talking about playing music. But you said you played your flute to get him to do stuff. Tayuya smiled. Yeah, my FA flute. We should never let you near the academy. Sakura's shoulders slumped as she gave Tayuya a deep sigh. Good, I hate kids. Tayuya gave a low growl at the thought of having to teach a bunch of snot-nosed punks. It was bad enough that her official position was as a substitute or auxiliary for other genin teams. Explosions echoed through Konoha. They were simultaneous and targeted. Konoha was under attack. Tayuya dropped her bags and nodded at Sakura. The two took off to join the battle. Tayuya could only hope that Naruto would arrive soon. Pain's assault on Konoha had begun. Even with their teamwork, they stood no chance against Pain. When the strength of the Hokage failed and Konoha itself was reduced to a crater, hope seemed lost. Then Naruto arrived. XXXX. You should have told me you were into pegging. Naruto, with his body pinned to the ground due to Pain's chakra rods, could only move his head ever so slightly to the side. The sight he saw was one that made his heart swell with pride. Taouya landed between him and Pain. The leaf symbol shined brightly on her forehead protector. A second later, Hinata landed beside him. Her stance was defensive and her face filled with determination. Her Byakugan sparked to life. We won't let you hurt Naruto anymore. Tayuya's head snapped back to Hinata. She honestly had no idea who the hell this girl was. Still, at least she came to fight, unlike Pinky who just sat there crying. Stupid medical need mentality, what good did waiting to heal if they died? Naruto's happiness and hope vanished when he remembered who he was up against. Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. He was no match for him, Jiraiya was no match for him. They would die. It was inevitable. Get out of here, please. Go. He's too strong for you. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't at least try. Tayuya shouted and brandished her flute. The seals danced along its pure white body. She placed it up to her lips and smiled. And I'm a ninja of Konoha. Now it's my job to protect the future Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. A sharp, screeching note erupted from Tayuya's flute. It seared and burned, and the very ground around her seemed to warp at the heat. The notes carried with them the will of fire, dangerous to those who would oppose it, and comforting to those who followed it. Naruto gasped. Even with the chakra-negating rods, he could feel the pull of natural energy. Tayuya's flute was skinning it up through her body and channeling it into her jutsu, amplifying it a dozen times over. Pain twisted and blasted in an unoccupied location. It looked around wildly, looking frantically about for its foe. It grabbed a large rock with its power and began to slam it up and down as though he was smashing the life out of somebody. Tayuya looked at Hinata as she continued to weave her genjutsu. A scowl formed on her face and her eyes flickered from Hinata to Naruto and back again. Was this girl slow? Hinata gasped and spun into action. She understood her part in this. The red head was the distraction, and it was her job to free Naruto. The black rod shattered under her gentle fist style like it was nothing but chalk. Pain's head snapped to her direction instantly. He raised his hand slowly and unleashed a blast of force that sent Hinata flying. Pain paused for a moment in consideration, then all noise vanished in an instant as the area around Pain was crushed. Ah, a sound-based genjutsu. How clever! Taouya yelped in pain as she was slammed to the ground. Her flute was flung just out of reach. Her entire body felt heavy like she was buried under sand. It was even difficult to breathe. Still, she tried to crawl to her flute. She had to get the genjutsu up again. A hot searing pain pierced her back. She couldn't move her legs. Byakugan, I just got those back. You'll be joining them shortly. Pain said coldly and walked away, leaving Taouya to suffer. The other girl was getting back up. Tears poured down Tayuya's face and her breath grew frantic. Her legs were gone again. She couldn't move. She wasn't strong enough. She was prisoner again. Her world was small. Her flute was out of reach. She was weak. She needed to be strong. Naruto was going to die. That paradise she had found when Naruto was around. That small piece of mind that he wanted to spend time with her. That they were happy. Her body shook. All that was going to fall. She needed to be stronger. Do you want to be stronger? Then accept my mark. Deep down she had always enjoyed the raw rush that came when she used the curse mark. It felt so wrong but so very good. With her own chakra cut off, she could feel the curse mark like a raging inferno in the middle of a blizzard. She had a choice. Die cold and alone. Or enter hell and fight for her life. For her life with Naruto. It felt like taking off a sock for the first time in a year when she broke the seal. Orochimaru's twisted essence flooded into her. Strength flooded her as though a dam had finally broken. It felt so good. Her legs felt warm. Without a noise, Tayuya pulled herself from the ground. The furthest she had ever gone was level 2. But this was beyond that. With no Orochimaru to limit how much power she could take it all. The horns on her head grew wicked and her wounds healed. Tayuya grunted as she pulled out the black rod the rest of the way out. She saw the girl, Hinata, fighting against pain. She was letting somebody else protect her lover boy. She grabbed her flute and with one hand still gripping the black rod she charged. Your DLD's SCK. The rod shattered as it slammed hard enough into Pain to send him flying with enough force to break the sound barrier. Pain skipped across the ground before he came to a sudden stop. Tayuya? Naruto gasped. It was hard to recognize her. Her skin was ebony black and riddled with sharp geometric red lines that covered everything. Pure white horns grew from her head in a circle that housed her most shocking feature. Her red hair danced like an open flame on top of her head. Sit right there, lover boy. Tayuya rolled her shoulders as she brought forth her flute once again. The seals along its edge sparked with power. Just as she was about to play her flute, it was ripped from her hands. The flute of Mito Uzumaki was snapped like a twig. Tayuya rushed forward, a furious scowl on her face. With a guttural growl, she punched towards Pain. Her fist radiated energy like it was the sun. She stopped mid-air inches away from Pain's face. Pain looked at her impassively and tilted his head slightly. Why do you fight so hard? F you. Tayuya's neck was snapped like a twig. XXXX. Death was not all it was cracked up to be. For starters, her neck still hurt a lot. And she was hungry. Tayuya groaned and tried to stretch out that incredibly stubborn KNK in her neck. The area around her was saturated in a dull gray. A soft metallic screeching from a rusty swing set echoed from behind her. Tayuya turned aimlessly and saw a girl no older 16 with brilliant red hair. It was shaved close to her right side and left was a long thin braid that reached her chest, swinging on the swing set. She waved at Tayuya and came to a stop. So you died young too, huh? Who the F are you? Tayuya asked and took a seat on the free swing next to the girl. She gave the girl a cold look, daring her to lie to her. Karashina Senju. I suppose I'm your mom or something, so what's your name? Karashina extended her hand. One nail was noticeably longer than the other and thin blue lines could be seen all around her hands. Tayuya slapped away the hand with a snort. Her scowl deepened as she glared at the younger women. My name's Tayuya and I don't have a mom. Karashina winced and her hand fell helpless to her side. I deserve that, I guess. I kind of F'd you up hard, didn't I? The F are you talking about? Tayuya had to grip the rusty chains in order to stop herself from shaking. She closed her eyes, trying to make this annoying girl vanish. I know it's kind of a F'd up thing to say, but I never wanted you. I was only 15 when I had you. I ended up selling you for drag money. I overdosed and died 3 weeks later. Karashina started to swing again and let out a cheerful howl. Phew, it feels so good to finally get that off my chest. Tayuya stood up and walked away. Everything was red to her. As if dying wasn't enough, now she had to deal with this bullshit? Hey, wait. Karashina scrambled after her. This is the part where you forgive me so I can go on to the afterlife. F you. Tayuya spun around and punched Karashina directly in the nose, sending the girl to the floor as blood sprayed through the air. Phew, F-U. Tears fell to the floor as Tayuya stomped towards the fallen woman. It was so easy to pick the woman up by her shirt collar. Karashina was taller than her by a few inches. Do you have any idea what the F kind of life you gave me? Also, you could get some FING drags? You stupid where? You probably don't even know whose D it was that knocked you up, do you? I'm sorry. Shut the F up. Tayuya threw the woman to the ground. She gave her a hard kick to the butt. Seeing her squirm on the ground was satisfying. You were effing Senju, why the F didn't you take me to Konoha? Instead, I had to fend for my effing self. I killed somebody when I was effing 4, you stupid beach. Karashina curled into a ball trying to protect herself as Tayuya kicked her again. I'm sorry, please stop. You want me to forgive you? I had to sell my FING life to some snake BSUD, I had to rob, steal, cheat, and kill just to get by. My life FNCD because you were a stupid drag addict. With a final kick, Tayuya deflated. Her body felt heavy and she sat down staring at the pathetic form of Karashina. It took me 18 years to find something to be happy about. 18 years, and I ended up in Konoha. Her head felt hot against her knees and she kept hoping that every time she closed her eyes that she would be sitting in front of Naruto's apartment again. And that he would be there with that stupid smile on his face. That Pinky and Casper would show up and they'd laugh and talk. Pinky would accuse her of corrupting Casper and she would be right. She missed Konoha and that feeling of belonging. She had finally become a ninja again. For the first time in her life, she had a home she was happy to come back to. Sure, it was a shitty little apartment that was like a zit on another building, but it was still her home. What's so special about Konoha anyways? Karashina mirrored Tayuya's pose by hugging her legs. Blood still dripped from her nose and a few tears stained her face. Honestly, Tayuya asked mostly to herself as she looked up at the thought. Nothing, it's just Konoha. There's nothing special about it. It's just another shitty village. But it was the first place I found that wasn't filled with shitty people. Some of them were pretty alright. I'm glad the inheritor of my will approves of the village I helped build. A kind, regal voice startled both girls. They turned to see Mito Uzumaki in her prime standing behind them. Karashina stood quickly and gave a polite bow. Ah, Grandma Mito, are you here to guide us to the afterlife? Mito rolled her eyes. With the smallest movement, she pointed at Karashina and then Tayuya. Yes. What? Why does she get to pass over? She barely got here and she refused to forgive me. Karashina stomped her feet, flailed her arms, and spun in a circle. Seriously, I've been in this place for longer than I was alive. Mito gave her granddaughter a cold stare. You had every opportunity to be great, had every opportunity to save our family, but you squandered it. You, the only person to inherit the Mokuton, and you chose a life of depravity. The only good you did in your life was the daughter you gave up for one more fix. I'm not that good, to be honest, Tayuya offered with a shrug. So far, being dead was more eventful than being in prison at least. Yeah, she's effed up too. Why does she get to go? Karashina pointed at Tayuya with both hands. Mito smacked Kurashina gently with a folded fan she carried in her ornate robes. Before she directed her gaze back towards Tayuya. What makes you think you're not that good? Tayuya snorted, crossed her arms and smirked. For starters, I swear a lot, I have a natural gift for pissing people off, which I guess might be genetics. I also helped kill the third Hokage, kidnapped a ninja from Konoha. A silence fell over them before Mito broke out into a giggle that quickly exploded into a cackle. After a moment she smiled and wiped away a bit of moisture that appeared near her eye. Oh my, is that all, dear? We all make mistakes in our lives, but it is who we were when we died that defines us. How did you die? Pride surged in Tayuya and she found herself standing up straighter than before. I died protecting a dumbass I fell in love with, oh, and Konoha too. And that is how you shall be remembered. Mito's smile softened and she took a step towards Tayuya. She extended her hand slowly. Now, let us go see the rest of our family. I'm certain your grandfather would love to meet you. Tayuya stared at the hand for a moment. She bit her lip and slowly began to reach for it. SED for Naruto, he was probably going to die of aversion, or worse, end up with that weird girl that followed her into the fight. A green light enveloped Tayuya and she felt herself being pulled away. Oh my, it appears as though it's not your time after all. Mito took a step forward and hugged her great-granddaughter. When you get back, tell Tsunade to lay off the gambling, just once. Tayuya nodded quickly and tears began to fall from her face. She'd be able to see them again, she'd be able to see Naruto again. She'd be able to feel the wind as she played her flute once more. Wait, her flute. Hey wait, I broke your flute, can you tell me how to make a new one? Mito blinked and tilted her head to the side. She tapped her lip lightly before she snapped her fingers. Oh, that old thing? The Kyuubi naturally likes flute music, but it gets amplified when it's played through one made out of its own bone. The seals were an experiment of mine based Hashirama's Sage mode, but I never got it to work as I intended. Well, it was the best flute I ever played with actually. It gave my jutsu a superpower boost and was useful for keeping the Kyuubi as threatening as a kitten, Tayuya beamed. Her body began to feel like it was somewhere else, like she was lying on her back in the middle of a crater. With a small step, Mito touched her finger to Tayuya's forehead. There was a small glow and then a purple seal grew and then faded. Uzumakis are rather gifted when it comes to dealing with the departed, so I'm able to give you the knowledge to make a new one. All you need is to ask the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to produce a bone for you. Taouya laughed. Well, I happen to be sleeping with the current Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I'll ask him to give me a bone when I see him. Make certain you clarify what bone you'd like exactly. Mito gave Tayuya a knowing look. Good idea, he's already confused when I ask him to bring me my flute. Tayuya vanished as though she was never there, to begin with. Karashina skipped in front of Mito and smiled at her. So, since she's not going to be crossing over, does that mean there's room for me? Mito's smile was replaced by a frown and wrinkles appeared on her forehead. And if I told her that you would be preventing her from ever entering, would you still want that? Yeah, sounds fine, first come first serve, right? Karashina squirmed with delight. Finally, she was going to pass over. Mito smacked her lips and walked away. And that is why you will remain here. XXXX. Why the F? Did her neck hurt? It felt like she had been sleeping on her head for a week. But more importantly, why was Casper staring at her with that stupid smile on his face? Hey, ugly toadstool is awake too. Sai shouted over his shoulder and slipped his hand behind Tayuya's back. Oh, Bisoff, I'm not a princess. Taouya shrugged away Sai's help and stood up on her own. When she got onto her feet, everything spun and her head felt funny. She began to fall forward. Sai caught before she hit the ground. According to Dickless, you are a princess. Besides, helping each other is what friends do. And what happened to Rotten Tomato? Tayuya growled and placed a hand on Sai's shoulder while she stabilized. After another moment, the feeling vanished. All around her was the rubble of Konoha. Various ninja popped out of the rubble like cockroaches scrambling out from under a fridge. Well, I read a book that longer nicknames are bad, and during my last mission, I saw a mushroom that with a red top called a toadstool. He supplied as he pulled out a sketch pad that had a detailed sketch of a bulbous mushroom. So now I'm Princess Toadstool? Tayuya folded her arms with a pout. Her face turned into a deep frown when Sai gave her a quick nod. Peachy. Tayuya scratched the back of her head and looked around the crater. The last time she had seen Konoha wrecked was during the Sound Invasion. But that didn't hold a candle to the destruction around her. Still, the people were alive, and they'd rebuild again. And this time she was going to make sure that her and Loverboy's home was more than a pimple on another building. Hey wait, where's Loverboy and what happened to the Ginger F-? I believe Naruto defeated Pain and that's how you're not dead. Sai said his cheerful smile didn't fade even at the mention of death. Tayuya gave a sharp snort and stomped her foot. I know he beat him. He's Naruto Uzumaki, damn it. I just want to know where the F he is, damn it. To ride his D, right? You're lucky you're fun to corrupt. XXXX. Welcome back, Naruto. For a moment Naruto was unable to believe what he saw before him. Ninja of all shapes and sizes, many of whom he didn't recognize, came running towards him, all laughing and shouting. It was a hero's welcome. A hero's welcome just for him. What's going on? They surrounded him and began to pull at him. They asked about the fight, his injuries, his opponent. They all looked so happy to see him come back. He looked around for Tayuya, but couldn't see her anywhere. Instead, he saw an angry Sakura marching towards him. She gave him a punch to the head. You stupid, reckless idiot. Sakura shouted and then she hugged him tightly. I'm glad you're okay, dumbass. Taouya squeezed her way out of the crowd and stomped towards Naruto and Sakura. Her wild hair was twice she attempted to separate Sakura and Naruto by wedging herself between them. Hey, hands off Pinky. I get first dibs on him. Whatever you say, shorty. Sakura smiled, rolled her eyes, and threw her arms up, releasing Naruto fast enough that he nearly fell over. Her voice was filled with a certain mirth that was normally reserved for Ino. Tayuya wrinkled her nose at Sakura and glared at her for a second before she turned her attention to Naruto. Her hands were firmly planted on her hips, and she pressed up against him. Her glare didn't soften even when she saw the blush form on his face. You know, lover boy, just because Konoha was destroyed is no excuse not to take me out on a date tonight. His ears felt hot and it was really hard to look at Tayuya right now. It only made things worse with all of Konoha was staring at them with a look he had never quite seen. Anticipation? Confusion? Excitement? There was a hush that was waiting for him to break it. Oh come on, it's not like I planned it. Naruto gave a sharp yelp when Tayuya shifted suddenly and knocked him off balance. Before he knew what happened, Tayuya had one arm under his far leg and another on the small of his back. His arms found their way around her neck to stop himself from falling more. Tayuya leaned in the rest of the way and kissed Naruto. It was a kiss to say I missed you. A kiss to say I like kissing you. A kiss to say thank you. But above all else, it was a kiss that shouted louder than any words that Naruto Uzumaki belonged to her. Naruto gave a dopey smile as Tayuya stood him back up. She looked prettier than he remembered. There was just something about her wearing a leaf headband. He went to wrap his arms around her, but Tayuya had other ideas. With a predatory smile on her face, Tayuya grabbed Naruto's crotch through his pants. This is mine. So, where are you taking me? Tayuya rolled her eyes, but she supposed 30 minutes of being dragged through the forest was long enough for anybody to question where they were heading. He'd probably last 2 more minutes before demanding their destination. Then another 20 seconds before he threatened violence. The villagers decided that you deserved a little rest and relaxation for defeating pain and saving all of our lives. And that's out here? I mean, it's getting dark. Shouldn't we be with the others? Naruto asked. He hadn't stopped smiling since he got back, even with all of the destruction Konoha endured. It also helped that Tayuya had been within arm's reach of him the entire time. Tayuya spun around and smiled at Naruto. She grabbed him by his open jacket and pulled herself close to him. An eyebrow raised, she liked her top lip and closed the distance. They had a mutual understanding that she could kiss him whenever she wanted and he could kiss her whenever she wanted. Out here is something special I had set up for us, Tayuya whispered in Naruto's ear, her hot breath making every hair on his body stand at attention. She bounced back down and grabbed his hand. It took a lot of work, so you better be grateful, lover boy. A large military tent was hidden behind the large shrubbery that ran along the shore of a small stream that had a natural waterfall large enough to stand under. Naruto raised an eyebrow knot and gave a lopsided smile as he looked between the tent and the bouncing redhead next to him. This is your surprise? He was hoping for a ramen stand. Don't look so unimpressed, lover boy. That's the place you're going to lose your virginity. Tayuya shook her head and walked towards the tent with extra sway in her hips. Her hair bounced with each step. Every single motion had been practiced to drive him wild. To seal the deal, Tayuya pulled her shirt up with each step she took, revealing more and more of her bare back to him. Naruto stood captivated by the show and her words. His jaw was slack and his body began to move forward on its own. He admired the way her back muscles twisted with each step and the soft curve of her hips. When her shirt was pulled high enough, he saw just a flash of her BRSDS as they bounced free. Tayuya pulled her shirt over her head and shook her long red free. The light danced across each strand like polished brass. With her arms stretched high above her head, she flicked her wrist, tossing her shirt into the wind. She looked over her shoulder and smirked at Naruto with on leg inside the tent. There are no shirts allowed inside. Naruto watched until Tayuya completely vanished into the tent. His mouth was dry and his body was stiff. Then it happened. Punks. They flooded him, draining away all higher thought with the pure and simple desire to just strip down and have but naked, hot, loud section. And there was a CC redhead inside that tent waiting for him. In his haste to remove his shirt, Naruto tore the sleeve. He was inside the tent before his jacket hit the ground. Clear light poured in from the square windows placed evenly around the tent. In its center was a large support column, the floor of the same material as the outside of the tent. The front of the tent was occupied by a small stove and various supplies. The back was dedicated to a large nest of pillows and blankets. The most striking feature was Tayuya standing naked with her hands on her hips. She smiled when Naruto paused to look at her like she was a goddess made flesh. Come and get it, lover boy. Naruto enjoyed the delighted squeal Tayuya made when he tackled her down onto the nest. His hands explored soft flesh as he ravaged her with kisses. There was nothing like the soft touch of a girl, it spurred him forward. Tayuya was the calm to Naruto's storm, trailing her hands down his stomach until she found his pants. From there, she didn't waste a moment in unbuttoning them. With the smallest of motions, she guided Naruto to sit up while she straddled his legs. When his hands found her but they stopped and squeezed, it felt different from before, firmer and rounder. He shifted as Tayuya began to work his pants and boxers off of him. His pee-pee leapt from his pants like a spring. When she ground against him, he couldn't contain a deep groan. Naruto felt the blankets on his back. When did Tayuya get on top of him? How long had they been kissing? He didn't care to answer those questions. He simply wanted more. More of her, more of everything. He gasped when they separated. He could feel her grind against his length. He needed it. Put it in. Lover boy, you're not in charge right now. Tayuya slid across his stomach as she stretched to her full height. She straddled Naruto's head, her crotch inches away from his mouth. I meant it when I said you needed to learn. Oh, now Elihia. Tayuya screeched as she felt Naruto's tongue graze her sensitive area. Her hands flung to his head and pushed him closer. She grabbed fistfuls of his hair, her body trembled when he probed deeper. His tongue was inside of her now, liking at her insides like some lollipop. Holy F dash, don't stop. Naruto tried to smile as he continued to do his duty. Tayuya was if nothing else sensitive. From what Jiraiya's book had said, this was a tricky process. But each motion he made was met with a new sound from Tayuya. He spun his tongue around, moving it like the raisin gan in endless spirals. He could feel her melt. Holy effing melon stain. You glorious carpet-munching beastie. Tayuya's mouth spurted out as her mind began to shut down. Her hips began to move on their own, grinding against Naruto's face. She could feel it building greater and greater. The warmth in the base of her stomach was building. Then it happened. Her entire body trembled. Like a ship in a storm, the waves of pleasure shook her. Naruto. Naruto took in her scent and smiled. He ran his hands up and down her sides in small circles. You're kind of sensitive, aren't you? With a snort, Tayuya recovered and glared down at Naruto. Her face was red and her breathing was short. With a growl, she spun around and grabbed Naruto's pages. There was no way in hell she was going to lose. Shut up, it's been a while. Any response from Naruto was cut off when he felt Tayuya kiss his urchin. His eyes rolled back at the sudden sensation of her liking up and down his length like he was a popsicle. Tayuya's tongue danced around his tip and then he felt her swallow him. It was like she was trying to swallow him whole. Then the feeling was gone. His deef felt wet and painfully hard. Did she have any idea what she was doing to him by stopping? Tayuya? Tayuya turned around again and straddled Naruto's hips. His pee-pee was pointed right towards her vagina. All she'd have to do was glide it in. She grabbed it and stroked it gingerly until she got from Naruto. A little sensitive, aren't you? Please, Naruto begged. He needed this more than he needed food, air, or water. She was driving him crazy. All right, lover boy, but you're not allowed to come until I say so, you got that? Tayuya didn't even wait for an answer. She was as desperate as he was, but she wanted to be the one in control to bring them to joy together. With one arm on his chest, Tayuya guided him into her. His tips slid into her easily and she felt his hips move forward, trying to go to deep too fast. She growled and slammed down on his chest with both hands. Don't move until I say so. Naruto bit his lip and breathed hard through his nose. He wanted more, damn it. And she was teasing him so much, but it felt so great. Tayuya smiled as Naruto remained perfectly still, his hands gripping the blankets in pain joy. She lowered herself down onto him, feeling his girth spread her. She shuddered and fell forward when he was halfway into her. She had found the sweet spot. It felt 1,000 times better than a warm bath after a long day. She bit her bottom lip while she smiled and pressed down the rest of the way on Naruto. With her eyes closed and hands on Naruto's chest, She began to grind back and forth, enjoying the feeling of Naruto being inside of her. How does it feel to lose your virginity, lover boy? Naruto's hands flew up to her hips and he began to slowly move into her. He groaned, and grunted in a frenzy. His eyes flickered between her face twisted in pleasure and her bouncing beartus. They jiggled with his every move in a new way. He grabbed them without hesitation. F dash, if dash, if dash, keep going. Taouya called her back arched and she was falling forward, barely being held up by Naruto. Still, they moved in rhythm, him pumping her harder and harder while she ground into him deeply. Effing keep on, if dash. Taouya grabbed onto Naruto's face as he brought her to nirvana once more. She pulled him into a hot sloppy kiss, desperate to feel more of this amazing man that was effing her senseless. Her insides felt like the first sip of coffee on a cold morning. And her muscles moved like she had drunk 20. My Flute is effing amazing. Taouya, Naruto grunted while he continued to move. His hands found their way to her firm but once again as he helped with the motions. I want to try something. You can grab my but all you effing want. No, I want to change positions. Naruto attempted to sit up but Taouya slammed him back down and smiled down at him, all while her hips continued to sway into his. I don't think so, lover boy. I'm doing all the work for you, so just effing enjoy it. Taouya kissed Naruto again. A trail of saliva joined them when she pulled back. She slurped it up and smiled at him. Besides, I like being on top. Got a problem with that? Yeah, I want to be on top. Taouya glared at him even as she bit her lip in pleasure as she felt another orgasm building. F dash. Then what are you F dash going to F dash going to do about it? Naruto returned Taiyuya's glare as he grabbed her arms and stopped moving. When he heard Taouya whine at the lack of motion, he acted. In a swirl, he found himself on top of Taouya, her red hair spread around her like a halo. Her arms hung helplessly above her head. Congrats, now me you fucker. Taouya wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist and pulled his hips in tighter. She needed him and she couldn't help but enjoy the feeling of his balls slapping against her butt. Naruto did as he was told and began to pound into Taouya with renewed vigor. I'm going to make you scream. She ummed loudly, completely helpless as Naruto pounded her harder and harder. She missed the control she had while on top. But that was minor compared to the overwhelming pleasure as she took all Naruto had to give her. Another orgasm rocked through her body. Her tongue fell out of her mouth and she felt Naruto slow. She dropped her legs to the bed and caressed his cheek. He must be getting close. Then he flipped her around so that her face was buried in the cloth while her butt was up. He started again faster and harder than before. Holy effing shit. Naruto, keep going. Yes. Taouya, I can't hold back, Naruto said through gritted teeth. Her mind was blank as Naruto did her from behind. It felt better than before as each previous orgasm built into the next one. And now she was about to ride on the biggest one yet. Then effing don't. Naruto grunted. Taouya screamed. And they both collapsed, panting with large smiles on their face. Naruto grabbed Taouya and pulled her close to him, and buried his head into her sweat-soaked hair. It still smelled like her shampoo, but mostly it smelled like victory. He felt different, but he wasn't sure how exactly. Anything to say now that you lost your virginity, lover boy? Taouya panted lightly as she spoke. Her legs felt like they were made of jello. She looked out the window and saw that it was dark. Wasn't it like 5 when they started? Will you marry me? Effing what? Taouya asked before she started laughing. Holy shit, Naruto. Now is when you're supposed to say something like, I love you. Not if you propose to the first girl that effs your brains out. Still, I can't blame you, I guess. I was pretty awesome. Taouya sighed and cuddled into Naruto further. She thought about how happy she was when Naruto came home. Both times she had felt like she belonged somewhere. There wasn't even a choice to be made. Okay, sure. Huh. She spun in his arms and looked Naruto in the eyes. She wanted to slap that stupid sheet-eating grin off of his face. Or kiss it off. I said, okay, sure, I'll marry you, sheethead. Naruto pulled her closer and kissed her gently. It lacked the heat of their previous kisses but was filled with compassion. They laid perfectly still with their lips touching, just enjoying the simple touch of each other. Naruto separated and kissed her forehead before he buried his head in her hair once more. I knew you'd say yes. Shut up, lover boy. I mostly said yes because you're going to be the Hokage, and being the Hokage's wife probably has a lot of perks or something. Taouya pulled a random blanket on top of them and snuggled deeper into Naruto's chest. She forgot to bite him. She'd have to make sure to do that next time. Holy crap, if we have a kid it's going to be related to 4 Hokage. 5 actually, Naruto corrected. When you died and I went all Kyuubi, it was the 4th that stopped me. He said he was my father. No sheet. Tayuya looked up at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. No sheet. Naruto confirmed. Huh, well alright then. The two lay in silence, their limbs in a tangled mess. They were too exhausted to move but were wide awake as the high of their emotions ran its course. Can we have a CC again? This time pull my hair and slap my butt. Why am I the one helping you do this? Taouya turned to look at Sai as they approached the large pile of rubble left behind when Pain attempted to make a new moon out of Naruto. Because, Casper, unlike Naruto and Pinky, we're no good at rebuilding the village, so you get to help me find a Kyuubi bone to turn into a new flute. Didn't you already get a bone from Dickless, though? Sai placed a finger on his chin and tilted his head slightly to the side. No, the Kyuubi seal has a new coat paint so he's locked up tight. But I did bone Naruto. Tayuya explained as she looked up at the rubble, trying to decide the best way to find a bone in there. She was so not looking forward to digging through all that. Oh, by the way, you're officiating the wedding. Wedding? Sai's eyes widened and he nearly lost his footing climbing to the top of the mound. He had only read about weddings before. To actually be a member of one filled him with excitement. Why me? Shouldn't I be a groomsman? Tayuya surveyed the mountain of rubble in front of her. The flesh of the Kyuubi would dissipate quickly but its skeleton structure would remain for a few weeks unless treated with seals. And Naruto had nearly turned into the full Kyuubi. There should be a few bones hanging around. No way. You'd be hilarious at it. Anyway, don't tell anybody. I want to keep it a surprise. Oh, and do your research. Sai allowed a genuine smile to grace his face. I'll do my best to then. Yeah. Tayuya grunted out as she rolled over a log in hopes of finding a bone. All she got was more rocks. Now quit standing around and help me look for some bones? You mean like those ones over there? Tayuya looked to see Sai pointing at a steaming pile of giant fox bones, red tendrils of steam wafting up from each piece like a warm cup of coffee on a cold day. How on earth did she miss that? She could feel the heat that radiated off of the bones in waves. They were still powerful. Those would be it. Good find, Casper. Treading carefully, Tayuya approached the bones. She extended her hand out towards the massive rib cage, only to snap it back as the heat numbed her forearm. Alright, help me find some of the small ones, long enough for a flute. Straight too and not too thick. XXXX. Tayuya examined one of 3 bones that would be ideal for carving out a new flute. Most of the smaller bones were crushed or cracked. With the knowledge Mito had granted her, she would only need the skill and patience to make a new flute. 3 bones, 3 chances. Tayuya gripped the bone tightly. She'd only need one. The familiar sound of Naruto getting his butt kicked caught her attention. Through the tree Tayuya saw a red-haired slot, punching her lover boy in the face. And him, just standing there, taking it like an idiot. She wasn't certain who she was more set at. She shoved the bones into Sai's arms and stomped towards the scene. Hold these, I'll be right back. In a silent rage, Tayuya charged at the woman fist first. With a punch to the face that would have made Sakura proud, Tayuya put Karui on her but in record speed. There was a moment of silence as the Cloud Nin and Naruto tried to process what happened. Tayuya spun on her heel, directing a cold glare at Naruto. What the F do you think you're doing? Naruto gulped, doing a fantastic job of looking pitiful with one eye nearly swollen shut. He attempted to sink into a lump and hoped that his SBMSSV cuteness would be enough to stop Tayuya's rage. He had seen her mad before, furious even, but this was his first time seeing her mad at him. Tayuya, listen, Shut the F up, lover boy. Tayuya growled and pulled Naruto up by his jacket and holding him up high. She shook him once and then forced him against the wooden shed. What the F do you think you're doing letting somebody else beat the snot out of you? There are only 3 people that are allowed to do that. I'm number FNG1 on that. Listen, Juggage is still knocked out cold, and Pinky sure as hell didn't get FANG tan. Who the F are you? Karui shouted. She stood up and wiped a bit of blood off of her lip ready to fight Tayuya. Tayuya stopped the fight before it began with a sharp glare and wicked smile. I'm the dumbass that agreed to marry him pieces for brains. Don't worry, I'll get back to you shortly. She snapped back towards Naruto and brought her face close to Naruto's. Now start talking, shithead, before I cut your D off by paper cut, have it taxidermied and then sewed back on. Omoi took a step back and crossed his legs. Man, Konoha chicks are scary. Naruto brought his arms up in defense from the verbal lashing Tayuya was going to give him. I was trying to make up for what Sasuke did. I'm trying to end the cycle of hatred. And getting the snot beat out of you is supposed to do that? You're trying to change the FING world, you idiot. What on earth made you think that getting hit in the FING face was the right way to go about that? Like, are you going to let every jackass that Sasuke sees off punch you in the face? 'Cause if that's why, I'll start now, for him putting this stupid FNG idea in your head. Tayuya sighed and dropped Naruto to his feet. With a few deep breaths, she trapped him against the building. She ignored the tears in her eyes and let her head fall to Naruto's chest. Her fury came back in full force. Listen here, numbskull, you're not going to change the world by not fighting. You're going to have to fight. I'm going to have to fight. And you're not going to do a whole lot if you let people just win. You're going to have to fight back, damn it. It doesn't matter what the fight is for. You want to change the world, start with how you win the fight. After you beat the snot out of some other dweeb, you look at them and forgive them. That's how you should do it. None of this self-sacrifice bullshit, you got that? Yeah, got it. Naruto spoke softly as he brought his arms around Tayuya. When she growled, he shot his arms above his head. How long am I going to be in trouble for? Tayuya narrowed her eyes up at him. Her arms fell to her sides and she turned away from him. I don't know, until I'm horny again? So tonight? Naruto smiled at the back of her head. Tayuya swatted him the chest hard enough to make him groan. You wish, lover boy. Omoi and Karui looked at the couple like they were looking at some kind of two-headed monster. Omoi coughed into his hand and took a step towards his partner. Hey, I think you did enough, we should head out, yeah? Oh no you don't, Tayuya said in a calm, even voice. Without fear or hostility, Tayuya took even steps towards Karui. Now, what kind of a honorless motherfucker beats up on somebody that won't fight back? Karui took a step forward, getting right in Tayuya's face. She smiled at the 4 inches she had on the other redhead. Listen, shorty, your boyfriend said. Blah blah blah. No wonder your eyes are yellow, you really do have to PSS for brains. What the F is the point of beating the crap out of somebody? If you want to relieve stress or vent, go F eraser head over there, he looks like he's into Lolis. Tayuya bumped her chest into Karui, causing the woman to back up a half step. Karui blushed a deep red and attempted to make a comeback, but all that came out was gibberish. Yeah. Omoi took a step back and took out his sucker and aimed the red sweet at Tayuya. Hey, even I know better than to stick my D in, crazy. Karui let out a noise like a teapot coming to a boil. She threw her arms up and stomped off in a random direction. The short. Let's go see if Samui needs help with anything. Omoi grabbed Karui and lead her back towards Konoha. Naruto walked up behind Tayuya and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her in tight. He felt her tense and then relax. Thanks, by the way. Tayuya wanted to scream bloody murder at the PSS-brained idiot for calling her short. Instead, she relaxed into Naruto's firm grip. With a deep breath, she grabbed Naruto's arm and looked up, watching the lightning Nin walk towards Konoha. Why are they so tall? They're not tall, you're just short. Hey Casper, you know a good taxidermist? XXXX. The bone of the Kyuubi was nearly as light as a feather. If she swung it around too fast, its whiteness would cause her to become dizzy. A normal tool would not be hard enough to puncture it, She would need careful control and channel her chakra into the bone and the tools to give it shape. All the while the bone would be fighting against her. After Naruto left to go beg for Sasuke's life, Tayuya secluded herself at the base of the Hokage's monument. She sat against a massive tree, the very same one that her great-grandmother sat at when she made the first flute. It was a wedding present from Hashirama. She wanted to go with Loverboy to talk to the Reikage. But she was put under ANBU watch just before she could leave the village. Orochimaru was dead, but Kabuto had been sighted in the area. A team was sent out to retrieve Enko, another woman with the curse seal. Taouya sighed and let her head rest against the rough bark of the tree. Her hands snaked up to the curse mark. Even after you die, you still cause me nothing but trouble. Setting the 3 bones in front of her, Taouya popped her neck and cracked her knuckles. She blew the hair out of her face only for it to fall back into place. It's probably for the best that Loverboy isn't here to distract me. First, Uzumaki blood, to act as the binding agent, Tayuya said to herself as she took out a kunai. With no hesitation, she gave her palm a long, thin slice. Cupping her hand to pool the blood, Tayuya held it above the first of the Kyuubi bones. With a clenched fist, she poured the blood over the bone. It sizzled violently like a drop of water poured onto a hot stone. Taouya grabbed the bone with her bloodied hand, wincing at the searing pain that tore through her arm. Next, remove the Kyuubi's chakra to create a void hungry for chakra. With her eyes closed, Tayuya focused on the Kyuubi's chakra, pushing it out and away from the bone while still allowing the bone to exist. Her blood acted like ink and began to form the seals Mito had given her. They swirled and twisted along the white bone like a vine. The bone cracked and then crumbled to dust. FNG sheet goddamn mystic demon bullshit. Tayuya, you okay? Sakura asked, slowly approaching the redhead like she was a cornered animal. Kiba, Lee, and Sai were behind her, all of them with a look of determination in her eyes. Just fine, Pinky, just fine. Stupid FANG Uzumaki bullshit, goddamn Kyuubi fuckward. Taouya thrashed her kunai around violently before she came to a sudden stop and dropped her head. If you're looking for Loverboy, I'm not allowed to say where he is. Sakura shook her head, sending her pink locks into a flurry. I want your help with something important. Tayuya tilted her head to the side and examined the motley crew Sakura had assembled. She couldn't help but crack a smile. Sakura was so easy to get wound up. Look, Pinky, I know that if I told Loverboy for every girl he gets I get 2 boys, but honestly I get to pick who goes into my harem. Sakura's face turned red in a hurry. What? That's not what quit trying to distract me, damn it. And honestly, if you think those are the kind of men I'm into, you're a bit of an idiot. Tayuya smiled as Sakura continued to huff and puff at the implications of sharing Naruto with her. Though I might consider taking you in part of my harem, you look absolutely CC when you're panting and sweating, you know? That's not what we're here for. Sakura stomped her foot, causing the ground to tremble slightly. With heavy breaths, she marched towards Tayuya, staring down at her. I need your help in convincing Naruto to stop chasing Sasuke. Okay, why? All of Sakura's steam vanished in an instant, and she deflated slightly. Her voice was distant as she spoke. Because if we don't, Sasuke will kill Naruto. Tayuya closed her eyes and took a long deep breath before locking gazes with Sakura. Look, I don't know a whole sheet load about why Naruto gives a rat's butt about Sasuke. But I do know that it's important to him. And besides, have a little faith in Naruto, you're like his friend, right? You're his girlfriend or something, shouldn't you be worried about him getting killed because he tries to bring Sasuke back for me? Sakura pleaded. Once again she was on the verge of tears. Oh no, there's a chance my precious Naruto Puber could stub his toe. I should cut off his legs to stop it from happening. Tayuya said in a dreamy voice, complete with fluttering eyes as she placed a finger near her eye and dragged it down her face. Her face hardened and she narrowed her eyes at Sakura. Don't get me wrong, I don't want Naruto to die. But I'd hate myself if I turned into a manipulative beach just to keep him safe. Sakura grew meek at that, the words weighing heavily on her heart. As she always did, she firmed up and found resolve within herself. It didn't matter what she was as long as Naruto lived. If you don't help me do this, I'll tell Naruto I love him. A silence drifted between the group. Kiba and Rock Lee were bug-eyed and Sai's smile vanished. Tayuya looked at Sakura with nonchalantly. Honestly, that was her trump card? And? Naruto's been in love with me forever. If I tell him, I'm warning you, Pinky, you're about 2 seconds away from not being a maid of honor, Tayuya said with a lazy smile. She rolled her shoulders and looked down at the last 2 bones. Maid of honor? Kiba asked, looking down at Akamaru for answers. Then it hit him. He rushed towards Tayuya, almost pushing Sakura out of the way. Wait a second, you're getting married to Naruto? Tayuya didn't bother to look back at him as she continued to examine the bone. What on earth did she do wrong the first time? Was it too little or too much? Yep, I fed his brains out and he asked me to marry him. I said sure. Yash, such a youthful display will surely raise spirits. I wish you the best of luck with your marriage. Let us hurry, I wish to solidify my position as Naruto's best man. Sakura ignored Lee's ravings and glared hatefully down at Tayuya. Then shouldn't you want to keep him out of danger? Why won't you help me stop him from fighting Sasuke? I am effing helping you, stupid bitch. Tayuya snapped and pointed down towards the bones in front of her. I'm using my time to improve myself, to help Naruto in a way that you can't. You got that? You can hit him, you can heal him. But you can't help him when it comes to dealing with the Kyuubi now, can you? So that's what I'm doing, making a new flute so that I can turn that fox into a soft kitten and Naruto can use its power without getting fed in the head, you useless, stupid, ignorant, pink-haired bitch. Without another word, Sakura walked away, her face a mask of rage, yet tears flowed freely from her eyes. Though she walked in a straight line, her entire body was shaking. An innocent tree was shattered on her way out. Sai looked between Tayuya and Sakura. This whole fight might have been his fault. I'll go make sure Sakura doesn't do anything stupid. Tayuya nodded and closed her eyes. She waited for them to leave before she allowed herself to cry. She could really use a DMN vacation, some DMN beach in the middle of nowhere with Naruto drooling all over her. She'd tease him until he snapped and then took her, conquering her with his kisses. It scared her. She couldn't imagine a life where Naruto wasn't around. It seemed impossible. Tayuya smiled and stared up at the sky through the branches. Man, I've got it bad for you, lover boy, real bad. With a deep breath, Tayuya returned her attention to the bones. Once more she cut her palm and pooled the blood. The bone sizzled when it came in contact with her blood. It burned when she picked it up. And once again her blood began to form the vine-like seals. She pushed her chakra hard, trying to remove all of the chakra as quickly as possible. The bone remained solid. The red of her blood quickly hardened and turned black. The bone felt cold. Awesome, now for the hard part. Tayuya held the bone horizontal to the ground and looked around the area to make certain nobody was going to disturb her. She had assembled a flute before, memorizing each and every piece of it. Now she had to cut into the bone and slowly turn it into a flute. With a steady hand, she began to drill into the bone with a needle enhanced by her wind chakra. It was a slow, painful process. For 3 days Tayuya committed herself to grinding out her flute. It had to be perfect. It needed to be perfect. She could not afford a single mistake. The first day she completed the main tube of the flute. The second she etched the headpiece and the keyholes along the body. On the night of the 3rd day, it was complete. Tayuya twirled her creation in her hand and stared up at the moon. Her flute would, in theory, be just as strong as the one Mito made, if not even stronger because of how fresh the bone was. She placed the flute to her mouth and smiled. Let's see what this baby can do. She felt the pull with the first note, the seals hungering for her chakra and beginning to glow red as she fed it. The flute reached deep, impossible to be satisfied. It pulled natural energy into it through Tayuya's connection to the ground, from the air and the heavens above. The effect was immediate, and Tayuya lost herself to the song. She explored every pitch and tune her flute could carry, swinging from one to the next and then back again, skipping a tune or carrying a pitch. It doubled back on itself over and over, creating a rhapsody of sound. It echoed louder and clearer than before. blanketing over Konoha like a midsummer shower. It was the song of purpose, like a lion's roar after defeating a rival. Taouya was back and as strong as ever. Konoha was rebuilding and soon they would be able to stand as tall and as proud as ever. The sound built around itself, mounting to ever greater heights before it crashing down with thunderous echoes that shook all those that heard her rapid tones. Her fingers danced along the keys as she grew familiar with her flute as though embracing a long-lost lover. Taouya finished with a flourish, bowing to a fake audience. Slow clapping came from behind her. She turned around slowly, like a child with their hands stuck in the cookie jar. "I love it when you play your flute," Naruto said softly with joy in his eyes at seeing Taouya once again. His clapping died and he walked forward, in much better shape than he was days ago, even with Sakura's most recent poisoning. Taouya smiled, walking forward slowly towards Naruto. She almost skipped the last couple of steps towards him. "Oh, you're just saying that because you want me to play you a tune on my effin' flute tonight, don't ya?" Naruto laughed lowly and scratched the back of his head. "I wouldn't say no. I actually wanted to see if you wanted to go on a date tomorrow with me, that is if you want." "Really, lover boy? I say yes to marrying your blonde butt and then you get all shy and sheet. And you totally just want to eat at Ichiraku because they're opening up tomorrow." Taouya smiled as she pressed her body up against Naruto's. There was nothing but clothing that separated them. Taouya slowly inched upwards, brushing her lips against his. Her body reacted to his touch and his scent sending powerful jolts through her spine. Well they are okay. Naruto mumbled incoherently as he felt Taiyuya's form press against his. The softness of her BRSS was not lost through the fabric of his shirts. She smelled faintly of cinnamon, but mostly of sweat and sap. "I'll say yes if you make me scream your name." Taouya squealed in delight when Naruto took her legs out from under her and began to run in a random direction. "You idiot, our place is the other way." "How the heck am I supposed to know that? Everything's being rebuilt so fast." Taouya allowed herself to be dragged to eat ramen at 10 in the morning. And after Naruto kept up his end of the bargain, who was she to complain? That, and she had to admit, she had been wanting a good bowl of ramen for a while now. "You know you're buying me flowers after this, right?" Naruto's face turned sour like he had just eaten a lemon. "But what kind of flower do you like?" "I'm your fiancé. I told you I wanted flowers before, so you're going to get me some flowers." Taiyuya's scowl matched Naruto's sour expression as they walked hand in hand towards the ramen stand. "And I don't know what kind of flower I like. Something red? But not FNG rose." "Okay. So ramen, then flowers, anything else you want to do today?" Naruto smiled down at the redhead, pulling her close enough that he could kiss her on the head. "Ramen is as far as I've ever planned for a date." "Well, figure it out, lover boy." Taiyuya's face softened into a smile when Naruto kissed her head. He should kiss her more. And in different places. Everywhere, possibly. The smell of ramen floated about the road like early morning fog on a harbor. They could practically taste it. Taouya frowned that she barely needed to crouch to duck under the curtain. "Hey old man, 2 bowls to start with please," Naruto declared the second they entered the empty ramen stand. Seamlessly, they took the 2 stools in the middle and smiled at the chef. Well, if it isn't my 2 favorite customers, how have you 2 been?" Tucci smiled warmly and began to prepare their meals. "I'm just glad to be back in Konoha for a while. I'm just wondering why the F I let Loverboy talk me into having ramen at 10 in the morning." "You're drooling a little bit, princess." Taouya wiped her mouth and found it dry. She glared at Naruto and poked him hard in the shoulder. "You're lucky you're cute." In no time, their ramen was ready and placed in front of them. Just as Naruto was about to take his first bite, he poofed away. Taouya glared at the spot where her loverboy was just at moments ago. She took a long deep breath in and then let it out through her nose. She grabbed his bowl and dragged it over next to hers. Why on earth did she have to fall for such a complicated idiot? He's still paying for this, by the way. There were many glorious things about having a soon-to-be wife, such as random kisses, random BLWJBS, random SSE, having somebody to always back you up. It was nice being able to return home and see somebody that was mostly always happy to see him. Taouya also offered Naruto something that he didn't even know he needed. Structure. She provided him with a set of rules that he actually wanted to follow. Oh God, I'm going to. And then there were inglorious things as well. Finding out that neither of them wanted to cook was one, that Taouya did actually poop was another. Going shopping for lady care products didn't help, and Taouya's predilection towards frugality and money grubbing made it all the more difficult. Although that last one had actually helped a lot. He had savings now. Savings. Adding to that list was holding her hair back while she spewed vomit off of the side of the boat. Naruto rubbed the base of his palm in small circles on her back, getting a grunt of approval. I can't believe you get seasick. Taouya glared at Naruto for a second. She lurched and gave a sharp cough, expelling saliva into the ocean. For a moment she stared at the rough waters, and with a swallow, she stuck her tongue out in an attempt to air out the taste. This is all your fault, by the way. How's it my fault? Naruto lifted her hair up higher and allowed it to fall from his hand like a river of red. With a slow, deliberate motion, Naruto snaked his hands around her waist, pulling her up into a hug. His cheek brushed against hers as they both looked out into the empty blue of the ocean. What little fight Taouya had in her died. The BSTRD was learning too quick. With a weak frown, she jabbed Naruto's stomach with her elbow. You just had to go get a prophecy from a wrinkly but grandfather frog that was probably higher than a kite by liking his own juices, that said, oh, you're going to get trained by Octopussy to help you master the Kyuubi, and that a violent little redhead was going to be there too. So yes, this is your fault. Naruto gave a soft laugh and kissed her on the cheek. You sure you're not just mad that it interrupted our date? I want my flowers, damn it. Taouya pouted and tried to move her head out of Naruto's kissing range. The boat gave a sudden JRK that left her stomach floating. She was in control, she wasn't going to puke again, nope, that wasn't staying down. Unhooking herself from Naruto's arms, Taouya gripped the railing with white-knuckled fury and began to vomit. I don't remember eating this much. I do, Naruto said with a smile on his face. He was quick to pull Taouya's hair back to avoid staining it with puke. With a long, gentle slide, he felt her hair, even when gross from sweat and salt it was still so beautiful. What would you do with flowers anyways? We don't have a vase. Taouya gave one last spit to get the taste out of her mouth. She glared out at the sea, her bottom jaw protruded forward slightly. It was the kind of look reserved for BSers that woke her up from a good sleep. Her face snapped back and she twisted around, pressing her butt against the railing and looking Naruto in the eyes. I'd show them to all the single girls. I'd start with Pinky because she's a jealous beach and it would be funny, then the platinum bimbo saying that receiving flowers is so much better than selling them. Lastly, I'd take them to Miss Ipsilot's grave because she'd be dead on the inside. You are such a horrible person. Naruto stepped to the side, placing his back to the ocean as well. He grabbed Taouya's hip and pulled her close. With a slap to his chest, Taouya rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. Yep, I even got an idiot like you to fall in love with me. If you weren't all gross from puking, I'd kiss you. Well, you kiss me when I have your cum in my mouth, how's my puke any different? Such a horrible person. Taouya smiled at that one. She felt Naruto's hand with hers. It was larger and more coarse than her own. It'd be hard for him to play a flute with those. So Grand Froggy's vision was about you getting trained to control the Kyuubi? Naruto nodded as a blast of wind knocked a bunch of Taouya's hair past his face. He watched as her smile slowly faded. Why was she so sad? Wasn't him learning to control the Kyuubi a good thing? That way she'd just have to play her flute for fun. Squeezed her shoulder closer. Don't worry, I'll still need you no matter what. A growl came from Taouya's stomach. She shook her head quickly and brushed out of Naruto's embrace. What? No, I'm not worried about that, I'm hungry. Naruto's face twisted and he tilted his head to the side ever so slightly. You're hungry? Yeah, I just spent the whole morning puking. Of course I'm hungry. Taouya took a step back and pointed towards her stomach. Naruto blinked twice and tapped his chin. That makes sense. I'm sure we're almost there though. The boat groaned and shook violently. A massive tentacle swept in with a splash of seawater, soaking Naruto and snatching Tayuya up. It wrapped around her waist, squeezing one arm against her side while the other dangled helplessly about. What the F is this? Ntai bullshit. Tayuya screamed as the tentacle thrashed her about like a horrible roller coaster ride. With her free arm, she began to viciously punch at the rubbery flesh with little effect. Great job, Tayuya. You found the octopus that's supposed to teach me. Tayuya had a moment of clarity as she was flung around like a plaything. She was going to marry that idiot. She felt like puking again. This is calamari, you idiot. 3 things happened after that. Tayuya vomited again. She realized that Naruto didn't know what calamari was. And the squid dragged her underwater. XXXX. Tayuya shivered on the deck of the ship, completely soaked from the cold ocean. Like a wet, angry kitten, she somehow managed to glare at the entire world while still invoking a sense of pity. The majority of her hatred was directed towards the giant squid that wanted to eat her and her idiot fiancé that was going to have to eat her to make up for this. Oi, lover boy, give me your jacket. My jacket? Why? Naruto asked. He examined his jacket closely. Maybe there was something on it that Tayuya wanted. With a growl, Tayuya snapped away from Naruto, her wet hair sending a whip of water at his face. She looked up at the giant octopus thing that had just saved her life while her own glorious white knight stood on the deck like an idiot. She pointed towards the 8 tails with a shivering hand. I guess you want that guy to see my melons? Killer bee ain't gonna lie, seeing your rack be pretty fly. The great ox said in a voice that did not belong to it. Naruto was quick to take off his jacket and give it to Tayuya after that. Fine here. Tayuya's wet top smacked hard onto the deck. She allowed herself to smile into the warmth of Naruto's jacket and his jealous streak. It felt like she was floating inside of a toaster. Naruto's jacket was long enough that she could probably wear it as a dress. Thanks, lover boy, and the next time I get grabbed by a giant animal, throw me a effendi kunai. Isn't that how Shikamaru beat you? Why don't you? Naruto's sentence slowed to a crawl as Tayuya glared at him, challenging him to continue talking. He did not want to find out what the reward would have been. Shutting up. Pinky owes me $5, you can learn. Tayuya spun on her heels and pointed towards the giant squid carcass. All right, Octopussy, drag that thing to shore. I want calamari for dinner. XXXX. The next morning Tayuya awoke to several things. 1. Naruto was holding onto her BRSTS for dear life. 2. They were both naked. 3. She needed to puke. Right now. 4. There was no bathroom in the room that she and Naruto were given, by Molio or whatever his name was. Gonna hurl. Tayuya shouted as she left the bed in a hurry, dragging Naruto halfway into the room. In all her naked glory, Tayuya slammed open the door while trying to hold in the oncoming stomach fluids in her mouth. The bathroom happened to be directly across from their room. She barely made it in time before whatever was in her stomach took the express exit through her mouth. Tayuya? Naruto asked, halfway into pants and half awake. He walked forward to witness Tayuya clutching a toilet for dear life as ungodly fluids poured from her mouth. Draping his jacket over her shoulders, Naruto pulled Tayuya's hair back. You sure you're not sick? Piss us off. Tayuya's voice echoed from inside the toilet bowl. She coughed and heaved again before her stomach contents exited her again. Squid did not taste the same coming up as it did going down. If I'm sick, you would be sick too. Then why are you still seasick? We're not on a boat. A bang and a shuffle came from the open door. An arm from Molio waved from the side. He gave a small cough. Genbu is a moving island. It is not unheard of for genin to get seasick when they come here. Tayuya groaned and brought her face out of the toilet long enough to glare at Molio's arm. Thanks for the update, Molio, now make it stop. My name is Motoi, and I don't really have control over Genbu. Whatever. Any fight in Tayuya vanished as her stomach reemerged. I didn't eat this much. Naruto rolled his eyes and rubbed small circles on Tayuya's back. Yes, you did. Peace off, lover boy. Just go find Octopussy and make him train you so we can get off this rock. Tayuya shrugged her shoulder hard towards Naruto, removing his hand. To hell with what her real mission was, she wanted off of this diamond rock. Besides, even if she wanted to, there was no way that she could stop Naruto if he mastered the 9 tails. That and she wanted to be on the battlefield, she had a few tricks up her sleeves. Naruto stood up and frowned. Are you sure you're okay? Shouldn't I stay with you if you're sick? I'll be fine, I just need to puke up my stomach and then I'll be fine, Tayuya mumbled into the toilet. Where was Pinky when she could actually be useful? Are you sure? Tayuya breathed in sharply through her nose. I'm adding Sai to the harem, he's girly enough we can both enjoy him. Hey wait what? I would say Pinky because she's a butch enough that I could enjoy her, but then again she probably actually wants you more than me. Stop puking words. I'm going sheesh. Tayuya chuckled and rested her cheek against the seat of the toilet. Kick his butt loverboy. I'm keeping your jacket though. Yeah, have fun hugging the porcelain throne princess. Naruto waved his hand as he went back to their room. Remind me to never take you on a boat again. More barf answered him. XXXX. With the midday sun and a half-day's ration sitting happily inside of her stomach, Tayuya felt fantastic. She walked through the thick forest of Genbu with relative ease in Naruto's jacket. She was swimming in it, with its sleeves completely swallowing her hands and the bottom reaching just low enough that she could wear it as a daring dress. She traced her fingers along the rocky cliff face as she followed the path Motoi had given her. In the back of her mind, Tayuya knew that she should tell Naruto about the war soon. Just as soon as he mastered the Kyuubi. Then she'd tell him, and they would go to the war and fight for their future. She was just lucky she managed to convince Tsunade that it'd be easy to keep Naruto here if they didn't have a bodyguard. Tayuya smiled when she happened upon Naruto sitting in a meditative stance on a small patch of grass surrounded by water. Minutes passed as she stood there watching him. It was the most still she had ever seen him. Even when he was asleep he moved more than this. Her teeth dragged along her bottom lip as she let out a long sigh. Future huh? She walked forward. There was no knowing what was waiting for them in the war. But she would be there with Naruto every step of the way. And they would succeed. And they would worry about what comes after when it came to that. There was no fighting the smile that appeared on her face as she stepped across the water to Naruto. For a moment she was able to stand there watching him. Then his eyes snapped open, his hand grabbed her arm, he pulled her down onto his lap. He kissed her suddenly with all the heat and passion he could muster. Tayuya smiled into the kiss. She wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and held him tight against her. These were her favorite kisses where Naruto took them without asking when he was in power, and she was completely helpless to his desires. But only because they were so rare. Naruto broke the kiss slowly like he was crawling out of bed on the weekends. He hugged Tayuya tightly, kissing her neck softly. I love you. That's a good thing loverboy, Tayuya mewed when Naruto kissed her softly on that spot on her neck. She felt his teeth and gasped. His small love bite caused her to kick her legs, squealing for just a moment. With a hard push, she pulled Naruto away from her neck. She looked into his eyes for what seemed like an eternity that ended all too soon. He had changed, in the smallest of ways he was different. She kissed him, skiing on his top lip slightly as she sandwiched it between hers. A small smile turned into a small laugh as she rested her forehead against his. So what were you doing out here? I was conquering my inner self, Naruto said plainly. He blinked and scratched the back of his head. Well, not really, I kind of embraced him too, I guess. You helped a lot too. And how did I help exactly? Tayuya leaned back and shook her hair free. It looked like wildfire with the light's reflection making her glow. I just got here. Naruto's face twisted into a small frown. Well, the thing is, oh, I know, why don't you try to conquer your inner self? All you have to do is sit here and then they show up. I was alone in a prison cell for 3 years, Naruto. Trust me, lover boy, I'm as me as I can get. Tayuya brought up her finger and pressed hard on Naruto's nose. Besides, I'm not the one that has a giant demon inside me that wants to eat me. Naruto shook his head back and tried to bite Tayuya's finger. He missed and she bopped him on the nose again. I think the Kyuubi would be more than happy to eat you, he's not a big fan of you. Tayuya laughed. You make sure to tell Clifford that I'm shaking in my panties. Yo, say ho, The offbeat rhythms of Killer Bee echoed into the small clearing as he walked in. Moshio followed close behind him with his shoulders held high. You chillin' with Little Red, you conquer the fool in your head? Naruto shot up, forcing Tayuya to do a flip or fall backward. His face was flushed and he gave a quarter smile. Well the thing is, I kind of did. Real nice lover boy. Tia nudged him in his stomach with a proud smile on her face. Yo, Octopussy, you ready to teach Loverboy how to not get f'd by Clifford? That's Lord B and Lord 8 to you Little Red. Tayuya rolled her eyes and gave a mock salute. She stood rigid with perfect posture. Yes, Lord Octopussy, please teach my idiot fiancé how to not get bitten by the giant red fox that hides under the bed. Naruto did his best to hide his smile from Killer Bee. But there was nothing he could do to stop the giggling that came out when he looked at the man's face. Princess, has anybody told you if you weren't cute you'd probably be dead by now? Cute doesn't stop them from crippling me though. XXXX. Tayuya's fingers drifted along the warm bone of her flute. The seals were glowing with heat nearly enough to burn her hand. This was the rage of the Kyuubi unchained and unbound. She tried her best to keep still and play a song to calm the Kyuubi. As much as she wished that the harder and faster she played the more effective her music would be. She wanted to expel her emotions and let them loose through her flute. But the opposite was true. She needed to be in control to calm the Kyuubi. It was like holding an umbrella in a hurricane. Her heart stopped as the Kyuubi's influence began to take over Naruto. It spread like wildfire. She felt her hands began to shake, her entire body trembling as Naruto began to lose. It was nearing the halfway point. She bit her cheek hard enough to draw blood. Her hands stopped shaking and her heart stopped racing. They could do this. All she needed was to take it slow. She began to play, pouring her emotion into the music. She was no longer trying to control the Kyuubi. She wanted to help Naruto. And for a moment it seemed to work. The corruption had stopped at the halfway point. Her fingers danced along her flute as steam rose from seals. She put everything she had into the melody, causing it to double over and over. She couldn't control the hurricane, but she could fight it. The music flowed like a divine wind that swept up the courage and bravery of those that knew Naruto. Sakura's grit, Hinata's kindness, Rock Lee's determination, Kiba's ferocity, Shikamaru's guile, Sai's shyness. A bit of each and every one of their friends made their way into her song. Each one was held together by their bond with Naruto. And behind it all was Tayuya, simply as herself. And there was not a single part of her that did not believe in Naruto. They could do this. Naruto's face, the part of it that wasn't covered in Kyuubi chakra, smiled. His eye opened, suddenly looked around frantically like in a fevered dream before it settled on her. His hand shot out and touched her. There was a whoosh and a shimmer. And Tayuya found herself falling into a shining sea of nothingness. A familiar pair of arms caught her and placed her on a ground that didn't quite exist. What the F did you do, Loverboy? Where the F is my flute? Tayuya asked as she looked around. Naruto was standing there, was a giant smile on his face. And then there was a woman with long red hair smiling at her. Hello. The woman extended her hand politely as she spoke. Tayuya glared at it and maintained her glare as she looked at Naruto. You know that's the Kyuubi, right? So no, she can't be in our harem. She's my mom. I'm his mother. Tayuya shook her head, sending her hair flying. Her glare vanished and she stuck her tongue out and closed one eye like she had just smelled a rotten egg. Wait, your mom's the Kyuubi and you want to add her to the harem? What? She's not the Kyuubi, and she doesn't have a lot of time left. She just wanted to meet you before she left, Naruto said with cheeks nearly as red as Tayuya's hair. He stood between the two women with arms outstretched, palms facing up. Mom, this is Tayuya, my fiancé. Tayuya, this is Kushina, my mom. She was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Kushina stepped forward, her shoulders straightened and her posture was corrected. She made the 3 inches she had on Tayuya seem like 6 as she glared down at the other redhead. Her lips were pursed tight and she spoke just above a whisper. What makes you think you're good enough to marry my son? What makes you think I'm FNG not? Tayuya challenged, stepping forward. She met Kushina's gaze with one of her own. Sparks flew and Naruto could do nothing but watch as the two women glared at each other. He wasn't certain if the growling was from them or the Kyuubi was escaping his mother's chains. Then the strangest thing happened. They laughed. Kushina scooped Tayuya up into her arms, lifting her an inch off the ground as she hugged the girl tightly. "Oh, you're absolutely perfect. I can't believe Naruto managed to find a beautiful girl like you." "Hey." It didn't take him long. On our second day of not trying to kill each other, he told me he loved me. I like to think that I was the only girl desperate enough to talk him after he said that. Tayuya embraced the woman instantly, a cheeky smile on her face as she looked at Naruto. That was only because of the shadow clones. "So tell me, are you really an Uzumaki too?" Kushina set Tayuya down and held her at arm's length, inspecting her red hair. "You're certainly pretty enough to be one." Mito Uzumaki is my great-grandmother. I used her flute to help Loverboy with the Kyuubi a few times," Tayuya said as her cheeks flushed slightly pink. "No way, that flute playing was yours? It was amazing. I think you might be better than Granny Mito. You should have seen Fuzzball. He kept shouting at you to stop playing it while he attacked Naruto." Kushina gushed, looking at Tayuya with stars in her eyes. "Wait, that was working? The flute was so hot that I didn't think it was." Kushina placed her hands on Tayuya's shoulders and allowed them to slide down slightly. "Yeah, and it helped to motivate me and Naruto a lot too, so keep playing and keep my son happy, will you?" Naruto in his lip when he saw Tayuya's smile change slightly. "Please don't say it, please don't say it." "That's okay, I just SCK his D every once in a while and he's good." A silence clung to them like an early morning dew. Kushina blinked once a smile grew on her face. "Oh, Minato was the same way. Greatest ninja of his time, and he was easily defeated by a few kisses and some licks. For the record, I'm not going to ask you for tips." "No, I suppose my son gives you plenty of those." "Yeah, and when he does I get addition." Tayuya and Kushina shared a smile while Naruto sighed into a sad smile of his own. At least his mother approved of Tayuya. Kushina flexed her arm and gripped her bicep firmly. "Now, let's go take care of that giant grumpy fox." XXXX. Tayuya was slammed back into her body the moment Naruto started to fight the Kyuubi again. She gasped for air for a moment, like she had held her breath that entire time. Her fingers began to move on their own, gliding across her flute like some exotic dance. She could almost hear Kushina sing as she started her song anew. The Kyuubi's chakra surged for her in a desperate attempt to win then and now. Like twin lions, they roared and pushed the corruption back. It sputtered and spazzed with every note losing ground at an unmatched pace. The chakra vanished, the flute grew cold, and the air grew still. "He did it," Tayuya said, putting her flute down. She couldn't help but let out a cheerful laugh. Now all they had to do was win the war against Akatsuki and they'd be able to relax for like 2 days before something else exploded. Although her definition of relax had gotten a bit skewed. Naruto smiled and stood up tall. He pulled Tayuya towards him, twirling her around into a small peck. "My mom said she wants 3 grandbabies." Tayuya hummed and hoped up to wrap her legs around Naruto's waist, allowing her to look down at him. "Well, I'll give her 2.5. Where's the half going to come from? Pinky's butch enough that we could both enjoy her. I'm honestly starting to wonder if you're joking about the harem thing. Your D is mine, Loverboy." Tayuya kissed Naruto one last. She hopped onto the ground and backed up a step. "You can use the Kyuubi's chakra now, right? Show us." "Yo, boy of 9 ain't fool, he's got the chakra down acute." Killer Bee rapped, providing nothing to the conversation. Naruto nodded, stretching out his entire body. It was like flipping a light switch. Naruto exploded with chakra. It covered him like a thick golden cloak of fire. He looked at himself in amazement, then looked far away. Then finally towards Tayuya. He smiled and stared towards her stomach. "Awesome, now I was on a mission to keep you happy but here and away from the war, but now that you have this, Tayuya was forced to stop as Naruto caressed her cheek. He was smiling at her in such a weird way. "Look, I know you're mad about me not telling you, but Your PR didn't Tayuya?" The world went still. "Effing what?" Tayuya backed away from Naruto again and slapped away his hand. She had counted the days on her fingers. Sure, she was a little late, but that didn't mean. No, that doesn't make sense. We used protection every time and those things aren't cheap. Wait, that first time in the tent. Damn it, I was on the pill. She glared at Naruto's stupid smiling face. F you and your super espam UBSRD. She folded her arms and frowned for a moment before she sighed. Well, whatever, let's just go kick but so we can get married sooner because I don't want to be a whale in a wedding dress. Naruto grabbed her by the shoulders and forced her into one last small kiss. I love you. Lover boy. Tayuya raised an eyebrow. But you're PR'd with our kid, so I'm sorry but I can't let you fight. Naruto jumped away quickly as Tayuya tried to take a swing at him. B, let's go. Tayuya felt her left eye twitch. There was a war going on. She had the ability to influence everybody that heard her flute. And he wanted to just leave her here? The F, you're going to leave me here, Naruto. Uzumaki, I'm going to that war and we're going to kick F in your butt. Her voice was nearly a whisper, tears began to form in her eyes, and her hands shook with unbridled fury. Naruto just looked at her with an apologetic smile on his face. I swear to F, Loverboy, if you leave me here we're through, I will never speak to you again. At least you'd be safe. Well, kind of, Naruto offered with a sad smile. He looked towards his fellow Jinchuriki and nodded. In a brilliant show of chakra prowess, he leapt away from Tayuya with enough force he might as well be flying. Don't you run away from me! Tayuya shouted as she stomped forward. I swear to thank God I'm going to name this kid living proof that Naruto Uzumaki F Tayuya and then F it all up because he's a dumb but motherfucker. You hear me, you BC? Get your pale blonde but back here, you piece of FNG sheet. I own your butt. Get the f back here so I can bite your d off and eat it with f ton of ketchup. You stupid, idiotic waste of human flesh. If you effing die out there, I'm sleeping with Sasuke, you PP sking motherfucker. I bet you'd like that too. You must be effing gay for him or something. That's why you don't want me to be there in case you run into your emo gay loving piece of sheet. Tayuya collapsed, breathing heavily. Twin waterfalls of tears poured from her eyes. She let out a noise that was somewhere between a sob and a laugh. Can't believe you made me cry, you bisui. She rolled her head back and stared up at the blue skies above her. With a single hand on her stomach, she closed her eyes and smiled. Piardinantiha? Well, kid, let's hope your idiot stupid BSRD father comes back in one piece. She sat there for a moment, trying her hardest to let the anger simmer down. I wonder if Molio or Octopussy have any beer. She awoke to a pleasant soreness in her nethers. The bed, while slightly sticky, was 1,000 times more comfortable than her own. With a sigh, Tayuya nuzzled further into the marvelously firm pillow she had her arms around. It moved up and down so pleasantly. Something squeezed her melons and pulled her close. It flipped her, the hand moving from her beard to along her stomach, around her back and then lower where it grabbed her butt. The hand was firm, strong and rough. A healthy pee-pee found its way between her legs, just inches below her entrance. Tayuya's eyes opened up wide and she noted the broad chest with sissy blonde hairs that she was using as a pillow. She looked up and saw a stupid, blonde, blue-eyed baby. Last night flashed before her, the bar, celebrations, cheesy pickup lines, kissing, see, and more section. The F, was this blonde BSDRD's name? Why did it even matter? She never called anybody by their name anyways. He felt like a lover boy probably because he was a good F dash. Good morning beautiful, lover boy said with a giant smile like he hadn't just woken up. Before Tayuya could say or do anything, the BSRD had the ball to lean down and kiss her. This BSRD was acting like they'd been dating since high school and finally moved in together. Despite herself, Tayuya pushed into the kiss. She slithered along his body to turn a simple peck into something much hotter. If Loverboy wanted to play ball, she would FENG play ball. He was a good kisser. Tayuya pushed off of him and smiled down at him. He could F good, he could kiss good, now all he needed was to be FING loaded and have a sick motorcycle and then she'd consider making him a boy toy. Ready for round 4? Loverboy slid his hands from her butt and dragged them along her waist. His calloused fingers sent shivers up her spine, and when he reached her NPL she had to mewl at the sensation. The BSTRD knew how to work her good. Taouya smiled and leaned down close to Loverboy's ears. There were multiple bite marks on his neck and a few hickeys as well. Man, she went at it last night. Chances are there were scratch marks on his back too. You sure you can keep it up, Loverboy? A buzzing followed by the guitar riff from the Will of Fire interrupted them. That was her phone alarm. Taouya looked at the digital clock that rested next to the bed. It pulsed 11. The reason why she was out drinking last night, she was celebrating the interview she landed with the Mayaboku Music Industries. They wanted her today at 12. Sheet, god damn it. She flung herself off of Loverboy's bed, his silk sheet tangled on her and forced her to the ground where the majority of their clothes were. She scrambled to her pants and pulled out her phone and turned off the alarm. Effin', I'm going to be so effing late. She looked around Loverboy's room for the first place. It was very modern and swanky. Numerous guitars lined the walls, all signed, and a few dozen posters as well. One of the largest posters was of Minato Namikaze, who played the Will of Fire. Loverboy had good taste. You want to take a shower or something first? Loverboy asked with a yawning stretch. He was tall. And hot. I'll even join you. Tempting, but there's no way in hell I'm going to be late for this. Taouya sighed and put on her pants. Looks like she was going commando today. Besides, nothing screams rockstar like smelling like SEC and beer. Loverboy laughed and jumped up to grab her bra from the ceiling fan. How the F did it get up there in the first place? Alright, she threw it up there. If only she knew where her panties were. Well, that and cane, but I'm fresh out of that, I'm afraid. Taouya winced at that. Beer was one thing, but she and Drags didn't get along too well. Probably because of the crack-addled corpse of her mother that left her homeless for 3 years. Well, thanked for that. Alright, peace out, Loverboy. I gotta go make my destiny. She stopped. She was forgetting something. Something a lot more important than her panties. Sheet, where the F is my guitar? Does beer make you forget things or something? Loverboy smiled as he put on his pants. He remained pleasantly shirtless as he walked past her to a closet. You had me stick in here, remember? She had to sigh in relief when he brought out her black guitar case. Her chibi Kyuubi keychain dangled as thought to say hello. Oh, thank F dash. All right, nice and you, Loverboy. Come find me after I'm famous and we might do this again. Depends if I find a better PP than yours in the meantime. Loverboy chuckled with one arm into the sleeve of an orange silk shirt. Taouya, wait, if you're that worried about being late, I can give you a ride. Thank F dash dot. Yeah, sure. Would be a wonderful thank you. Oh, he was good. XXXX. So, car or bike? Loverboy asked with a cocky as if smile. He dangled the keys in front of her face, his shirt still unbuttoned. Taouya whined and stomped her feet. This was so not fair. Seriously, dude, FNG, stop it. Stop what? Being FNG perfect. Taouya opened her arms wide and punched him in the arm. You're pretty, you're fit, you kiss good, you've got a good taste in music, you're loaded and you can ride a FING bike? You're not half bad either. Loverboy laughed and pulled Taouya into a kiss. One she was all too eager to respond to. You're CC as hell, got good taste in music, and you don't even have to try to keep up with me. The way I see it, it'd be a waste not to get to know you better. Now, bike or car? Bike, duh. Taouya wasted no time in grabbing one of the 2 helmets that rested on the bike. She'd be sure to learn Loverboy's name later. Okay, now that's hot. XXXX. Mayaboku Music Industries was as rock and roll as a building could get. The main building was made out of red bricks that contrasted against the standard white and gray of the larger city structures. The most standout feature was the gigantic electric guitar that marked the front of the building. Taouya couldn't help but smile as she jumped off of Loverboy's bike. She couldn't help it, her future was in there. She tossed him his helmet and practically sprinted inside. I'll park this thing and see you soon. She turned to wave him off. But the show-off pulled a wheelie from a dead stop and sped around to the parking garage. Okay, so it was kind of ridiculously attractive. Why on earth did he have to be such a clean bad boy? Well, nice knowing you, Loverboy. You'll see my name in lights one day. With her guitar bag on her shoulder, Tayuya marched forward into the on her face. She expected to be a nervous wreck. Instead, she walked with confidence. Probably a side effect of good section. The inside of the building was a monument to all things rock. Dozens of platinum records sat along the wall and a few statues of the greatest of the greats lined the halls. She walked over to her hero, Minato Namikaze. She grew up listening to him. He was the reason she first picked up a guitar. "Man, I hope I get the chance to meet you. Can I help you?" a sweet voice asked. Tayuya spun on her heel and her impervious smile faded. That pre-SEC confidence loverboy had given her vanished. Before her looking as rock star wife as ever was Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's wife. Tayuya could only open her mouth and shuffle awkwardly. "Aya. I'm Tayuya, I'm here to, that is. I'm here for." Kushina rolled her eyes and sighed. "Great, another fan. Look, the tours don't run on Saturday, so come back some other time or I'm going to have to call security." "Wait, no. I'm here for a meeting with Mr. Jiraiya." Tayuya frantically pulled out her phone. She had proof. "Oh, you're the one that Jiraiya said was a mini-me, Tayuya, right?" Kushina asked and her tone changed drastically. "Yes, ma'am." Tayuya nodded her head fast enough that she might as well have been head-banging. "Can I just say that I'm a huge fan and that dash? Oi, rule one in here, we're all equals so no but kissing." Kushina cut Tayuya short and pulled her into an awkward one-armed hug. "Now follow me, I'll take you to the pervert's office." There were frogs. A tank filled with frogs made up most of the back wall of Jiraiya's office. She had been told not to touch anything that looked important and to ignore the fact that all the chairs were bean bags and that Jiraiya was trying to relive the glory days. Tayuya sighed and wiggled into the beanbag chair and questioned the thick shag carpeting located in the office. "I don't think shag was ever part of the glory days." The door opened up and Tayuya stood up to greet Jiraiya. Instead, she came face to face with Loverboy. "What the hell are you doing here? Am I not supposed to be in here?" he asked like he didn't just barge into somebody's office. "No, you're not. I swear to God. If you blow this for me, I don't care how pretty you are, I will stab you." Tayuya growled and grabbed hold of Naruto's shirt by the collar. It was still open. She glared down at it and began to button it. "Honestly, have a little class." "Ah, Naruto, I see you've met Tayuya already." A man with a massive amount of white hair walked in. He wore a pinstripe suit that was an odd color of red. And sandals. The dude Fanji wore a suit and sandals. He sniffed the air and looked at the two. "Oh wow, you two already had a CC. I'm actually slightly impressed." "Wait, for what?" Tayuya whirled her head between Naruto and Jiraiya. "Wait, what? You're Naruto? As in Naruto, the son of Minato Namikaze? The same Naruto that rocked the vocals to Sharingan when he was a 5-year-old. Yeah, wait, you mean you didn't know that when we had SEC?" Tayuya blushed and let go of Naruto at that. "Honestly, that's kind of hot." Jiraiya sat down at his desk and kicked his feet up. "All right, settle down, lovebirds. We're here to talk business." "We're not lovers." "You two had 3 times? How do you know that?" He has a superpower where he can basically know somebody's SXL history at a glance. The bites on Naruto's neck are in 3 different stages of bruising. Careful with this one kid, she's a biter. And a scratcher. My back feels like if I move too fast it's going to burst open. Oh my god, can we stop talking about the fact that I F'd Loverboy last night until we passed out? I want to know what the F is going on. Gah, fine. Jiraiya sighed and placed a folder on the table. "You two are going to be the next big thing. Well, part of it anyways. I'm sick of all these adorable little K-pop bands popping up and dying every year. It's honestly exhausting for an old man like me." Jiraiya rolled his shoulder and removed his feet from the desk. "My plan is to not bring back the old stars, but to start fresh, get some new talent in here. That's where you come in, Tayuya. I've been searching for a guitarist that can shred like Minato could. And that's you, Red." Tayuya smiled into a blush at the compliment. "Thanks, Minato is actually my idol and why I started to play. Do you think I can meet him?" "Well, you're going to marry his son, so I imagine you're going to meet him at some point." Jiraiya smiled as he opened the folder and clicked a pen. What makes you think we're going to marry? Pervert's instinct. I know whenever a woman is off the market. I've barely known him 18 hours. Tayuya whirled around and poked Naruto in the shoulder. And why aren't you backing me up on this? Naruto just shrugged and smiled at her. It's Jiraiya. You'll get used to it. Besides, I was going to ask you out tonight anyways. Tayuya groaned and slid into her chair. You're lucky you're cute. Right, so now that your marital dispute is finished, let's talk details. Jiraiya explained all the minute details of the deal, from contract length to loyalties. In short, they would help her become famous. As Kushina would put it, we'd basically own you. So what do you say? Where do I sign? By the end of the day, she fed Naruto again. By the end of the week, she was his girlfriend. By the end of the month, she moved in with him. After half a year later, they unleashed their first album. The Sound of Freedom topped the charts. A year later, it was official. Rock was alive again. At some point, their fans noticed that Naruto and Tayuya started to wear wedding rings. XXXX. Tayuya gasped awake as though it was the first breath she'd taken in months. She was wrapped up in some kind of cocoon thing that was withering away. With a growl, she pushed herself out of the cocoon and stood up. The F was all that? She blinked up and stared at the moon. It wasn't a fed-up eyeball anymore, so that was a good sign. She looked to the side to see Molio pulling himself out of a similar cocoon. Grats loverboy, you saved the world. Now you have to deal with having a set-off PRDNI fiancé. With a sigh, Tayuya flopped down onto the ground and stared up at the sky. She honestly felt a little cheated. Naruto got to go out and save the world, and all she got was a trippy but dream about becoming a rock star. Still, a rock star might not be such a bad idea. I wonder if I can make an electric guitar. XXXX. When Naruto saw Tayuya, she looked torn between wanting to kiss him and wanting to punch him. He had tried to be on the team to go get her, but he could barely move as it was. He waved his stump at her and tried to keep up a brave smile, something that was easier against Kaguya. Hey, Tayuya. The look on her face twisted from anger to downright venomous in a flash. With a growl, she stomped up the remaining distance between them and poked him hard in the shoulder. First you knock me up. Then you leave me on a effing island, with no beer by the way, while you go save the FING world. And to top everything off, I told you to come back in one piece and you lose a arm. You didn't even lose the good arm. I'd be slightly less sad if I could have made a joke that you're all right now. Instead I have to deal with the fact that you're a lefty for the rest of my life and dash. He kissed. If she was so torn between hitting him and kissing him, why not make the choice for her? His lone hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her close. Her arms wrapped around his neck and she returned the kiss with a frenzy. I love you so much, I couldn't even risk losing you. Naruto rested his forehead against hers. He felt her shudder briefly. She moved her head down to his neck and bit him hard on the shoulder. He had to yelp in pain, but at the same time it felt oddly good. Great, being bit turned him on. With a sly smile, Tayuya looked up at him. I know. But, if you think you're getting off the hook that easy, you haven't learned shit. Tayuya smiled as she reached down to grab at his growing hard-on. She squeezed it hard. You're going to have to F me happy. Won't that mess with the baby? That comment appeared to break Tayuya for just a moment. Her mouth opened and she tilted her head to the side slightly. He'd seen that look before. It was often followed by him being called stupid. Instead, Tayuya shook her head and smiled. Honestly, loverboy, at some point you being this stupid will stop being so cute. Well, you did agree to marry me, so let's hope not. Tayuya snorted and walked away. Don't remind me, I still have to do all this planning sheet for that, and you're going to not be any help whatsoever, and the entire thing is going to be a massive pain in the d-dash. Naruto smiled and chased after her. He grabbed her hand and entwined their fingers. You know, I still do owe you a date. SEC first then date, and I want FA flowers. You don't even like flowers. I don't care, I'm a princess and I deserve to be spoiled with flowers and other things I don't like. Oh, so now you want to be a princess? No, I want to be a queen, and you my stupid Prince Charming are going to be king, so SC first, then flowers, then date, then more A followed by SEC. Ah, good, you're learning.